Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter was reborn in second year and became Gilderoy Lockhart. Here is short summary. After dying, Harry is reborn in his second year, but in the body of Gilderoy Lockhart. Armed with his memories, magic, and a flair for deception, he sets out to change the wizarding world in his own cunning way. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The twins, Fred and George. Arthur was astonished. Yes, let me explain. First, Ron is horribly jealous of his brothers. He feels, and rightly, that no matter what he does it will never be enough. If he gets on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, so what? 3 of his brothers already did that. What if he makes captain of the team? Oh, that's right, Charlie already did that. Well, what if he scores in the top of his class? Oops, Percy, Bill and Charlie all have that honor. Well, how about becoming a prefect? Oh, Percy, Bill and Charlie, again, did that. Well, okay, how about head boy? Oh dear, Bill did that and it looks like Percy will, too. And you know what would be worse for him? What if he tries and fails at any of those? Will his mother ever forgive him for not doing as well as his brothers? She already ceaselessly compares him to his brothers, and he always comes up short. Why bother trying if you know it will never be good enough? So, what's the poor boy to do? Nothing he does will stand out and have his parents say, "Wow, Ron, that's incredible, nobody in our family has ever done that." He's afraid he'll always be in the shadow of his brothers. That would be bad enough, but the twins are making things worse. They continually belittle and browbeat him, and use him to test their pranks. They treat him as a pet to torment, not as a brother they should help. And his friends, true friends they are, make him look positively stupid. Hermione is head and shoulders above him academically, and Harry is always at the center of attention. Nobody notices Ron unless he gets into a fight with Draco Malfoy. And his broken wand isn't helping him. Arthur was looking appalled at these revelations. Broken wand. And there's more. He has the eating habits of a starving werewolf. It's truly disgusting to watch. Except for his 2 friends, nobody will sit near him at mealtime. He paused for emphasis. And that is entirely the twins' fault. They screw with his food so much at home. Mr. Potter tells me that if he doesn't stuff his food into his mouth as fast as possible, they dose it with a prank. They don't treat him as their brother, they treat him as an test rat on which they try their experimental potions and spells. A test subject to check their potions for harmful effects, and who knows what type of damage any hidden side effects may have had on the poor boy. Maybe that's why he seems to always be ravenously hungry. And you do nothing about it. Arthur sat up at that declaration. "I do nothing," stated Gilderoy, interrupting and waving his hand imperiously. "If you had done something, this wouldn't have happened. Here." He put 2 small vials filled with a silvery liquid on the table. He put a finger on one bottle. "This is a memory of an incident Mr. Potter witnessed at your home last summer. He was kind enough to let me copy it. Watch Ron and the twins closely. Watch how you and your wife react." He moved his finger to the second bottle. "This is a memory of an incident I saw in the Great Hall at mealtime. Watch them both, then come back and tell me I am wrong." He stared at the wizard challengingly. "Send an owl to Hermione and Harry asking them to describe, honestly, Ron's eating habits if you believe I am exaggerating. For the unvarnished truth from an uninvolved third party, do the same with Neville Longbottom. He's a pure blood and knows the proper manners one is supposed to display in public. Far be it for me to tell another how to control his family, but what I suggest you do is tell the twins that they are grounded next summer, all summer, until their brother learns and uses proper table manners," he suggested kindly. "And they can't coerce him in any way, shape, or manner. No potions, no spells, no hexes, no pranks to force him to change. They can only encourage him or, perhaps, bribe him. And the grounding means they are banned from their room. They sleep outside in a tent that they put up every evening and take down every morning. It means no pranks, no planning pranks, no visiting friends, nothing. If you hear any loud bangs, smell any strange smells from the tent, then they can spend the summer sleeping under the stars without a tent. Their siblings are not test animals for their pranks. If they want to be productive, they can teach Ron to be the best Quidditch player in the world. That would make him happy. And make sure they include their sister. She's developing quite the inferiority complex from her brothers denying her the right to do things that they and even other witches do. They can spend their copious spare time taking care of the farm. This is their punishment for using their brother and sister as test prank subjects and teaching Ron to eat like a rabid starving dog. Once he starts eating like a proper wizard, you'll rescind the grounding. He stopped and let the other wizard think for a few moments. But they are still banned from using their siblings as test subjects. Gilderoy smiled and turned his charm on full. "I'm not your enemy, Arthur," he said kindly. "I want you and your family to prosper. I've willingly taken on the mantle of the Dark Wizard Messenger because I want your children to succeed. Please think carefully about what I've said. I know you don't have a pensieve, but if you go to Madame Bones and tell her that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, gave you some memories that it is vital you see, I'm sure she'll let you use the one the DMLE has. After the tips and help he's given her, his name should have some pull. If she says she can't, I'll make arrangements to get you access to one immediately." He straightened, pulled out his wand, and dispelled his muffling charm. "Now that that's done, let's enjoy this wonderful repast." The rest of the meal Gilderoy nattered on about his books, pretending not to notice that the man was deep in thought. Only occasionally did he directly address a question to Arthur, to which the wizard could reply with a simple yes or no. As they were starting dessert, Gilderoy noticed McNair seemed to be getting ready to leave. He turned to Arthur and said jovially, "Well, what do you think about those rumors that Mr. Malfoy is talking with the Aurors? I heard that Madame Bones paid a call on him at his manor recently." McNair stilled and leaned on his elbow scowling, as he pulled a parchment from his robes. That it also moved him fractionally closer and let him listen better was merely incidental. "With what they say about how he's not that stable mentally," Gilderoy continued, "I wonder if she's hoping he'll accidentally reveal information about some of the Death Eaters she knows the DMLE missed 10 years ago." He leaned closer over the table conspiratorially, and loudly said, "Perhaps she's hoping that he really wasn't Imperioed and has been meeting with others so she can trap them, all together, It would be quite a feather in her cap to prove some of those who cried, 'It wasn't my fault, we're lying,' He sat back, and the best part would be that Lucius, in his current mental state, wouldn't even realize he was letting loose things he shouldn't, so he wouldn't even warn his friends he might have slipped up. Why, he might even deny meeting with her and the Aurors completely. Arthur was looking at him, puzzled. "No, I haven't heard any such thing." Gilderoy waved his hand. "Ah, well, it's probably just a rumor." He took a drink from his wine glass. "But, you know, as the old saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire." The professor studiously attacked his dessert as the Death Eater at the next table slowly stood and left. Harry Gilderoy had hoped to spread the rumor by merely being loud in the staff dining room. That he managed to secure a table near a known Death Eater had been exceptional luck. Of course, using a discomfort hex on the previous occupants to get them to move to another table had helped. A few minutes later, after a wonderful dessert, they were standing to leave. "You know, Arthur, sending a howler to Hogwarts and humiliating your children in front of their peers and professors is a terrible thing to do. Young children can be incredibly cruel, and a howler triggers days of taunts, jokes, and mean pranks at the expense of the recipient. I know it's rather common, but it truly borders on child abuse, I think. Kind of like knowing that dark families beat their house elves is one thing, but teaching your children that they should do that too, is another. Besides, think how you would feel if Molly sent you a howler about forgetting an appointment and it arrived while you were in a department head meeting. You should ask your wife if she has ever thought of that. How she would have felt at receiving one from her mother when she was a mere first or second year and made a mistake. And, outside of humiliating her, did it really make a difference in how she acted? The look Mr. Weasley gave him indicated that there were going to be many lengthy discussions in the Burrow over the next few days. Harry had his week of headlines and things had once more tapered down to normal at the Daily Prophet and at Hogwarts. After a rather dull week, Gilderoy decided it was time to stir the cauldron once more. Tomorrow would make it 4 weeks after Halloween, and Gilderoy paced the 7th-floor corridor opposite a certain tapestry just after breakfast. This time he was thinking he needed the room of lost things. A frustrating 4 hours later, he triumphantly came out of the room with the diadem secured in an acromantula silk bag. Barely able to contain his excitement, he hurried into the Horcrux room and followed the instructions. Harry Gilderoy could hear a roaring noise beginning, which cut off as the inner door closed. Such was the closeness of the fit of the door to its frame, he could hear nothing. So he sat on the floor, his back to the wall beside the door. He almost sat against the door, but realized he might disturb its seal, and who knew what would happen then. To be safe, he waited an extra 10 minutes. He cautiously opened the door and looked around the room. Black scorch marks covered the wall and the cold stone floor was now warm. The diadem, in the middle of the circle, looked unharmed. In fact, it looked clean and polished, so clean and polished that it almost seemed to glow. He slowly approached the circlet and cast a dark detection spell on it. Nothing. He moved closer and hovered his hand just a fraction of an inch from it. In the room of lost things, he could feel the evil emanating from the diadem. In here, right now, nothing. He reverently picked it up. He turned it round and examined it closely. It looked perfect, not a single blemish anywhere he could see. He was tempted to try it on, to see just what it could do for him. But he resisted. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," he read, staring at it. But she still screwed up, didn't she? Ignored her poor daughter until the disregarded girl stole the diadem, determined to get her mother's attention at last. Thus, she could pretend her mother was searching for her and not the diadem. And not long after her daughter stole it, Rowena died. Did she become too dependent on it, I wonder? And didn't her daughter put it on? For if she had, surely the diadem would have allowed her to see that her actions would not yield the results she desired. So, the diadem fails in its mission a second time. And finally, Tom Riddle, you traveled all the way to Romania and discovered the hidden diadem. Did you not once try it on, Tom? If you had, wearing the diadem should have revealed the folly of your chosen course. That it did not means the diadem has failed again. 3 times, it has failed, severely, failed to reveal the fatal flaws in all their plots. 3 times. Perhaps her spell work wasn't as magnificent as she expected. With that record, I fear I shall not attempt to analyze my plans with its help. He pulled the silk bag out of his pocket and dropped the diadem in it. Almost 6 hours total, he sighed. That was far better than the weeks and weeks he and Hermione had wasted searching for the bloody tiara the last time. And the Horcrux's destruction had been so much easier this time. Tomorrow, Monday morning, the last Monday in November, at breakfast, he would present the lost diadem to Professor Flitwick. He left the room, not noticing as the door very slowly disappeared behind him. He headed for the Ollery. He wanted to give Rita a heads up on what was going to happen that tomorrow. Ah, Rita, as punctual as ever, Gilderoy welcomed the reporter and her photographer expansively. He made sure his best profile was always facing the photographer. He had told her to meet him at the Hogwarts front gates at 7. Okay, Gilderoy, what's the big secret? Another interview with Potter? Oh, no, my dear, something even better. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, guarantee you front-page headlines both tonight and tomorrow. He could see that the headline-hungry witch almost started salivating at the prospect. Oh, she replied coolly. It's about something, he half-whispered, that's been missing since Hogwarts was first founded. I have accomplished what headmasters and others have failed to do for almost 1,000 years. He rubbed his hands together gleefully. I have found the lost Ravenclaw diadem. He halted as the reporter stopped dead and stared at him. He grinned broadly. Yes, that's right. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and beloved Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, have recovered the famed diadem created by Rowena Ravenclaw. He paused, relishing the moment, and then added, "And you get the scoop." He watched as the witch stared at him wide-eyed, then she closed her eyes and shuddered. Gilderoy, Harry almost fell over in surprise. Had she just had an orgasm? He shook his head to throw out that image. He reached inside his robes and pulled out the silk bag. Reverently, he reached inside and lifted the diadem out to show Rita. Her mouth formed an "oh" of surprise and she lifted a hand, gently touching the relic. The photographer, Bozo, swooped in for a close-up or four. After letting her run her fingers over the inscription, he dropped it back in the bag. "At breakfast today I plan to present it to Professor Flitwick. Just follow my lead." He led the two into the great hall and seated them at the head of the Ravenclaw table, explaining to the nearby students, "They are my guests this morning. We'll be doing an interview after breakfast." He looked over at Bozo. "Be ready to get some great shots of amazed professors, especially the headmaster." He told the other professors as they approached the headmaster's table that Rita and her photographer were his guests. The headmaster gave him a sharp look and leaned close to say, "Next time tell me ahead of time when you brings guests into the great hall." The twinkle was noticeably absent. Then the old wizard continued to his throne. The old goat apparently didn't like Rita, only Merlin knew why. Lockhart found the witch to be delightful. When the hall was as filled as it was going to get, Gilderoy stood and tapped his goblet with his knife. It was show time. The sharp ting, 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 echoed through the room. After a few moments, everyone had stopped talking to listen. "I have an important announcement to make." The headmaster did not look pleased. The last time Gilderoy had played to an audience, it had been the Aurors and Dumbledore still felt the backlash from that. "As you all know, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved professor of defense against the dark arts," there were a few snickers at that, "have been combing Hogwarts from the deepest of its dungeons to the top of its lofty spires searching for clues to the location of the hidden Chamber of Secrets." Rita gave him an incredulous look. Apparently, this was the first time anyone had mentioned the chamber in her hearing. He gave her a knowing smile. "In my thorough meanderings I have come across various clues regarding many lost items, such as Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and Gryffindor's sword, to name just a few. Professor Flitwick, if you would come with me." He motioned the other to follow him as he walked to the front of the headmaster's table. He quickly conjured a series of steps on the platform and motioned Flitwick to step up on them, putting them both at eye level to each other as Gilderoy stood on the floor. They were standing parallel to the headmaster's table to give the students and staff the best possible view. He gave a quick hand signal to Bozo and the wizard quickly positioned himself for the coming photos. The students and professors were watching carefully, whispering to each other and wondering what he was about to reveal. Lockhart carefully reached into his pocket and took out the bag. He conjured a royal blue-colored pillow and placed the bag on it, then lifted and held the pillow between them. "Professor Flitwick, you are the head of Ravenclaw House," he said loudly enough for his voice to carry to the entire hall. "It gives me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved defense against the dark arts professor, great pleasure to restore to your house, and Hogwarts, this." He reached for the bag and as he touched it, the bag vanished, revealing the gleaming diadem. He had performed a wandless finite, but planned to tell them he had previously placed a word-sensitive finite on the conjured bag. "Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem," Gilderoy concluded loudly. Pandemonium broke out as the photographer's flash went off like a series of exploding Christmas lights as Bozo frantically took pictures. The noise continued as Gilderoy smiled and posed dramatically, beaming happily at everyone. Flitwick stared wonderingly at the diadem on the pillow. Other cameras appeared, and even more pictures taken until finally the headmaster set off a loud blast. He stared at Gilderoy, then at the diadem. "Is that really?" he asked, his eyes twinkling like mad. Gilderoy, delighted to be the center of attention of hundreds of watchers, said, "Well, there is one way to prove it. You do know who the Grey Lady is, don't you?" The entire school knew of the Grey Lady, the haughty and always silent Ravenclaw ghost. The headmaster's eyes widened and he nodded. Perhaps if you call her, Gilderoy prompted. Moments later, the stately retiring ghost glided into the great hall. Her gaze locked on the diadem immediately and she rushed over to stare at it. Lockhart looked over at her. "I think you know what this is, Lady Helena Ravenclaw," he said quietly. The Ravenclaws closest to them gasped and quickly spread the word that their ghost was none other than Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. How could they not have known? She turned her stare to him. "You cleansed it, the evil taint is gone," she half whispered. "It is exactly as I remember it from long ago. I can feel my mother's magic in it." The headmaster looked sharply at the ghost. He would be questioning her later about that taint. The bee-owned-haired wizard was so happy he wanted to dance. "Yes, Madam Helena Ravenclaw, it is as it was when you originally hid it away," he said loudly. The entire hall gasped at the realization as to the true identity of the Ravenclaw ghost. Her eyes were shining, and if he had thought it possible, he would have said she was crying in joy. He turned back to Professor Flitwick. "And so, Professor, I give to you the authenticated Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem." He placed the pillow in the diminutive professor's hands and stepped back. He turned and loudly proclaimed to the room, "At last, the lost diadem of Ravenclaw is returned to its home." He pointed his arm at the pillow as Professor Flitwick proudly faced the great hall and held it up high for everyone to see. The headmaster was the first to start clapping, and in moments, the entire hall filled with thunderous applause. Whatever his failings might be, Gilderoy Lockhart had ensured his place in Hogwarts. History as the one who had found the famous priceless Ravenclaw diadem. None could ever gainsay that accomplishment. When the applause died down, Harry Gilderoy said, "I propose that a special display cabinet be placed in the entryway to the Great Hall, so that all can see and admire this great founder's treasure. Perhaps with a plaque describing its history and that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor found and returned the diadem to its rightful place." There was another round of thunderous applause. Monday evenings the Daily Prophet was everything Gilderoy could have hoped for and wanted. No fewer than 6 different articles referenced him, including one that was a biography all about his achievements. Never had he had such exposure in the news parchment. And tomorrow the other magical news parchments would pick up the stories and spread them across the world. He had quite probably doubled the number of people who knew his name. And increased book sales would quickly follow. As Gilderoy, Harry folded the news parchment so that his headline was prominent and placed it face up beside his plate. The headmaster leaned over. "Excuse me, Gilderoy, would you please come to my office after tea tonight?" "Certainly, Albus. I'd be happy to do that for you. Just let me ask the lovely Minerva, here, to tell Ron his detention tonight has been changed to Mr. Filch." He turned to the witch in question and made his request, concluding with a sigh, "It's too bad Mr. Malfoy won't be in detention with him. I heard that Mr. Filch's thumbscrews need oiling." The 2 students could have cleaned and tested their action. She gave him an appalled look. He grinned mischievously, "You know, making sure the heads are nice and firm, that the clamps are good and tight, that the screws go in and out smoothly, that the knobs are properly polished." He arched an eyebrow inquisitively. She stared at him an additional moment, startled at the innuendo, before suddenly smiling back, "Of course, I don't mind, Gilderoy. I'm finished anyway, so I'll tell him now." There seemed to be an odd twinkle in her eye. She stood and walked around the table, her hips swaying a bit more than he usually noticed when she walked in the corridors. In the back of his head Harry could hear Gilderoy giggling, "Oh, she's ready, she is." Harry Gilderoy closed his eyes momentarily, trying to drive out the thought that his former Transfigurations professor was flirting with him. That evening, after tea, he followed the old bearded bastard back to the wizard's office. After offering Gilderoy a drop, which he declined, the headmaster said, "I had an interesting discussion with the Grey Lady this afternoon." Gilderoy smiled. "Yes, she's quite a lovely lady, isn't she? Doesn't say much though. It's a pity because I believe the students could learn a lot from her, especially what the founders were really like instead of what generations of historians have made up. Perhaps you could talk her into giving us a lecture in the Great Hall one evening on the founding of Hogwarts." The headmaster nodded and smiled at the suggestion, half whispering, perhaps. They both sat silent. Gilderoy knew this game. Albus loved this passive-aggressive crap. Say something vague and leading, and wait for his victim to get nervous and say something they hadn't intended. Gilderoy just kept a silly vacant smile on his face. If the headmaster let too much time pass, then Gilderoy planned to start talking about his next book, tentatively entitled, Hanging Out at Hogwarts. Fortunately, Albus caved in first. She tells me you only spoke a few words to her, and never about the diadem. That's true. I knew she was Helena Ravenclaw the first time I saw her. It's rather obvious, don't you know, she looks almost exactly like her mother's painting in Hogwarts, A History, and her bust in the Ravenclaw common room. And if she hadn't revealed any clues about the diadem in the last 1,000 years, she wasn't about to start with me. I mean, I know I'm personable, I know I'm persuasive, I know people, especially women, tend to adore me, and why shouldn't they? I'm a 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award. But, in spite of that, I decided it would be better to just observe her. He stopped. Meanwhile, I carefully combed the castle looking for clues, trying to feel the magic of the diadem. And then I found it. The headmaster's eyes had widened abrupt explanation. And where did you find it? He finally asked. To find the answer to that question, you'll need to buy my next book, Hanging Out at Hogwarts. It will be quite an enthralling tale with much advice on how to maintain your composure and good looks while under tribulations. The headmaster's eyes were not twinkling as much as they were a moment before. I see, was all he said. There is one thing that bothers me about the diadem, though. Gilderoy paused and watched the old headmaster, waiting. He could see the Dumbledore's glasses tilt slightly as he raised an eyebrow in silent enquiry. Well, the diadem had a quite dark curse on it. So powerful a curse, I could feel it while still a step away. And I had the oddest compulsion to put it on. He shifted in his chair, as if uncomfortable. Naturally, my extensive experience in the dark arts allowed me to ignore the compulsion. Many wizards would, I'm sure, have succumbed, but Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award, and Hogwarts, beloved defense against the dark arts professor is made of sterner stuff. He declared, straightening in the chair, casting a beaming smile at the old wizard. Thinking quickly, I conjured a silk bag and a long pole. I picked up the diadem with the pole and dropped it directly into the bag. Then I cast a powerful containment enchantment on the bag to protect myself. He leaned forward towards the other wizard. Do you know what a Horcrux is, Albus? The headmaster froze still, only his eyes moving as he watched and listened. Gilderoy nodded. That's what it was, Albus. He leaned back. Fortunately, using my vast knowledge of runes and experience with magic circles, I created a way to destroy the Horcrux without destroying the diadem. The headmaster frowned. Are you sure it was a Horcrux? Absolutely. I found a book in Egypt several years or so ago that described them in great detail, as well as describing how difficult they were to eliminate. And any curse breaker in Gringotts can tell you all about them. They run into them frequently in Egyptian tombs. He sighed and leaned forward again. And the worst thing is, Albus, now that I have first-hand experience with the vile things, I know I've felt the same evil taint wandering the corridors of this school. He nodded sagely at the headmaster's dumbfounded expression. Yes, wandering the corridors. Someone in this school is carrying a Horcrux around as if it were a common book, ring, or locket. The headmaster appeared to refuse to believe him, but he knew he had shaken the wizard to his core. He left not much later after some small talk about the Weasley boys. There was one thing that gave him even more pleasure than all the mentions in the Daily Prophet. Buried in the back of Tuesday morning's edition was a story of an attack. Unknown assailants had murdered Mr. Malfoy in his own home Monday afternoon while his wife was out visiting a friend. The Aurors believed it had to be a known associate of the man or he would never have allowed his attacker inside the protective enchantments on his home. Gilderoy grinned happily at that. The Aurors, questioning was bound to bring up details the Death Eaters would have preferred remained hidden. Draco was devastated, but in all the rejoicing at the return of the diadem, not many people noticed the boy's distress. Perhaps he should suggest to Ron that he console the poor boy in his loss. At the very least he could take a few points and maybe assign a detention or two based on how violently Ron exploded at the thought of actually being civil to his hated enemy. He had struck a mighty blow against the Death Eater organization in Volduhor, depriving them of both a major funding source and a wily strategist. Gilderoy visited the Hogsmeade Post Owl office at Tuesday dinner and sent a brief message to Madame Bones. He suggested she search for a secret room under the Malfoys' drawing room floor. He had overheard Draco mumbling about it during a detention, worrying that his father might have revealed the secret cache and stolen the galleons he knew were stored there as well as other things of importance. The fines for the hidden dark artifacts would severely dent the Malfoy family's remaining financial resources, and their status, and increase Draco's discomfort. After his brief meeting with the headmaster, he gave several interviews to international news parchments. And, incidentally, bragged about his other exploits and repeatedly mentioned how he was mentoring Mr. Harry Potter to follow his example to become a great wizard. Yesterday had been Thursday, the week after Gilderoy's revelation of the Ravenclaw diadem, and Gilderoy had made another presentation at breakfast to the headmaster. After attracting everyone's attention just before the house elves served dessert, he had reached into his robes, pulled out a package, and tapped it with his wand. It had grown to a much larger package. He had smiled broadly, and placed the package in front of the headmaster's place setting. "I, Gilderoy Lockhart," he had loudly proclaimed, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and beloved Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, present to you a set of fresh and mature mandrakes, from South Africa. The provider tells me these are more than suitable for making Mr. Colin Creevy's Mandrake Restorative Potion. There is no need to wait until May to find out what he saw and what petrified him, as you had originally planned, Headmaster. Bozo had been present, as had Rita. Another perfect photo opportunity for Gilderoy at the expense of the headmaster. Lockhart's perfect smile gleamed, in contrast to the lack of twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes. Professor Snape has assured me it will only take a few days to prepare the potion once the mandrakes were ready, so with these mandrakes Mr. Creevy will be able to join his classmates no later than Monday. He had posed beside the package as the room had burst into applause. The headlines that evening had been exquisite, in Gilderoy's opinion. For the headmaster, not so much. Why hadn't the headmaster thought of doing that, the news parchments had asked. Why hadn't the headmaster ordered mandrakes from South Africa instead of Lockhart? Why had he waited? What was he hoping to hide? Was he really suited to be headmaster? And now it was Friday. Anything interesting that happened at dinner today would miss the evening news parchments deadlines. By Monday, it would be old news. And with his news yesterday, no one would expect anything from Gilderoy until late next week. The students were talking animatedly about school matters and the latest rumors. Well, mostly rumors, as Professor Lockhart knew. He slowly strolled past the students as though monitoring them, moving from table to table. Many students smiled as they greeted him and asked him quick questions about things from his classes. Gilderoy was truly in his element. The girls watched him go by with dreamy expressions. If he happened to catch the eye of a witch, she invariably blushed and looked away. Finding the lost diadem had upped his standing among the students and staff. Professors Sinistra and McGonagall were actively flirting with him. Gilderoy was thrilled, Harry, not so much. The wizards weren't so enamored of him, but they had developed a grudging respect for him in his classes. The DADA class was quickly becoming as popular as Professor Flitwick's charms and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classes. Potions, of course, remained as the single most hated class in the school. The only person Professor Snape scowled at more than Harry was Professor Lockhart. Harry Gilderoy was quite pleased with himself, and he knew it showed. After their spectacular entrance at the sorting feast, Harry and Ron had settled down to having a normal year, or, at least, as normal as Harry was ever going to have. Neville had a proper wand and talk of his being a squib was well into the past, a distinct improvement over last year and Harry's future. Gilderoy had managed to prevent Luna from having a miserable Hogwarts experience. She had had a rough start, but was now flourishing with her new friends. Draco was muzzled. His father's death and the family's sharp decline in fortunes had removed whatever influence in Slytherin he might have had. He had transitioned from a top dog to a bottom. Harry, both of them, hoped he enjoyed his new position. Harry Gilderoy anonymously sent him knee pads, mouthwash, and a hemorrhoid potion. To ensure Draco opened the package in the Great Hall, Gilderoy wrapped the box in the same paper Draco's mother used to deliver his daily chocolate supply. Draco was puzzled as he unloaded the box, but the older and more experienced students, mostly witches, quickly burst into gales of laughter. Gilderoy's return of Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem had greatly increased his standing in the public eye, and book sales had reflected that change. Thanks to Malfoy's arrogance, Gilderoy's vault was packed with galleons, and the new deals for Harry's books, as well as his part of the boys' late-paid royalties, had added even more. His expenditures were minuscule by comparison. His income properties were coming along nicely, and they would give him more galleons than last year's book sales. But from Harry Gilderoy's point of view, his best acquisition was Dobby. Harry was getting good press and people had a very positive impression of the young wizard. The Lily Potter Foundation was well funded, now, and already had a list of potential candidates to help next year. There would be a substantial increase in new students next year. Ron was almost apoplectic at all the attention the Daily Prophet lavished on the boy who lived. Hearing about how rich Harry was, and that it was increasing, didn't improve his disposition. Gilderoy's constant mentions of the disparity between Ron's low position academically and in Gryffindor for his point losses and Harry's high grades and popularity throughout the school didn't help. He wore an almost permanent scowl. Unfortunately, though, all of Hagrid's roosters were dead and next week Tommy Boy was going to let the basilisk out to play once more. Harry Gilderoy just couldn't let that happen to Justin again. He needed to nip that flower in the bud. Once more, it was show time. Pity that the audience this time was restricted to just the school. He strolled casually between the tables, projecting an image of confidence in himself with every step, one hand on his hip sweeping his robes back with a dramatic flair. Today, his robes were the perfect shade of lavender to show off his blue eyes. His winning smile was on display and his hair carefully coiffed to perfection. The girls nearly swooned as he passed them by. He would have looked at home at a formal ball. For the school, he was more than slightly overdressed, but he knew and didn't care. It was all about presentation. If you look important, people will think you are important. He stopped occasionally to provide his audience with an inspiring pose. He acted every inch the brainless peacock, more interested in appearance than substance. It was such fun to hoodwink his opponents. People were looking at him and watching him for all the right reasons. Harry Gilderoy felt like hiding, but Harry thrived on the attention. And Harry was slowly coming around to Gilderoy's point of view. He noted, happily, that the group of Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna were talking animatedly. By Hermione's expression, Harry Gilderoy knew that Luna was once more befuddling her with mysterious creatures. His example of the duck-billed platypus and okapi, and Hagrid's thestrals, had shut down most of her objections to the other girls, imaginary creatures. That and pointing out how all the Muggle books she grew up with denied the magic world she was currently experiencing. Now she just listened, and occasionally asked for more information. Instead of participating in their discussions, Ron was stuffing his face as if he thought he never would see food again. At least this time he was showing some proper manners and not trying to talk with food in his mouth. And he was actually chewing his food as well. Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Luna were on one side of the table with the wall to their back and keeping the Slytherin table in sight, while Neville sat across from them. To Gilderoy's amusement, Susan Bones and her best friend Hannah Abbott had bracketed Neville between them. Gilderoy would do his part to ensure that romance had a decent chance. He was pleased to note that several other students were sitting with friends from other houses. He passed them and headed towards the table's end, where Ginny Weasley sat picking at her food. The other firsties were nearby, but none appeared to be engaged in conversation with her. If he didn't know better, he would have thought they were shunning the girl. They weren't. She had rebuffed their attempts to include her several times over the last few weeks. He stopped at the end of the table and turned around to look at the headmaster's table. He stared intently at Professor McGonagall, knowing she would pick up on the "I'm looking at you" feeling. Sure enough, less than a minute passed before she looked up at him. He smiled and tilted his head to the side, motioning that he wanted her to join him. She stared back a moment, frowned, and stood. As she headed across the hall, he looked down at Ginny, still smiling his perfect smile. Ginny was already looking at him, wondering why he had stopped beside her and yet said nothing. "Miss Weasley," he said cheerily, "you look a bit tired. Have you been getting enough sleep?" Surprised he had noticed the dark marks under her eyes, she said, "Yes, sir. I don't know why I feel so tired this morning." "Are you eating well?" he asked in concern. "Yes, sir, but I don't have much appetite this morning." The nearby girls were listening enviously. If only Gilderoy would talk with them. The boys were trying to ignore him. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey today to make sure you aren't coming down with something. If you aren't feeling well, you shan't appreciate my class as much as you could. I would be truly disappointed if you didn't get the full benefit of my wondrous intellect and experiences." He radiated a genuine feeling of wanting to help the girl. Professor McGonagall was almost to his side. "Tell me, Miss Weasley, do you keep a diary?" The girl stiffened and a frightened look briefly appeared on her face. Yes, sir." "Very good. I find that keeping a diary, well, actually, wizards like to call them journals, sounds more manly, don't you know? Anyway, I find keeping a daily journal helps me organize my thoughts." He smiled at her benevolently. "It's ever so useful to be able to go back weeks, months, or years, and see exactly what I was doing or thinking on a certain day. It helps bring clarity to my decisions. And helps combat any attempts at someone meddling with his mind in the future," he didn't say out loud. He looked at her, waiting for a response. Several of the girls within earshot, he saw, were asking their friends if they had a diary to spare. Not knowing what else to say, she said, "Yes, sir." She was still on guard, though. "Do you keep your diary with you, my dear?" She frowned. "Yes, sir. It's in my bag." "Wonderful," he exclaimed. He had been afraid that today she might have left it in her dorm room. That would have delayed things and wouldn't have been as dramatic. "I find that keeping my journal at hand is a marvelous way to jot down the day's events when I have a few spare moments, instead of trying to remember everything just before I retire for my nightly beauty sleep." He smiled at her. "A well-rested wizard is a well-prepared wizard, don't you know? Or which I should say, I suppose." His smile beamed down at her. He glanced at Professor McGonagall standing beside him. She was annoyed that he had called her over and seemed to be ignoring her. He leaned close and whispered in her ear, "Watch her carefully." He glanced around. At least half the Gryffindor table was watching, with a substantial portion of the other houses doing so as well. Percy was walking down the aisle towards them, no doubt concerned for his sister. The twins were standing and watching. He pulled out his wand with a flourish and said, "Accio Ginny's diary." Her eyes shot wide open and she made a belated grab for her bag as it rustled. A thin black book with gold-colored corner protectors flew up in front of Gilderoy. Gilderoy held it suspended in front of him and slowly rotated it. He said, "Purchased from Winstanley's bookstore and stationers, an establishment on Vauxhall Road, London." "That's a Muggle firm. How did you ever find this book? And what's this name, here?" He stopped the rotation and said loudly, "Tom Riddle." He looked up at the headmaster's table to see the old wizard walking quickly around the end of that table. He wasn't wasting any time in getting here. He looked down at the little witch. She was staring up at him in horror and he could see the sheen of sweat on her face. The poor girl was terrified. "Really now, Professor Lockhart, return Miss Ginny's property at once. You have no right to see something so private," said McGonagall, outraged at his presumption. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Minerva, because this book is possessed by the vilest magic you can imagine. Can't you feel it?" She jerked her attention from him to the book. As Ginny started to jump up to grab the book, Gilderoy cast a silent stupefy on the girl with his free hand, dropping her back in her seat where she slumped forward beside her plate, which he magically moved aside. He magically guided her collapse subtly with his left hand until it appeared she was hiding her face in her arms on the table, and not knocked out. The Transfiguration professor stared at the book, then pulled her wand and cast a strong detection spell at it. The book momentarily disappeared in an inky black cloud. She took a startled step back. "My word," she exclaimed. She turned her shocked gaze to him. The upper-year students close enough to understand what was going on gasped and moved back, pulling their less informed mates with them. The headmaster arrived just then, staring at the diary in disbelief. Gilderoy said, loudly and reproachfully, "I told you, did I not, headmaster, that there was a vile dark artifact being paraded in the halls? Well, here it is. The exact same magic that possessed Ravenclaw's diadem." He could see the headmaster's eyes widen in surprise. He looked down the Gryffindor table towards Harry. Others would think he was just staring into the distance. Then he glanced at the headmaster. "And I have felt another somewhere in Hogwarts," he calmly stated. The headmaster started, but retained enough control not to glance at Harry. Minerva put a hand below her throat in shock. "Another one," she whispered, "like this." "Yes," Gilderoy said sadly, shaking his head. "There is still another here." He took a deep breath, then smiled broadly, displaying his magnificent teeth. "Amazing, isn't it, that the castle's protective enchantments seem unable to detect these things? I would think they would be set to detect any dark enchanted items as a threat to the students when they hit the castle's protective enchantments. But I guess they are not. Rather careless, if you ask me." He planted a seed of doubt in the older witch's mind. The headmaster was staring daggers at him. "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor has done it again," he proclaimed loudly. "One more innocent saved because of my superior knowledge and skills." He was like a peacock proudly spreading its tail to attract attention. And he was succeeding. By now, the entire room understood something important had just happened. The ones farther away were asking those closer what had happened. They quickly quieted down as they realized he was speaking. "Children, you can tell you parents that once again I assure them I will keep you all safe while you are here at Hogwarts. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor is on the job here." He brandished the book higher, so all could see it. "There is a vile piece of magic on this book, and it has been trying to possess an innocent witch. She is safe now, as are you all. The book can harm no one. I shall dispose of it. And then I shall find the foul wizard who would try to entrap an innocent witch in a web of evil by giving her what appears to be a harmless book. Actually, the one that gave her the book was already dead at the hand of his compatriots, but nobody else knew that." Percy had made his way to his sister and was kneeling down beside her. "Mr. Weasley," Gilderoy said in a normal voice, "do not touch her." The prefect jerked his hand back as if it were scalded. The bee-haired professor turned his attention to Dumbledore, who was staring intently at the book still held above their heads. "Headmaster, Albus, I am not one to meddle in another's business, but I think Miss Weasley here needs to have Madame Pomfrey give her a thorough examination, in all particulars." He stared meaningfully at the old wizard, then at Professor McGonagall. "All particulars," he repeated. "Who knows what else a wizard evil enough to have one of these in his possession might do to an innocent underage witch," he concluded in an undertone only those two were close enough to hear. Professor McGonagall gasped and turned to stare at Ginny. The headmaster continued to stare at the diary, frowning. "I casted a stupefy on her a moment ago to spare her the embarrassment of being the focus of the room. And to prevent Tom from acting, but he couldn't say that out loud. Perhaps you should float her to the infirmary, Minerva." He turned his full attention to the headmaster. "I'm not one to meddle in another's business, headmaster, but maybe you should inform Mr. and Mrs. Weasley of this situation." The headmaster had to force himself to stop staring at the book. "Yes, of course," he said distractedly. Gilderoy guided the book down and into a silk bag that he then placed in his pocket. He looked up around the room. "Mrs. Weasley, would you all attend here please?" He clapped his hands twice. "That's all, children. You may return to your repasts. And don't some of you have a class coming up?" The room quickly dissolved into the dull roar of hundreds of students talking loudly and gathering their things. There would be many discussion about what had just happened. McGonagall was already gone, Percy trailing in her wake worriedly. When the remaining Weasleys had all assembled, Gilderoy said, "Meet the headmaster in his office, your parents will be there shortly." They hurried off. Gilderoy sighed happily and stood posed in triumph. He had done it again. And done it well. Unfortunately, keeping the news of Voldemort's Horcruxes out of the public's knowledge was the only reason he would sacrifice his headlines, and the attendant increase in his reputation, although the rumor mill should work in his favor. After a few minutes of watching the students leave, with the girls all casting looks of admiration at the professor who had just saved the life of a student, Gilderoy turned and headed for the headmaster's office. He expected that by now, Mr. Weasley had collected his wife and was on his way to Hogwarts. Gilderoy should arrive just in time to make a dramatic entrance. And, he expected, a dramatic confrontation. The headmaster was not going to like what Gilderoy planned to tell the Weasleys. He halted a second just at the top of the stairs to the headmaster's office to compose himself. Smiling broadly, he thrust open the door and strode inside, his robes billowing around him. Just as he had thought, the headmaster was greeting the Weasley parents who had not even had time to sit in the provided chairs. "Ah, good," exclaimed Gilderoy, "everyone except Mr. Percy Weasley is here." Mr. Weasley was watching him, surprised, while Mrs. Weasley was anxious at the thought of one of her brood being in danger. Before the headmaster could say more than, "Professor Lockhart," Gilderoy launched into action. "I am so sorry," the DADA professor said, addressing the two parents, "that we had to disturb you today. I know what a trial it is for a working man such as yourself, Mr. Weasley, to escape your busy office on such short notice. And Mrs. Weasley, I know, is just as busy keeping home and hearth functioning so well." Both Weasleys looked a bit taken aback while the twins and Ron rolled their eyes at his smarmy actions. "Never fear, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and adventurer extraordinaire, have rescued your daughter, Miss Weasley, from a fate worse than death. And I am not exaggerating. But, no farther harm to her shall occur." The adults looked worried now, and the children perturbed. Percy quietly slipped into the room. "First, I must give you a little background. Perhaps you heard earlier this year that on October 31st the Chamber of Secrets was opened and a pet was petrified." The adults slowly nodded. "What you may not know is that the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, some 50 years ago, a child died." Now they did look alarmed, and Molly was wringing her hands together. "Now, I did extensive research on that previous episode and discovered some disturbing facts. Even though no marks of any kind were on the poor girl's body, the headmaster at that time, Armando Dippet, decided that third-year Rubius Hagrid's pet Acromantula was the monster. The headmaster had him expelled from the school and his wand snapped. The evidence used was the word of one Tom Riddle, a fifth-year prefect. That's all, just the word of one student against another, even though everyone knows Acromantulas kill with a venomous bite." The headmaster interrupted, "Surely that isn't important. Now, Gilderoy, we need to deal with what happened today." He leaned forward in his chair and projecting an air of grandfatherly concern. "Yes, headmaster, it is important. Miss Weasley's family must understand the awful trial that she has been through, and what they must do to help her recover. Or she, like Hagrid was, will be swept aside and the injustice ignored." The entire Weasley family stiffened in response to that declaration. He turned back to the Weasleys. "What the headmaster wants to keep secret from you is that Tom Riddle, the one who accused Hagrid, used that girl's death, Myrtle Warren, you may know her as Moaning Myrtle." They all exchanged glances. No one who attended Hogwarts left without hearing of Myrtle. "He used her death to create a foul artifact, one of the most vile pieces of magic you can imagine." He turned an ordinary item. Gilderoy pulled the silk bag out of his pocket and slid the opening down far enough for them to see the book, and the name "One It." He held it up in his left hand. "He made this diary into a soul vessel." Harry surreptitiously slid his wand into his other hand. "Notice the name here." He tapped the index finger of the hand holding the diary. Is Tom Riddle. The headmaster stood. I must insist that you stop right there, Gilderoy, this concerns something they do not need to know. The old wizard was furious, his eyes had gone flat without the slightest trace of a twinkle. Yes, they do need to know, Gilderoy angrily replied, and unless you intend to have a spell battle in this office right now, I intend to tell them the truth. Harry had his wand pointed at the old wizard. The Weasleys were watching with mouths agape. Harry noticed from the edges of his eyes that the twins had their wands out and ready, as well, and they seemed more pointed at the headmaster than himself. Someone, the headmaster does not as yet know whom, he said, glaring at Dumbledore, eyes narrowed and daring him to stop the DADA professor from revealing what he knew. Someone gave this diary to your daughter with the intent that it would consume her soul and give the soul bound in the diary a living, breathing body, and thus bringing back to life the one that used to be known as Tom Riddle and is now known as Lord Voldemort. The Weasleys gasped as one at that name, and Mrs. Weasley collapsed into a nearby seat. The twins, Ron, and their father were staring at him as if he were mad. Are you ready, headmaster? Harry's wand was outstretched, pointing accusingly at the wizard and the tip glowing with a potential spell. Are you ready to obliviate us all? He yelled. The entire school, for the battle shall not be an easy one, and I dare say the entire castle shall hear and feel the effects. The headmaster knew Gilderoy had the drop on him. Even though he had his wand at hand, he would not get off a single spell before Gilderoy bespelled him. If they had been alone he might have dared to try. But they weren't. They stared at one another for a timeless period before the headmaster sighed and sat back in his chair. I shall require a wizard's oath that none shall know what was revealed in this room today. No, Harry, Gilderoy said, his wand still pointed at Dumbledore. An oath that their magic will only let them tell those who need to know or already know of the information about Horcruxes, or once Voldemort, Tom Riddle, is decisively dealt with and no longer a danger to people who don't believe in his rule. They again engaged in a staring contest. And that you will not obliviate anyone in this room of this knowledge, nor that you will betray us, Harry, Gilderoy added. The headmaster reluctantly agreed. Minutes later, it was done and their wands restored to their proper places. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat, uncertain of what to say next. He had never heard of anyone going toe-to-toe with the great Dumbledore and winning. He settled on asking, are you sure this is one of those soul things? You want proof. That's easy to provide, responded Gilderoy jovially, as if the deadly confrontation of a few minutes ago were a disagreement over what tea to serve at supper. This will be the second one of these destroyed in a month. He turned a steady eye on Dumbledore. Would you do the honors of providing a shield for everyone over there? He pointed to one end of the office. Frowning, the headmaster joined the others and cast a shield over the Weasleys and himself. Harry, Gilderoy, still holding the diary in his left hand, dropped it to the floor. In one smooth motion, he drew the goblin knife from his thigh holster with his right hand and rammed it through the diary. He wiggled the knife around trying to spread as much poison as possible. A scream came from the diary as Harry stepped back with the knife, the basilisk poison left behind making its way through the diary. Ink poured from the diary in a seemingly endless stream, puddling on the floor. A black smoke rose from the diary, and a face formed that everyone could see was doing the screaming. It spun wildly, looking for escape. Harry whipped his knife blade through the center of the face, parting it into two pieces. The screaming choked to a stop and the cloud dissipated into thin air. It took most of half an hour and several cups of tea to calm the Weasleys. Molly stared at Gilderoy. That thing was trying to possess Ginny. Gilderoy nodded. She had no idea that every time she wrote in the diary, telling it of her dreams and her woes, that it stole a bit more of her life force and soul. It had a powerful compulsion enchantment in it that tricked her into writing in it and then prevented her from stopping. He was not smiling or glossing things over for them. They needed to know what their daughter had done, and what the diary had done to her in turn. When she slept, he would take over her body and force her to do things, like opening the Chamber of Secrets, killing Hagrid's roosters, writing on the walls in blood, ordering the basilisk in the chamber to attack Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. He was in her mind, forcing her to do those things. Basilisk? Questioned the headmaster. Gilderoy turned an astonished expression on Dumbledore. Surely you knew. You've had 50 years to examine the evidence. I figured it out the night the message appeared on the wall. Do you mean to tell me that after 50 years, you haven't figured that out? Is that why you never used your position to clear Hagrid of the accusations against him and restore to him his wand? You actually believed that an Acromantula killed without venom or touching its victim? Are you senile? The headmaster looked furious at the accusation. I mean, for Merlin's sake, Slytherin's emblem is a snake, Harry continued. The basilisk is the only snake that kills with a look. What else could have killed Moaning Myrtle in the first floor witch's toilets without any injuries? Didn't it cross your mind to ask her how she died? Are Miss Granger and I the only ones in this castle who know how to think? Myrtle's description of her death, alone, would have cleared Hagrid. The Weasleys were dumbfounded, both at the revelation of what their sister had done and the accusations of incompetence leveled at the headmaster. Dumbledore flushed. No one had given him such a dressing down since he was a student in this very institution. And he could say nothing to his defense. If he claimed he hadn't known, then he looked incompetent. If he admitted he knew it was a basilisk, people would question his motives for both not helping Hagrid and pretending ignorance when the chamber was reopened at Halloween. And that debacle, unlike this one involving Ginny, he could not sweep under a rug with a wizard's oath. I thought you knew, Gilderoy continued, and were merely caught unaware at the creature's reappearance and that you were trying to capture it. If I had thought you didn't know, I would have called the ministry immediately and shut the school down on November 1st before the creature had a chance to slaughter hundreds of students. He shook his head in disbelief. What did you hope to gain, putting the entire school at risk like that? Unsaid in all that was his assumption that Dumbledore had allowed Hagrid to suffer all these years without a wand and under a cloud of suspicion. What kind of leader of the light would do that? The Weasleys were staring at the headmaster in horror and betrayal. Gilderoy had just destroyed their faith in the old wizard. Never again would they trust his word. Gilderoy knew that the only good for the headmaster was that they were unable to tell others of his failings. And hiring Gilderoy Lockhart had to be one of his personally biggest mistakes. He had to be wondering how such an ineffectual and foppish fool could have turned out to be so smart and competent. Harry grinned broadly. The headmaster probably thought that now that Gilderoy had destroyed the diary that the basilisk was locked away with no one to provide instructions. Things would return to normal, just as they had 50 years ago. Except this time there wasn't a new ghost added to the castle who could reveal what had happened. Gilderoy took a deep breath. He didn't hate the headmaster, he just couldn't believe some of the choices the old wizard had managed to justify over the years. For supposedly one of the cleverest wizards in generations, he was incredibly blind to the truth at times. He had forgotten his responsibility to the students in pursuit of a nebulous, greater good, that never seemed to materialize for the greater part of the wizarding community. In fact, his meddling appeared to have been directly involved in creating the disaster that was Harry Future's past. Harry wondered at times who was the greater Dark Lord, Voldemort or Dumbledore. Well, he said, now that that's sorted, you should know that your daughter really needs to see a professional mind healer, Mr. Weasley. She has had a truly foul wizard living in her mind and body for months and making her do things that are, well, evil. She'll feel guilty, she'll be depressed, and who knows what sort of things that evil wizard did or revealed to her that a child of her age should never know. Ginny had confessed to him well after leaving Hogwarts the fact that she had had nightmares for years, and occasionally strange and horrifying urges to hurt viciously people who offended her. Surely, Gilderoy, you exaggerate the girl's experience. Put in the headmaster, falling back into his familiar well-meaning grandfather persona. All the Weasleys gave him a look of astonished disbelief that he could say such a thing. Gilderoy, surprised, turned and looked at the headmaster. Albus, are you a professional mind healer? Because only a professional mind healer could possibly understand the damage a possession could do to a child. The headmaster tried to soften that harsh assessment. Well, I am quite knowledgeable of the mind arts. But do you know more than someone who has 50 years of study doing nothing but studying and working with those whose minds have been damaged by spells and possessions? Dumbledore had to admit, no, probably not. Then perhaps we should let a professional mind healer make that determination while you work on getting Hagrid a proper wand and allowing him to finish his education." The Weasley parents shared a long look. Gilderoy could imagine what they were thinking. How could they possibly afford such a healer? He took a deep calming breath. "Headmaster, I'm not one to meddle in another's business," said the DADA professor, "but I really think Hogwarts should take responsibility for the mind healer helping Miss Weasley." A solicitor could argue, quite effectively, "I imagine, that it is Hogwarts' fault that this deadly dark artifact wasn't discovered when it first crossed through Hogwarts' protective enchantments." He continued, "After all, I told you last week I could detect a vile dark artifact being carried in the corridors of this school. And if I could detect it, why couldn't the school's protective enchantments? And the unspoken accusation was, if I could find it, why couldn't you? If looks could kill." But the headmaster wasn't a basilisk. He sighed and slowly nodded. "Yes, Professor Lockhart, you are correct. The school's protective enchantments should have detected that diary." From the expression that fleeted across his face, Harry was positive the protective enchantments had detected the dark artifact and the headmaster had just ignored it, as he had all the dark artifacts the Slytherin students smuggled into the school. He turned to the Weasley parents. "Arthur, Molly, I will tell Madame Pomfrey to make the arrangements and have the mind healer meet with Miss Weasley in the hospital wing for as long as it is necessary, at Hogwarts' expense." The Weasleys were profuse in their thanks at that generous offer. That they knew Lockhart had forced the headmaster to that decision reinforced the feelings of betrayal they now felt towards the old wizard. And knew that they would be a staunch supporter of the blonde-haired wizard. It was the least they could do for his saving the life of their only daughter. Headmaster Dumbledore was furious. That dandified Popinjay fraud had somehow managed to find and destroy the Horcrux diary. Everything had been going along so marvelously. The little witch had succumbed to its evil and the basilisk was out. Harry and his friends were on track to solve the puzzle and save the witch before it was too late. The headmaster's stepping in at the last minute at save Harry would keep the boy under his influence, building on the fertile ground prepared through the actions of the neglectful Dursleys. The witch would owe a life debt to the little black-haired wizard, ensuring they became a couple no matter what they wanted. The Weasleys would accept the boy as one of their own and reinforce his control of the boy's destiny by proxy. And that idiot, had ruined everything. The Weasleys mistrusted him now, and it would take hard work to regain their confidence. And Harry had done nothing. There was no connection between him and the Weasleys, now, except a minor friendship that was falling apart due to the stupid Weasley boy's jealousy. Luckily, the suddenly competent wizard hadn't noticed that Harry was the source of the evil taint he claimed to detect. And Lockhart's public meddling with the boy only mildly disturbed the old wizard's master plan. The boy still looked upon the headmaster as a grandfatherly figure and appeared to mistrust the DADA professor. In the meantime, he needed a plan to separate the Potter heir from the Mudblood Granger witch. As Gilderoy had predicted, Madame Pomfrey released Colin Creevey from the infirmary on Monday. Unfortunately, all he had to contribute was that he had heard a noise as if something were sliding on the floor. He had lifted his camera to take a picture of this new event as he turned, and then nothing except two big yellow circles. No one knew that Ginny's evil wizard diary had controlled the basilisk. And the Weasleys were oath-bound to silence about it. And furious at the headmaster, Lockhart was pleased to see Gilderoy had not so subtly suggested Colin go ask Miss Granger for help. "She'll make a schedule for you to catch up with your classmates, and if you ask nicely she might share her notes from last year in those classes. You'll be caught up in not time. You might have to study some over the halls, but it will be worth it." He smiled down at the child and handed him a small bag. "I have authorized £1,000 to buy a new camera, at Hogwarts' expense, to replace your damaged camera." The boy's eyes bulged in surprise as he took the bag. "For the best camera and the accessories you can get within that budget." The boy was still staring at the bag as Gilderoy left the hospital wing. That it was Gilderoy giving the boy the bag and not the headmaster was something the boy wouldn't notice until later. Colin's parents would notice immediately when he told them what had happened. "So," Gilderoy said triumphantly in his DADA classes, "we have another fact about our mysterious monster." It has no feet, or Mr. Creevy would have heard steps instead of a sliding sound. Mr. Malfoy, what conclusion do you reach from this? It is definitely a snake. Yes, Gilderoy said exuberantly, it is a snake. 5 points, Mr. Malfoy. Gilderoy had promised to return the 200 points he had taken from Malfoy, and he intended to keep his promise. He was a wizard of his word. He would slowly return them in class with easy questions to Draco, so no one would question why he had reversed his original penalty. He smiled expansively. What else do we know from Mr. Creevy's experience, Mr. Malfoy? The boy thought a moment. He saw the snake through his camera. Yes, Gilderoy again cried out. His camera was what is known as a single-lens reflex camera, which means it uses a mirror to reflect the image to the photographer before he takes a picture. 5 points, Mr. Malfoy. He gazed at the class. Think, children, you have all the evidence you need, now. Slytherin's monster is a snake of some kind. Last time it appeared, it killed a student. This time it petrified a student when he saw it in a mirror. But what about the cat? Why was the cat petrified and not killed? There was silence, and then Hermione's face lit up. She had figured it out. She whispered to Harry. He slowly raised his hand. Mr. Potter. There was water all over the floor from Moaning Myrtle's toilets. Mrs. Norris saw the reflection of the snake. Smashing. 5 points, Miss Granger. And that means the monster must be Mr. Malfoy. A basilisk. Yes, you have it. 10 points, Mr. Malfoy. Congratulations, class, he said triumphantly. You have accomplished what the headmaster and the other so-called adults have failed to do in 50 years with the same evidence. And you did it by thinking logically. Logic is rare, therefore it is upon the logic that you should dwell when faced with a problem. Then he added conspiratorially, don't tell anyone that you know the monster is a basilisk until after the halls start. Some of my other classes haven't figured it out yet. Okay. They all nodded. Excellent. Now open you books to page. Gilderoy opened his door to Ron. Ah, excellent. Right on time. Come in, my boy. He stepped aside to allow entry. The redhead stood uncertainly, staring dismally at the pile of photographs and envelopes on the desk. Did you bring your pet, as I asked? Gilderoy raised an eyebrow in query. Yes, sir. The boy started digging in a pocket and a moment later held up the somnolent rat. Why? The boy got no further as the wizard unleashed a stupefy on both the rat and the boy, catching them with a wave of his wand. He guided the boy to the chair and left him slumped there. The rat ended up on his desk. Gilderoy quickly cleared his desk and cast the spell, forcing the animagus back into his human form. He carefully put 3 drops of veritaserum in the man's mouth, and then enervated him. He spent the next 4 hours carefully quizzing the man on everything he remembered about the identities of death wizards and other Voldemort supporters. Then he hid the man under a disillusionment charm. He pulled out a rat he had previously acquired and spelled to look like Scabbers. He dropped that rat in the boy's pocket. An enervate followed by a confundo brought the boy awake with the impression that he had spent the last 4 hours addressing letters and no recollection of any inquiries or requests about his pet rat. The rat would behave just as Scabbers used to do, sleeping most of the day and night. It had a spell on it preventing it from wandering away from wherever the boy left it. Once the boy had left for his dorm, Gilderoy returned to his interrogation of the rat-faced wizard. By the time he was ready to find the evil wizard in second term, Harry Gilderoy would have a very good understanding of the Dark Lord's financial backing, supporters, and hideouts. The hideouts he would raid, clean out everything useful, then them burn to the ground. The financial supporters he would bankrupt, one way or another. The others, well, he would figure out a way to remove their influence. Just as it had happened in Harry's previous life, the headmaster approved Gilderoy's request for a dueling club. Thursday night, December 17th, most of the student body appeared to check it out, carrying their wands and looking excited. At Lockhart's request, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Sinistra attended, as well. Flitwick, a former dueling champion, agreed to act as a referee in the duels, and coach the students in how to do so. The headmaster had transformed the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. Gilderoy, grinning broadly, walked onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum. A scowling Snape, wearing his usual black, followed him. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works." "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. Snape sneered at him. Gilderoy knew that referring to him as his assistant irritated the wizard. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear." He posed dramatically and listened as those closest to the stage murmured that they really wouldn't miss that particular wizard all that much. Lockhart turned to face Snape and both bowed. Well, at least, Lockhart did. Snape merely jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. Notice how we're stand sideways to each other to provide the smallest target profile to our opponent," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course." Snape bared his teeth at Lockhart. For some reason he seemed offended that the seemingly foppish and lackadaisical wizard was as competent as he had appeared this last month. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and then pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, "Expelliarmus!" There was a dazzling flash of light. Lockhart tried not to snicker as he sidestepped the spell. He held up his hand in a motion to halt the duel. Snape looked more furious than before. "Notice how I did not attempt to block the spell. Instead I conserved my magical strength by letting it pass me harmlessly," he explained. "Many duels go not to the wizard with the most power or the one who knows the most spells, but to the wizard who uses his strength sparingly and allows his opponent to wear himself down, and then takes advantage of any mistakes." He smiled tauntingly at the potions professor. Again, Professor Snape. The students watched, stunned, as the two wizards appeared to dance as their spells flew across the platform. Before the meeting, the two had exchanged a list of spells they would restrict themselves to, nothing a fourth-year student did not know. As a result, the students heard many of the spells they knew. Gilderoy emerged triumphant. While Professor Snape had spent several years dueling with Death Eaters, for the last 10 he had only taught potions, he was rusty. Harry Gilderoy, on the other hand, had spent the last 5 years in almost daily deadly battle. At the end of the first 10 seconds, Professor Snape knew that Gilderoy could take him down at any time, and that he was prolonging the fight to provide the students with an exhibition of his talent. It infuriated the Death Eater, who sorely wanted to wipe that maddening lazy grin from the other professor's face, but knew he daren't resort to the more deadly spells he knew. And if he did, just what deadly spells did the fop know? Snape had never dreamed that the twit was better at dueling than himself. It was a jelly leg spell that started his downfall. A mere misstep, then the leg locker spell, the Langlock, followed by a simple Accio. Professor Snape glared at Gilderoy. "You see, it takes only a moment's lapse in concentration to lose a duel." He finited the spells on Snape. "Let's see how the witches handle duels, shall we? Professor Sinistra and Professor McGonagall. How about a demonstration?" He stepped off the platform to the floor. Shortly after the excited urgings of the students, the two witches were at either end of the platform, glaring half-heartedly at the dandy for putting them on the spot. Gilderoy and Snape watched as the two women exchanged salvos of spells, dodging and blocking as needed. As they applauded Sinistra's win, Gilderoy said loudly, "Ah, Professor Snape, I do believe it might be educational for the two of us to challenge the ladies to a doubles duel." Before the other could object, he mounted the steps to the platform and said, "Excellent show, ladies, excellent. Now children," he turned and addressed his audience, posing dramatically. "Not all duels are fought on a one-to-one basis, and in real life it is wise to remember that others might be about on the field that you need to watch. So, ladies, He turned to the two women still panting a bit from their exercise. What would you say to quick doubles duel, wizards against witches? The two stared at him while Snape positively glared. Excellent, I knew you would agree. He plowed over any chance they might have had to object, taking their surprised silence for assent. Now, then, children. As you all know, Professor McGonagall is an expert at transfigurations, and that last duel rather unfairly handicapped her by restricting her to 4th year or below spells. She couldn't really use her talents. So, for the doubles duel the only restrictions will be no dark spells. The hall buzzed with excitement as the students happily anticipated seeing such an unusual duel. Come, Professor Snape, Lockhart said, waving the scowling man to the platform. As the wizard reluctantly climbed the steps, the DADA. Professor said, we'll make this simple, the first team to incapacitate one of the other team, or to deprive one of them of his or her wand shall be the winner. He paused just long enough to get a nod from the women. And to make it a bit more fun, the losing team shall treat the other team to a supper date at the Three Broomsticks this Friday. Gilderoy managed to pop out before Harry could stop him. The students burst into cheers and laughter, making it impossible for the other three to decline without looking petulant. Moments later, the four were at battle. Gilderoy started things off with a quick Avis to provide McGonagall with some ammunition. After that, he merely tried to stay out of the way, using his shield far more than he had with Snape. Snape was clearly unused to working with a teammate and thus tried to focus on one opponent, expecting Gilderoy to do the same. The ladies had quickly caught on to the idea of teamwork, and Minerva worked primarily on defense while Aurora worked on offense. Gilderoy worked mostly defense and only occasionally attacked, making it just a matter of time before Aurora hit Severus with a spell and putting him out of the competition. Laughing delightedly, Gilderoy said, "Excellent show, ladies, excellent. So, Professor Snape and I shall meet you in the entryway at, say, 7 tomorrow evening." Blushing slightly, the two women quickly assented. Snape was scowling worse than ever. Tut, Severus, we just won a date with two lovely witches, you should be smiling, he said as he finited the hex on the other. The closer students, overhearing what he had said, snickered, making the potions professor's scowl deepen. With the headmaster's assistance, they quickly divided the students into rows facing each other, with protection enchantments behind each row. They then had the students practice shielding and using a Jelly Legs hex. Gilderoy said, "Any student using a spell other than Jelly Legs will spend a detention with Mr. Filch." With that injunction, the next hour passed quickly as the professors helped the students master techniques. Afterwards, Gilderoy happily announced that the dueling club would meet every Thursday. The students dispersed to their dorms, tired and excited over what they had learned. The next evening Gilderoy had almost to drag Professor Snape from his dungeon office. "I did not agree to a date, Professor Lockhart. This is entirely your fault." His scowl, if anything, was worse than the day before. "I have no interest in a tea date." Come, Severus," Gilderoy said with a beaming smile. "It's just a little get-together with a couple of our feminine associates here at Hogwarts. A little chance to let our hair down and have a good time without the worries of students, grading, or schedules. Who knows what might happen?" Snape stopped dead in the corridor. "Are you mad?" he demanded, eyes narrowed as he stared at the DADA professor. Not at all. I'm just looking for a bit of fun and relaxation, and a tea with two lovely witches should do just that," Gilderoy replied complacently. He frowned and turned to face the other wizard. "Unless you prefer the company of wizards." He watched with a self-satisfied smile as Snape's eyes widened at the implication. "If you'd really rather not meet with our dates for the night, I'd be quite happy to tender your apologies and say that you were unable to accompany us due to unforeseen requirements on your potion-making abilities. I'm sure they would understand that providing an emergency potion to St. Mungo's would take priority over supper." He winked at the increasingly furious wizard. "I won't mention the real reason, of course. That would be gauche." Snape's hand twitched towards his wand pocket. "I do not prefer the company of wizards," he ground out through clenched teeth. "Excellent." He positively beamed happiness at the other. "I did not like to think I had made such a grievous error in your proclivities. I'm sure the ladies will be most pleased to see us." He turned and headed down the corridor. God, it felt great to take the mickey out of that stuck-up prat. He could almost see the steam coming out of the wizard's ears. They arrived at the entry hall only a few minutes before the ladies did. Tea in the great hall was usually over by 7 at the latest, and there were an unusual number of students hanging about. Gilderoy loved an audience, but it was rather clear this audience, mostly witches, were here to spy on their professors. While he didn't care, he couldn't let things stand as they were. The ladies might not like the obvious voyeuristic aspects of their students. Ah, children, how nice to see you all. He paused and bestowed a brilliant smile upon the gathered students. A number of the witches sighed. But you shouldn't loiter in the entry hall. Don't you have homework assignments? I'm sure I remembered giving out an assignment in my marvelous defense against dark arts class. With a disappointed "ah," the hall cleared out remarkably quickly. A few of the smarter witches went back into the great hall and peeked around the edges of the 2 doors. Gilderoy was sure the 2 ladies understood why they passed a large stream of students, mostly witches, suddenly leaving the area of the great hall. While the 2 women were not dressed to the nines, they were dressed in non-school robes open at the fronts over flattering dresses. Harry was startled to realize that both women had a fair amount of cleavage and didn't mind showing it. Gilderoy was, of course, the best dressed of the quartet while Snape was the worst. Not that he was wearing old or worn robes, they were nice, just not that nice. One got the feeling he didn't usually need anything other than school robes and so had a very small selection in his closet. That his hair looked like someone had dumped a vat of grease on it didn't help his appearance any. Snape had sneeringly refused to use any of the hair products Gilderoy had recommended earlier in the day to tame the potions professor's stringy hair. Lockhart had reserved 2 tables for the couples, close enough together that they could talk if they wished, yet not so close as to preclude a private conversation should either couple desire it. He steered Minerva to one table, leaving Snape to seat Sinistra. They had a lovely lamb, with wine. Gilderoy discovered that Minerva had once been married. No, really, he said in surprise. Really, she smiled sadly. I used to work for the ministry and became quite close with my boss, Elphinstone Urquhart. He was quite brilliant, and handsome, too. She momentarily put her hand on Gilderoy's, eyes sparkling. She sat back. I was dissatisfied with the way the ministry worked, and when Albus offered me a position at Hogwarts, I readily accepted. She stopped and took a drink of her wine. ELP visited frequently, and during one visit, he proposed. She paused and smiled, remembering. I said no. I was still in love with Dougal McGregor. She sighed softly. I met Doug after I graduated, but he was a muggle and I just couldn't see giving up magic. I thought that was the end of my love life. She shook her head, but ELP was persistent. In 1981 Doug died in an accident. She looked down at the table. That summer ELP proposed again during a summertime stroll around the lake here at Hogwarts. We were married in 1982 and bought a cottage in Hogsmeade, which I still have, actually. I rent it out. She was silent for a few minutes. I was very happy. We were very happy. Then, 3 years later, ELP died from a bite by a venomous tentacula. She sat reminiscing silently for a few minutes. Gilderoy left her to it. Harry and Gilderoy had learned more about their Transfigurations professor in the past 10 minutes than in the entire combined 13 years they had spent at Hogwarts. Gilderoy studied the woman. She had been singularly unlucky in love. On the other hand, his experience over the years had taught him that widows were much more appreciative of his attentions than the younger witches. The younger ones expected to capture his heart and live a life of adventure with plenty of galleons to spend. The widows were more grounded. They had security in their jobs or estates. They were not looking to hand over control of their lives to a wizard. They had far more freedom if they stayed unattached. Harry was not a pure. You can't make it through 7 years of war without giving in to base desires. Knowing either or both might be dead by that time the next day added urgency to temporary relationships as both attempted to forget their near-death experience hours before in a celebration of life. A few times, he had not even known the witch's name, although they always seemed to know his. But, McGonagall, fortunately, while Harry took over in matters dealing with conflict, Gilderoy had vastly more experience in dealing with witches. And after 3 glasses of wine, Harry's resistance to Gilderoy's manipulations was not very determined. Minerva looked up. "Well, Gilderoy, I must say you have done well for yourself since graduating." Gilderoy smiled broadly, using a bit of Harry's magic to move his hair a bit as if in a breeze. He was all set to launch into a long-winded description, undoubtedly boring, of his books when Harry stomped down on him. He was not going to let Gilderoy make a fool of him in front of his favorite professor. "Please, call me Gil, Minerva. And, yes, I'm not nearly as much a prat as I was in Hogwarts 10 years ago. I've changed. While I love to see my name in print, there are more important things than that." She arched her eyebrows in surprise. "To tell you the truth, I think I've personally accomplished more since I started teaching here at Hogwarts than anything I did since I graduated." His smile softened. "Nothing I've done before can match Mr. Longbottom's expression when he launched that magnificent Patronus in the Great Hall. Nor the smile on Miss Lovegood's face when she's with her friends at the Gryffindor table." He paused a moment, his lips quirking into a smirk. "And Miss Granger's expressions when Miss Lovegood starts talking about nargles or crumple-horned snurcacks are just too amusing." He noticed his tea partner suppressing a smile. "And the defense against dark arts classes. I think you'll see the scores at year's end for all the students to be their highest in 40 years. Did you see last night that all the first, second, third, and fourth-year students can cast the Protega and hold it for at least 5 seconds? On September 1st, only some of the fourth-year students could do that. One of my goals this year is to have all the fourth-year and above students cast a Patronus. Maybe not corporeal, but better than just a mist. Love is the key to the Patronus, you know. Not happiness. A key mistake in teaching that's been happening for 1,000 years. Can you imagine?" He shook his head. "The Muggles have a saying, Minerva, give a man a fish and he will eat for a day, teach a man to fish and he will eat every day. That's what I'm doing with my class. I'm teaching an entire generation how to survive. And should Voldemort return, or another Dark Lord appear, we shan't have a bunch of spineless timid mice demanding a half-blood preteen save them. For Merlin's sake, each and every wizard and witch is carrying a deadly weapon. A dozen Death Eaters appear in Diagon Alley with 100 wizards shopping there. If all the wizards pulled out their wands and shouted stupefy, the Death Eaters would all be captured. Instead, they scream, run, and end up dead. Half the people in my books could have saved themselves if they only took 2 seconds to think and used their wands." He leaned back in his chair. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get preachy." She was staring at him in disbelief. "What happened to you, Gil? I remember you in my classes, and you were nothing like this." She shook her head. "You were a terrible student, to tell the truth. If you couldn't see a way for a spell to bring you attention, you didn't study it." Her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. "The Gilderoy I knew could never have handled those 2 duels as well as you did. Nor taught a class with nearly the skill that you have. You're like a completely different person." He shifted uncomfortably. She was hitting far too close to the mark. He glanced over at Sinistra and Snape. They were engrossed in their food, Snape sullenly attacking it as if it had cast aspersions upon his mother's fidelity and Sinistra eating daintily but seemingly miffed at her date's lack of conversation. Perhaps she was listening to them. Perhaps not. Softly, so that only Minerva could hear, he said, "I met Mr. Potter this summer. You may recall an article in the Daily Prophet about how I found him in Flourish and Blots, and then mysteriously collapsed." She nodded, intrigued. "Something happened. Something touched me. I daren't say more because people would think I am quite mad." He paused, thinking. He hadn't considered telling anyone about what he was doing. He should be able to do it all himself, but what if there was an accident? He sighed. "I am not a seer. It is far too a fuzzy discipline with results that are impossible to analyze with any certainty. While a few gifted individuals can foresee the future, what they see is usually so muddy they cannot explain, and only after the events come to pass do we see how their predictions applied. Bu that day, in Flourish and Blots, I saw things. What I learned, I am still coming to terms with. Terrible times are coming if I do not act. It forced me to reconsider my goals. I spent the last few weeks of the summer revising my experiences. He smiled ruefully at her. I paid far more attention in class than you professors credited me with. It's just that I didn't see the practical applications of what I knew, so I didn't attempt to impress you with my skills. He looked up at the ceiling for a moment. Last year was just a precursor. Minerva, the troll, the dead unicorns, Quirrell's possession, he said softly. Did the headmaster tell you about the diary? She nodded. That it was aimed at Mr. Potter. She frowned at that. Perhaps he hadn't made the connection. That the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, if unchecked, would have sought him out and brought him to the brink of death, just like Quirrell did last year. Did the headmaster tell you that the creature in the chamber is a basilisk? That it uses the pipes in the walls and floors to move around the school? That it is still there? He watched her expression sift from interested, to surprised, to horrified. And if you ask the headmaster about the basilisk, he will tell you all as well. That the creature is trapped in the chamber, just as it was 50 years ago. That Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. How can that be true, though? Harry Potter almost died 4 times last year. Any school where the protective enchantments fail to detect the presence of Voldemort is not what I would call safe, would you? The diadem that I recovered was another version of him, one hidden in Hogwarts for over 50 years. Hidden in Hogwarts. For 50 years. This year, yet another dark artifact carrying a version of Voldemort made it through the protective enchantments undetected, carried into the school in her robes. Only one student was petrified, unlike the last time someone claimed to have opened the chamber when it killed Miss Warren. But I do not doubt that by June Mr. Potter would have found himself in a life or death struggle with that version of Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, if I had not interfered. Can you still call the school the safest place in the England? And what about next year? What horrible disaster is waiting in the wings? Are there going to be flocks of Dementors surrounding the school? Or perhaps a Death Eater whom everyone thinks is dead becomes the DADA? Professor disguised as a retired Auror. She shuddered at each mention of the Dark Lord's name. And there is still an evil wizard concealed within Hogwarts, even as I speak. She gave him a startled look. He nodded. Yes, there is. And I don't mean Professor Snape, either. I shall find him, just you watch. Gilderoy Lockhart's name will grace the front page yet again. And everyone will ask, how can Hogwarts be the safest place in England if an evil wizard, one with the dark mark on his arm, can live there, year after year, without being detected? How is that safe for our children? He shook his head sadly, and then looked up at her beaming proudly. But, never fear, for Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved defense against the dark arts professor is here. I will make Hogwarts the safest place in England. I found the missing Ravenclaw diadem. I found Tom Riddle's diary possessing a student. I bought the mandrakes to cure the petrified student 6 months early. I will find the vile wizard hiding in Hogwarts, and I will deal with the basilisk so it can never again threaten the students. She stared at him for a long time, then smiled. I think I like this new version of Gilderoy. By the time they finished dessert, and another glass of wine, things between them were much friendlier. The carriage ride back to the school was quiet. Lockhart could tell that Snape had bollocksed his part of the date, as Sinistra looked unhappy. He would have to make it up to her later. To his surprise, Minerva, or Emin as she asked him to call her, invited him inside her apartment for a nightcap of a small fire whiskey. If you tell anyone that I invited you in tonight, I'll make your time here in the castle a living hell, she said softly, finishing hers only moments after he had his. Gilderoy had grinned happily. Min, in all the times you've seen me in the news parchments, have you ever seen a story about me with a witch? Or even a rumor? Maybe the mention of someone I dated once or twice, but never anything more. He scooted closer to her on the couch. There's a reason for that. I am extremely discreet. He didn't add that he found the Obliviate charm worked quite well the next morning, leaving his conquests with the idea that they had a wonderful time the night before but just weren't quite sure with whom. Not that he would be doing that anymore. She stared at him through lidded eyes. I'm not looking for anything beyond tonight. Neither am I. I've never been monogamous. If you wish, we can be, how do the Muggles say it? Ah, yes, Friends with benefits, for as long or short a time as you desire. And I will have other friends as well, just so you know. In any case, I'm sure the curse will have me out of here in June, anyway. She chuckled dryly. There is that. Gilderoy demonstrated to Harry that he did indeed have skills when it came to women, that it wasn't just that he obliterated the women of any bad feelings they might have had when dawn arrived. Min had nothing to complain about the next morning, and she was just as appreciative of his attentions as most lonely widowed women were. And she had a beautiful smile that took decades off her appearance. And Harry Potter, he had an average Friday night playing Exploding Snap with Neville, Colin, Hermione, Luna, Susan, and Hannah. Gilderoy watched as the Hogwarts Express disappeared down the tracks. The students, at least those going home for the holidays, were finally out of his way. He had a busy set of halls ahead, and having constantly to dodge inquisitive children would be problematic. And the staff would be wrapped up in end-of-term paperwork and watching for problems on the train, especially the headmaster. By tomorrow, the parents would hear about the Chamber of Secrets monster being a basilisk. By Wednesday, the word would spread to their friends. They would think their children had exaggerated the situation, but the story would linger as gossip. Christmas would interfere a bit in that dissemination of news, but after Boxing Day, he believed the public would be more receptive to the revelation of his exploits. Yes, it was a perfect plan, the children unknowingly providing the groundwork for his headlines. Next Monday would provide a perfect headline to end the year. Everyone would be talking about Lockhart and the basilisk at all the New Year's parties. He expected invitations to many of those parties. But in the meantime, he had work to do. He returned to the castle. Mr. Potter, he said, catching the boy as he left the great hall after a late breakfast. Harry and Hermione, the only ones in Gryffindor staying for the holidays, had slept late, taking advantage of the fact the rest of the students were in a hurry to go home. Fortunately, Ginny's situation had called for the entire Weasley family to return home for the halls, even Charlie and Bill from overseas. Harry Gilderoy had insisted, not so subtly, that Arthur take the generous bag of galleons he had forced into Wizard's hands and use it to have the best Christmas they had ever had. This, he had said, is merely a down payment on what the school owes you for your daughter's suffering and healing. He paused watching the man's reaction. Mr. Weasley, if you are hurt on the job, does not the ministry pay the healer's bills for you as well as your regular salary even though you cannot work? The man nodded, frowning. Well, consider this to be the same thing for your daughter. It is not charity, but the least that Hogwarts can do to apologize for the headmaster's failure to protect your child. Reluctantly, the Weasley patriarch had agreed. So, Ginny, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy were all absent this Christmas. Come with me, Harry. I have need of your special talents, Gilderoy said. Harry looked at Hermione, shrugged, and said, sure. Excellent. Gilderoy smiled happily. With your help, we're going to see something that few have ever seen before and lived to tell the tale. Walk this way. He turned and jauntily started walking. The two children followed him with justifiably worried expressions. He stopped. No, Harry, he said, faking exasperation with his hands elegantly on his hips, walk this way. He demonstrated his jaunty confident walk and drilled the poor boy until he had it down right. Hermione watched with wide eyes, her fear of points loss or a detention all that prevented her from laughing aloud at her friend's predicament, and Professor Lockhart. Gilderoy grinned widely as Harry attempted to stop himself from rolling his eyes at each repetition. Once Gilderoy was satisfied with Harry's confident appearance, he turned to Hermione. Now it's your turn, my dear. She stared at him like a deer caught in a lorry's headlamps. It was Harry's turn to suppress his laughter as the professor put her through the paces. He told her, I once asked my mum why she swayed so as she walked when others didn't. She told me, honey, if your wrist doesn't hit your hip as you walk, you aren't walking right. So, my dear, let's see you do it right. As she took a few steps, he said, you'll feel horribly self-conscious, at first, thinking you look absolutely ridiculous, but after you make it a habit it will look quite gracious indeed. He made her practice it for several minutes, walking up and down the corridor. It was difficult, really it was, not to burst out laughing at the two kids as they tried to follow his directions. Finally, He led them on a circuitous route through the castle, nattering on about his books and popularity, pausing when they were no longer in sight of paintings, sculptures, or armors. First, he cast a quick detection spell, explaining what it was and how it worked, and then removed all the tracking and listening charms on the two students. Both were suitably outraged at him finding the charms. He didn't mention that one on each of them was his. He not so subtly suggested Hermione learn the detection charms and begin a regular regimen of removing what they found. Second, he cast a disillusionment charm on both and had them follow him to their destination, admonishing them to keep practicing their walks even though none could see them. One wanted the way they walked to be an unconscious habit, didn't one? When he stopped outside Moaning Myrtle's first-floor toilets, Gilderoy could almost feel their sudden panic. Was he about to reveal their polyjuice potion and demand answers? He swept inside and halted in front of the very stall in which the cauldron was simmering. Dobby was keeping an eye on it behind the scenes to make sure the potion turned out properly. There was even a supply in Lockhart's office to switch out the contents of the cauldron in case Hermione's potion was substandard. So far, it was nearly perfect. He dismissed the disillusionment charm and frowned down at them, increasing their obvious agitation. Both Gryffindors were staring at him, pale and wide-eyed, anticipating a severe dressing down. He smiled at them, and turned to face the sink. "Have you discussed with Moaning Myrtle how she died?" He had hinted enough times during Harry's detentions that they should have managed to do that by now. He would be so disappointed if they hadn't. He watched them from the corners of his eyes as they relaxed ever so slightly. "Yes, sir." "Good. Then you know that I'd like you to say, 'Open,' in Parseltongue, right, Mr. Potter?" The boy started sweating and turned to stare at the sink. He wet his lips with his tongue. I need to see a snake." "Look closely at the tap," Gilderoy said. "I think you'll see one embossed on it. If that is insufficient, close your eyes and picture a snake in your mind's eye." He tapped the special crystal in his pocket, recording what Harry said. Now that he, as Gilderoy Lockhart, officially couldn't speak or understand Parseltongue, he needed another way to gain entry whenever he wanted in. The recording crystal would hide his Parseltongue ability. That it could record vibrations as well as sound made it perfect for his needs. Moments later, the sink and wall had moved to reveal the entrance. A rank musty odor wafted out at them. "This, my dears, is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." He looked into the inky blackness of the long tunnel. He pointed his wand inside and said, "Scourgify." A bright light swept down the pipe before them, leaving a gleaming clean surface. "There now, that's better." He didn't want to get his clothes messed up with that gunk lining the pipe. He pulled 3 small items out of his pocket and restored them to their normal size, brooms. He handed one to each of them. "Follow my lead, we're not in a real hurry here. Don't worry about the basilisk. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor shall ensure you are at all times safe and secure." He could see them trying to prevent themselves from rolling their eyes. "Besides, I'm sure it's asleep right now." He watched as they got on their brooms, Harry confidently and Hermione gingerly, and slowly followed him into the pipe. He started down, his wand lit with lumos to light their way. "At least, I hope it is," he said loudly before plummeting down. He thought he heard a panicked "eep" from Hermione as his follow me spell dragged their brooms behind him. They didn't travel nearly as fast as he had originally, but still probably too fast for Hermione's comfort considering her anxiety regarding broom riding. Still, he was rather surprised that it seemed to take as long as it did. He had always assumed his half-panicked slide had distorted his sense of time. Apparently not. He rather thought that there were stairs built into the pipe as he couldn't see Tom taking the inelegant slide every time, but the slide, and riding broomsticks, was so much faster. And fun. Trying to go down, and back up, over 1,000 feet or more of stairs as they led under the lake to the chamber was not something he would want to do. Not when there was such a fun way to do it instead. The corridor was just as filthy and disgusting as he remembered, and the smell was enough to knock you over. 3 quick bubble head charms fixed that problem, though. Hermione and Harry were quite relieved. For a moment, he considered cleaning the messy floor, but decided it would be better to leave the skeletal debris for the atmosphere it gave their expedition. Yes, he could work with this. The disturbing crunching of bones under my feet accompanied every step I took as I progressed down the dimly lit tunnel under the lake. Who knew where the dreaded monster was hiding, waiting, perhaps, to kill us without warning? It also would give Bozo a photo opportunity and added a realism to his book that the others lacked. Ew, 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 Hermione said when she realized what was crunching with her every step. She looked at the broom in her hand, then the floor, and then hopped back on the broom. Some things were just too gross. Harry followed her lead. Gilderoy considered, then did the same. He'd leave that part out, though. He had the feel of it, but now he didn't want to dirty his robes and shoes with it any more than he had to. They moved much faster this way and soon came into sight of the tremendous shed snakeskin. Blimey, Harry said in a whisper, awed, after gulping. Hermione just stared, wide-eyed. Just think, children, the basilisk is even bigger than that, now. He savored the horrified looks they gave him. With them as witnesses, none would be able to gainsay what happened down here. Never fear, though, for I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved defense against the dark arts professor, will keep you both as safe as if you were in your beds in your dormitories. From their expressions, he could tell that they dearly wished they were in their dormitories and in their beds, preferably under the covers. They were too scared even to roll their eyes at his ridiculously long self-description. Ah, well, onward. A minute later, they approached the wall blocking the tunnel. On it, as Harry remembered, were the 2 entwined snakes with green gems for eyes that seemed to turn to watch their every move. Behold, Gilderoy swept his arm dramatically, posing in front of them. The Chamber of Secrets, he intoned dramatically. Harry audibly gulped. A faint whimper came from Hermione. There really is nothing to fear, my children, the wizard said consolingly. The basilisk is sleeping and completely harmless at the moment, and I, Gilderoy Lockhart, etc., etc., he said, am here to protect you. He turned to Harry. Now, Harry, listen closely. When I give you this signal, he pointed his right-hand index finger at the boy, I want you to say, open, to the snakes embossed on this wall. It will split in the middle and open. I will look inside the chamber to see if the basilisk is in his sleeping den or on the floor. If the basilisk isn't in the chamber, you and I will walk inside a short ways. When I give this signal, he again pointed at the boy, but this time using his right-hand index and middle fingers spread in A, V, loudly say, speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Understand? Hand signals would prevent them from noticing his voice wavering when it came to action time. Harry licked his lips, and nodded nervously. Give it a practice try, Harry. He did. Then turn and walk quickly back to here and close the wall. You and Hermione wait out here until I yell to open the doors, and then you can open them again by saying, open, okay. The boy reluctantly nodded again. Gilderoy made him repeat the summoning phrase several times until he said it perfectly. Finally, listen carefully, both of you, if I don't signal you to open the doors in a reasonable amount of time, say 10 minutes, go get the headmaster. After exchanging a look, they both nodded fearfully. Excellent. Gilderoy pulled out the glasses he had made. He had taken 4 right-angle prisms, each long enough to stretch from the tip of his thumb to the tip of his little finger when he spread his fingers as wide as possible, and arranged the prisms into a double periscope, one reversing the other. If seeing a single reflection reduced the death glare of the basilisk to mere petrification, then using 4 reflections should make it completely harmless. The first prism reflected up to the second reflected to the third reflected back down to the fourth, which reflected into his eyes. He used magic to shape the 4 into a pair of wrap-around glasses only 1/8 of an inch thick. The glasses looked somewhat odd with the top 2 prisms completely hiding his eyebrows, but they worked just fine. As an additional protection, the prisms only reflected red light and infrared, also known as heat. Everything else they ignored, meaning he never saw anything but reflected heat rays, and red light, converted up to normal eyesight range. Muggle scientists had discovered, Gilderoy knew that the higher frequency you went in light, the more damage it did to you, hence why people used sunscreen at the beach to protect themselves from ultraviolet beyond blue sunlight. Gilderoy assumed that the basilisk's deadly vision was the same sort of situation. At a worst case, only the reflections would protect him. He hoped. They had taken some getting used to. Everything was shades of red, but they worked. That was all that mattered. Whether they worked the way he wanted them to, though, was another thing entirely. He put them on and took a deep breath. It was show time, but a very different kind than normal. He pointed his finger at Harry. Harry hissed at the wall. He recorded the boy's command on another crystal. If the wall was soundproof, he didn't want to be trapped inside. The wall split and slowly slid open, accompanied by the sound of stone sliding across stone, the floor shuddering slightly. As it did, Gilderoy motioned the two frightened students to move against the sidewall as the one in front of them moved. They could not see into the chamber. He, on the other hand, looked carefully inside as the wall opened. He was standing at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. There was no sign of the snake. The chamber was just as it had appeared in his time. He walked cautiously forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. The hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. He could hear water droplets splashing to the floor, eerily echoing. It was just as spooky as he remembered it being. This is splendid. Even better than I remembered, Gilderoy whispered to himself. At the last pair of pillars, a statue as high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Salazar, when Gilderoy tilted his head back, was just as ugly as he remembered, a face that was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous gray feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. Rather full of himself, he had been, Gilderoy thought. And he could appreciate that. He considered how imposing such a statue would appear in the entry hall of his mansion. The wizard turned and headed back to the kids. "Okay, Harry, Hermione, it's safe to come in," he called out. The two peered around the protruding bump that marked the retracted wall. He waved them inside, smiling broadly and exuding confidence. Come, look." With no small amount of awe, the two students carefully crept into the chamber. "Note the pillars and how the snakes' creepy eyes seem to follow you as you walk," he said. The two huddled together as they joined him. Come, see this," he said, acting like a tour guide in London. "Walk this way." He suppressed the urge to sway his hips and adopt a mincing walk. They were too scared to appreciate the comedic aspects of his request at this point. "That," he said as they came to the end of the columns, "is Salazar Slytherin. Not exactly a stunningly handsome fellow, wouldn't you agree?" Gilderoy shook his head. He definitely should have used a few beauty charms before posing for that monstrosity. And he would mention those charms in his book, too. They stared around in surprise, gradually separating and examining the columns closer. "Okay, my dears," Gilderoy said joyfully. "This is what we're going to do. Hermione, please go back to the hall outside the doors." He handed her an opaque scarf. "Put this over your eyes when you get there and face the wall." He turned to other Gryffindor. "Harry, I want you to wait with me, and when I give you the second signal, say, 'Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four,' just as you practiced." "Okay, off with you, Hermione." He made little shooing motions with his hands. She took off at a fast walk. Gilderoy guided Harry as the two followed behind her about 1/3 of the way back and then stopped. "Okay, Harry," Gilderoy crouched down to be at eye level with the boy. "This is important, Harry. As soon as you say your lines, as loud as you can, I want you to walk, not run. I don't want you to trip in your excitement," and join Hermione. Then close the doors by saying, "Close," in Parseltongue. "Remember to think about a snake when you say it. Got it?" Harry, wide-eyed, nodded. Gilderoy smiled at him. "Okay, Harry. Take a deep breath, let it out, and..." Harry did as told. Gilderoy checked that Hermione wasn't in sight, and then gave him the signal. Voice quavering slightly, Harry hissed quite loudly as Lockhart again recorded the boy. "Excellent," Gilderoy exclaimed, "here's a scarf, now walk," and gave the boy a nudge. Harry needed no farther incentive and took off rapidly. For once, he had an adult along who seemed in control of the situation. Unlike his adventures last year. Meanwhile, Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving, stone on stone grinding loudly. Gilderoy could feel the floor beneath his feet vibrating slightly at the movement. His mouth was opening wider and wider to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Gilderoy stared, fascinated at the grotesque imagery. It was, actually, quite disturbing on a variety of levels. Thank Merlin he had been too scared last time to notice, or the phallic symbolism might have left him scarred for life. Gilderoy licked his lips. This was the nasty part, this was the part that was risky. He watched through the glasses as the snake came out of that hole. Behind him, the wizard could hear the stone wall slowly closing, adding its slight vibrations to the floor. Good, the kids were safe. If everything went completely pear-shaped, he was prepared. The parchment on his office desk had detailed instructions on the locations of the remaining Horcruxes as well as how to destroy them. The basilisk venom-enhanced goblin knife weighted it down. Dobby had strict instructions to take both to Madame Bones should Lockhart die, and to keep Harry and Hermione safe no matter what. There would be no wandering in the wilderness while thousands died as someone fruitlessly searched for the vile things. Similarly, unless he contacted them, the letter with Fleece 'em, Cheat 'em, and Beat 'em would be mailed to Madame Bones in 2 days detailing the who, what, where, when, and why of Scabbers and Peter Pettigrew. And the solicitors would begin the proceeding for freeing Sirius. The floor shook as the massive snake hit it. The basilisk's eyes glittered and Gilderoy felt a shock as they focused on him. He tried not to look directly at the creature's eyes, despite his glasses. The creature hissed like the Hogwarts Express getting ready to leave. He thought he had remembered the snake being big, but holy mother of pearl, that thing was stonking. Time to leg it. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a block of wood and dropped it on the ground. As soon as it left his hand, he shot his wand out of its holster and grabbed it. He shouted, "Finite incantatum," while pointing at the block, now several steps behind him as he ran down the chamber towards the closed wall. "Squawk!" cried the surprised rooster that appeared. "Okay, now crow, damn you," Harry thought. The vendor had guaranteed that the roosters would crow. They had certainly been making enough noise in the stall. Before the rooster could do that though, the bloody damn snake slid across it, not even noticing as it crushed the bird to paste. Bloody hell! Harry darted over to the columns as the snake quickly followed. Thank Merlin Harry had decided to get more than just one rooster. The wizard pulled out second block and dropped it. Again, he finited it, releasing another rooster. This one went, ERRK. Only Merlin knew why, but it turned and ran at the basilisk just as the snake opened its mouth to hiss. The snake snapped its mouth shut in reflex on feeling something hit its tongue. Harry stared. Oh, come on. He ran down the columns. The snake was close on his heels. He began weaving in and out of the columns. He wanted to confuse the beast. It didn't confuse easily, unfortunately. It did slow it down some as it wound its way around the columns. He stopped between 2 columns. He was temporarily out of the snake's sight. He pulled out a third block. He dropped it as he nervously moved away. The snake should appear any second. He cast a finite. This had better work. He did not have an unlimited number of roosters. The rooster appeared and peered around quietly, giving a soft murr. The basilisk's head slid around the column. Squawk. The rooster had fine instincts and lousy planning. It flapped its wings desperately, going for altitude. The snake opened its mouth to strike at Harry. The bird flew straight in its mouth. Oh, for Merlin's sake. The wizard dodged around the column and ran. He reached the front of the chamber and ran out of columns. He crossed the chamber, firing a reducto at the snake to discourage it. It didn't even bother to dodge, although it flinched slightly. He pulled out his fourth block. He dropped it as he hid behind a pillar. This rooster just stared at him, blinking. Gilderoy fired another reducto at the snake's eyes. It pulled back, flinching as the spell bounced off the armor between the eyes. Gilderoy took off down the pillar row, in the opposite direction. He glanced back just in time to see a small rain of rocks land on his rooster. His reducto had bounced off the snake. It had hit the ceiling, knocking loose 3 or 4 stone of rocks. He swore vociferously. Harry pulled out another block, and finitied it. He dodged around the pillars and started weaving through them again. He came around one just as the snake came around the other. The rooster saw it for the first time. It swayed a moment, and then fell over stiffly. "Erg!" screamed Harry in frustration. The bloody damn rooster had either fainted or had a heart attack, probably the latter. He took off running again. He pulled out his last block, and cast another finite. Merlin. He had thought he was being ridiculously pessimistic when he had bought 6 roosters, but still. This time he held on to the block as it became a rooster. He stared at it as it stared at him. "Well, come on you bloody bird, crow. ERRK, crow, damn you, squawk, crow, damn you or your dinner." He dropped the bird and pointed his wand at it. It looked at him reproachfully, shook its wings, stretched its neck, and went, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." The basilisk hissed like a steam locomotive, again. The rooster jumped 3 feet into the air. It hit the ground running at a speed that would have done a roadrunner proud. It disappeared down the columns. "Come back here you coward," yelled Harry. "Bloody damned bird." He stared after it. "Well, shite." He put his fists on his hips. "That was my last rooster, too. And conjured roosters just won't do." A noise from above drew his attention. "Shite." He practically threw himself after the bird as the basilisk's head lunged down at him. He couldn't run across the chamber, that snake's bloody long tail still blocked the chamber center. He dodged left as the snake went right. The wizard managed to double back on the snake, confusing it for a moment when he didn't appear around the next column as expected. He took a deep breath. "Fox!" he cried out. "I could use a little help here." Nothing happened except the snake moving closer as it followed the vibrations of his voice. Harry ran down the long chamber. He darted across to the other side, the snake's head turning to follow him, its body's coils still around the pillars slowing it down. "Fox, bring me the sorting hat." His voice cracked on the last word. Still nothing. He ran back up the chamber on the other side of the pillars. His lungs were beginning to burn with the effort. He swore to himself he would double his exercise regimen. He would need far more stamina in the coming years. Of course, the stamina would come in handy with the witches, too. That would make it easier to keep it up. Pun intended, he thought to himself. He had to end this soon. He could feel his hair getting sweaty and stringy, his clothes beginning to stick to him uncomfortably and ruining their perfect custom-tailored appearance. The basilisk followed him. He resumed weaving back and forth between the columns. That forced the massive snake to slow down as it maneuvered behind him. "Fox, I need the sorting hat." He was getting a bit desperate. Okay, maybe he would have to go to Plan C. Bloody hell, what was Plan C? Talk to the bloody damn snake. It hadn't even paused before attacking. Then he heard the faint sounds of music. Finally. Moments later the phoenix swooped down to Harry. It dropped the sorting hat on the floor as it landed on a stone snake on a nearby pillar. The wizard scooped up the hat and ran down the chamber. He jammed the hat on his head thinking furiously, "Sword. I need a sword. To save the school I need a sword." He had no other thoughts. Gilderoy had vanished, terrified into hiding as deep into Harry's psyche as he could get. Even though he knew it was going to happen, the thump as something very heavy and metallic hit his head almost made him see stars. Bloody hell, hat, couldn't you make it a bit lighter? He stumbled as he yanked the hat off his head, and pulled the sword of Gryffindor out. He shoved the hat in a pocket. The distraction was almost his undoing. The basilisk had skipped one weave. It almost got him when he came around the next column. Time to quit fannying around. He again doubled back, using the snake's coils around the columns to help hide him. The coil was moving around him as the snake pulled more and more of its body out of the weave Harry had tricked it into doing around the columns. He stared at the sword. Was it going to be like that again? Would he be able to pull it off a second time? He hoped Fox was still around. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. There was a tremendous hissing. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. There was by a thud and the floor shook. Only his labored breathing and the sound of dripping water broke the silence. Harry almost collapsed in shock. Oh, thank Merlin. He slowly made his way to the wall, taking only a moment to look at the basilisk's head, laying sideways against the columns. Its mouth hung partially open. Its eyes were devoid of the light that had formerly filled them. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Yes, the basilisk was dead. He took off his glasses and stored them in a pocket. He cautiously walked up to its head and examined the fangs. He took the sword and slowly drew it along the closest fang. A thin line of clear venom appeared on the sword and gradually disappeared, soaking into the metal. He paused a moment, thinking, then grinned. He posed as if he were using the sword to attack the basilisk in a last-ditch effort to kill it. He carefully used a banishing charm to drive the sword up through the snake's upper palate and into its brain while he held the grip. He slowly pulled it back out. He turned and started walking towards the wall. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Shut it, already, Gilderoy yelled. It's dead, you stupid cluck. In late January, after the revelation of the Chamber of Secrets, he would announce he had discovered the sword, and garner another headline. Accio roosters. He vanished the dead ones, then reduced the live one back to a small block of wood and put it in his pocket. He would make sure it had a nice long relaxing retirement at one of the Potter farms, with lots of hens for company. He stared at the sword for a moment, then shrugged and kept it out. It would be okay for the kids to see it. He yelled at the wall, "Okay, Harry, open the wall." He waited a moment. "Harry, open the wall." Just as Harry Gilderoy was about to yell again, there was a grinding noise and the wall slid open. He smiled, tiredly. That running had taken more out of him than he had thought. "Take a look, children." Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor has done it yet again. One basilisk, king of the snakes, no longer a danger to anyone. Hey, guess I'll have to add Slayer of Basilisks to my accomplishments, right? They walked over and examined the massive snake. Harry and Hermione stared at the dead basilisk for several moments. He had them turn and look back towards the entrance while he struck a heroic pose behind them, sword prominently held up in triumph. Hermione cleared her throat. "Maybe we should go back, Professor. You look tired." Gilderoy looked at her. "You're a good witch, Hermione. Harry is lucky to have you by his side. I had as loyal a friend when I was at Hogwarts. I couldn't have survived without her. I lost her in the war." For a moment, the tears almost overcame him. He drew a shuddering breath and struggled for composure. His close encounter with death, Gilderoy's real first, had shaken him more than he had expected. He would pretend the two didn't notice his shaky voice and slightly trembling arms. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a silk bag. He opened it and slid the sword of Gryffindor inside. Gotta love those undetectable expansion charms. He looked at the wizard. "Harry, if you know what's good for you, don't let Hermione get away. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you do." He shepherded them out of the chamber. "Come, let's go back upstairs. I wanted to get this done while there weren't any students in school who might have been hurt if things had gone wonky. I'll deal with this tomorrow. Please keep it a secret until I say it's safe to talk about." "Okay, there are many things that have to be done first before we can tell anyone." He used magic to put a small stone sill the width of the chamber opening, preventing the wall from closing it off from the tunnel. The ride back up the pipe to Myrtle's toilets took much longer than the ride down. Once they reached the top, Gilderoy had Harry close the opening, recording the command as he did so. A "Notice Me Not" on it would help prevent anyone from experimenting with the broken tap. Myrtle's toilets would become a major tourist attraction at Hogwarts this summer, and in the future, and this would prevent any but those he desired from finding the Chamber of Secrets before then. Another "Notice Me Not" on the door to the toilets provided additional temporary protection for the secret. "Thank you for your help. Both of you. Harry, Hermione, we'll need to come up with a suitably exciting story for our fans. Okay, if we make it look too easy, they won't believe we really did anything special. Think about it tonight, all right?" Gilderoy left the two and made his way to his rooms. He planned to kip until supper time. and notify his solicitors that they needn't send that missive to Madame Bones. The sword he would keep in his trunk until later. "Rita," he exclaimed, as he entered the Three Broomsticks front door and made his way to the table where she waited. "How are you this fine Tuesday morning? Are you ready for another scoop the like of which you have never seen?" She watched him approach with narrowed eyes. "Scoop? Yes. You know the story behind the Lost Chamber of Secrets and its monster, do you not?" He had warned her to do a bit of research on the subject, but to hold her silence until he contacted her again. She nodded. "Well, how would you like to see the dead monster? Does a kid want candy?" The rest of the meeting went fabulously, as far as Gilderoy was concerned. While Harry hadn't really wanted any exposure, Gilderoy had convinced him that this was the best way to handle the situation, getting word of Harry's Parseltongue abilities out to the wizarding public in the most positive way possible. The boy, after much prodding by Gilderoy, had even provided a memory of their experiences from the toilets to the entrance wall. The picture of the three posed in front of the basilisk's head with the body stretching off to the side guaranteed a sell-out issue. Harry Gilderoy was pretty sure that Rita was almost orgasmic at recording the story of how the boy who lived had helped the illustrious Lockhart confront and destroy the great beast terrorizing Hogwarts, students and staff. The exact details of the battle, of course, were going to be divulged in his forthcoming book, Burrowing with a Basilisk. He had convinced Rita that the best time to release the story was Monday, after Christmas. The holiday parties would be over and nothing would be planned until New Year's Day, giving them a fantastic 5-day window to milk the story for all it was worth. Monday to place a teaser with a picture of the Chamber of Secrets closed wall and a giant question mark beside the two embossed snakes and describing the chamber's history, including Myrtle's death and Hagrid's expulsion. Tuesday to mention Potter's significant part with a picture of them in front of the entrance wall describing how they got to that point. Wednesday for the story inside the chamber, suitably exaggerated. Thursday for more pictures of the snake and chamber, and Friday for reactions. As for this week, they could run special advertisements regarding a breaking story at Hogwarts that would rock the wizarding world on its heels. And the stories would have many questions on why the great Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was unable to solve the puzzle over the last 50 years when Gilderoy had figured it out so quickly. "I know I'm extremely clever, all you have to do is read my published works about my exploits. However, I find it difficult to believe that I am that much smarter than the headmaster, who has had 50 years to research the question," Gilderoy said. "And my DADA defense classes all figured it out in less than 2 months. Which really made the headmaster look bad. And make the readers ask, just how safe is Hogwarts, anyway?" Dumbledore would be in deep shite over that. If he admitted that he knew what the creature was and the entrance's location, then why hadn't he sealed it off to protect the children, at the very least? If he said he didn't know the nature of the creature or the location of the entrance, he looked incompetent. Dumbledore's stock of goodwill with the wizarding public would continue to drop, especially among the parents of students. No matter what he said, his reputation suffered. Yes, it was a good plan. And with the good headmaster currently wrapped up in politicking with his friends in the Wizenmaggots and dealing with the ongoing power vacuum Malfoy's demise had created, he wouldn't notice the goblins rendering a rather large basilisk into its components. After Rita and Bozo left Hogwarts and the Chamber of Secrets to work on their story, and with Harry and Hermione off on their own pursuits, Gilderoy sauntered up Diagon Alley at mid-morning to Gringotts, nodding to his many fans, basking in the glory that was his due. All the attention still made Harry nervous, of course, but not nearly as much as it used to. He knew and understood that he would never be just another face in the crowd. On the other hand, it was nice to know that so many people cared about him. Yeah, that could change quickly, but as long as he took the right measures in advance, it would never happen. He had to pace himself and the revelations he made, not too much too fast. And this year was turning into quite the goldmine of breaking news stories that featured him. His future security was well and truly assured by things that he had done this year, that were his accomplishments, and not life stories stolen from others. In that vein, fleece him, cheat him, and beat him had started approaching all the people he had wronged and begun setting things right. The villager who had provided the basis for wanderings with werewolves found himself the recipient of a lost cousin's bequest that significantly improved his home and life, providing a solid old age security that had been noticeably lacking. He was the richest person in his village and would never again know want. He also received a modest sack of galleons from Lockhart thanking him for his assistance in tracking down the werewolf. The man would have nothing to say but praise for Lockhart when someone finally tracked him down and asked some questions. The woman who had inspired holidays with hags had a similar bequest, including providing for schooling for her children and grandchildren, to either Hogwarts or university, whichever was applicable. And a sack of galleons, as well as a personally autographed complete set of Lockhart's books. Gilderoy could easily retire the rest of his debts to those he had harmed with only a small portion of the funds looted from the Malfoys. His next 2 books, Burrowing with a Basilisk and Restraining a Rat, would be bestsellers and easily replace those funds. And push him up the list into the top 5 richest wizards in England. And the revenue from the basilisk ingredients would only add to his wealth and prestige. As he entered the bank, a goblin looked up from his desk and made a motion to another. Before Gilderoy could even get to a counter, a goblin came up to him. "Mr. Lockhart," he said, before turning on his heel and briskly leading the wizard through a door at the back of the bank into a small room. "Would you like tea?" the goblin asked cordially. "Ah, yes, please." Harry Gilderoy looked around. Instead of a sparse stone room, this one was richly appointed in wood with animals' skin rugs underneath well-crafted tables and chairs. His last visit, while nice, hadn't been nearly as pleasant. The goblins had kept to their reputation as insulting and touchy little bastards that time. But this. Interesting how simply having 10 or so tons of galleons changed their attitude. Or was it the sneaky and underhanded way he had acquired those galleons? It was difficult to tell which they respected more. He had no sooner sat than a goblin hurried in with a tray and set the table beside Harry Gilderoy with cups, kettle, and a plate of biscuits. Definitely not your ordinary goblin approach to business. The goblin hadn't even reached the door to leave before another came in. "Mr. Lockhart," said the goblin as he came over. "I am Ragnar, your account manager. What can Gringotts do for you today?" Ragnar, my friend. No, he wasn't. No wizard was a friend to the goblins, according to them, and he hadn't known he had an account manager. "I need a team of professionals to render a rather large magical animal into potion ingredients." "What kind? How large?" The goblin sat and pulled a quill and roll of parchment from his pocket. Harry squashed the Gilderoy urge to wax poetic. The goblins preferred to get straight to business, no dilly-dallying around for them. "A basilisk, 60 feet plus. Dead. Killed yesterday morning. Very little damage." The goblin stared at him. "A basilisk." He stared a bit more. 60 foot. He frowned. "How killed?" Gilderoy beamed happily. "I shan't bore you with the full story, but I finished by giving it a sword thrust through the upper palate of the mouth into the brain." The goblin sat back in his chair. "Gringotts does not take kindly to jokesters or pranksters. I can provide a memory of the creature if you have a pensieve." It took less than 5 minutes to verify his story. Just a short montage of the snake chasing him, no signs of the roosters, him running with the sword, him pulling the sword out of the snake's mouth, him staring at the dead snake from a distance. The goblin stared almost respectfully at Lockhart. "We can have a team assembled shortly. The split will be 50-50. Harry laughed delightedly. The haggling was long, but ended with a much better 80-20 split. Harry would keep half the skin, 3 ounces of venom, a quart of blood, 5 of the teeth, not venom fangs, and a single 3-ounce vial of each of the other parts of the snake used in potions. All based on his estimate of 60 feet. Shorter would decrease his portions, longer would not change them. The estimate on the value of the snake at today's prices was well over 1 million galleons. Wow, that alone, when added to his current balance, made him the richest wizard in the kingdom. By the time they finished, the team was ready and Gilderoy showed them the portkey destination via pensieve. They appeared directly in the Chamber of Secrets. He left the experts to their job and spent some time talking with Myrtle before heading off to a late dinner. The goblins had said they should be finished by dawn. The castle's protective enchantments did not extend to where the chamber lay under the lake, and thus the goblins could freely portkey back and forth as they needed during the night. Gilderoy was a bit surprised that he managed to pull off the operation without any reaction from the headmaster. Saying that there was no purpose to having the professors and students so widely separated when there were so few around, the headmaster had moved the house tables to sides and placed a single round table in the great hall yesterday. The students straggled in, there were only 6 total, and joined Gilderoy, McGonagall, and Flitwick for dinner. Snape was eating in his office, the blue-eyed bee-owned wizard presumed. The other professors were either with family or out shopping for presents. The wizard was still amazed that no one had noticed either Rita or the goblins' presence on school grounds. Dumbledore must truly believe in the effectiveness of the school's protective enchantments to keep dangerous creatures, both monsters and human, from the school. How that fit with the troll and Quirrell Mort last year was an interesting question. Had the headmaster disabled the protections? If so, that easily explained why he had not noticed Gilderoy's extracurricular activities, nor noticed so many of the things that had gone wrong in Harry's previous life, and proved the old wizard had little to no regard for the safety of his students. So much of what Dumbledore had done left Harry mystified. Was he testing Harry? Or was he just so sure of himself that it never occurred to him that he might be wrong? The first was infuriating, the last astoundingly stupid. Harry still didn't understand why Dumbledore had hired Lockhart. Was the headmaster so detached from reality that he never realized the wizard's incompetence? Harry knew that the headmaster regularly skimmed the minds of his students. Surely he had done the same to the prospective DADA professor. Or was he more concerned with outing Gilderoy as a fraud than he was about the making sure the students received an education? In either case, the headmaster was doing a severe disservice to his students and neglecting his obligations as a headmaster. Was Dumbledore so caught up in his schemes for the greater good that he didn't see the damage he was inflicting on the wizards and witches entrusted to his care? Was the old wizard senile, stupid, or did he simply not care about anything except his schemes? Just as Harry and Hermione were standing to leave, Gilderoy stood as well, saying, "Mr. Potter, you need a new wardrobe. One that befits your status as the heir to an important house. I can't believe your guardians have allowed you to dress the way you do. It is an affront to the dignity of your parents and godfather." Harry was dressed in his regular clothes, no school robes during the halls. Harry and Hermione stared at him in astonishment. "So, this afternoon, I shall take you to get proper attire." He swept aside their objections, and imperiously led them outside and on to Hogsmeade. "Sir," Harry tried to object once again, "you don't need to do this." "Nonsense, my boy, as your professor it grieves me to no end that you disrespect your parents so much by what you wear." Harry glared at the professor. Hermione just watched and listened wide-eyed. "You are the 4th richest wizard in all of England, and to dress the way you do is simply shameful," the adult stated. Malfoy used to be 3rd until Lockhart had raided his vault so thoroughly. Lockhart was 10th, now, but when the basilisk paid off he would move Harry to 5th. And he was 10th instead of higher because of the goblin fees he had agreed to pay in acquiring Malfoy's fortune and properties. Not to mention the galleons spent paying off his former story sources. The Potters hadn't been that rich in 1991, but 10 years of letting their investments grow without any silly chicanery of trying to boost earnings, while making minimal expenditures for upkeep, had seen their fortune grow considerably. Malfoy would have been 2nd, but he had spent considerable sums in bribes over the last decade. Both kids had stopped and were staring at him in shock, mouths open. Gilderoy turned to face them. "Surely your guardians told you this, Mr. Potter. If your Muggle guardians did not, then your magical guardian had to have done so. To fail to do so would be the rankest abandonment of his or her duties I can imagine." He stopped and stared at the boy. "Rich," Harry managed to squeak out. "Yes, of course. The Potter house is a very old line and your mother's investments have only increased your vaults." "Vaults," ventured Hermione, swallowing. Gilderoy adopted a mien of astonishment. "Mr. Potter, we will fix this right now," he said commandingly. He marched them straight to the 3 broomsticks, Flo. Moments later, they were walking into Madame Malkin's. The 2 students were in a state of shock. "Good afternoon, Madam," Gilderoy greeted the proprietor. "Mr. Potter, here, needs a full kit, from underwear to dress robes. Assume he lost everything in an accident at school and only has the clothes he is wearing. Which you will burn when we are done. The surprised witch stared at them. For right now, prepare him one set of dress robes with the Potter House crest on them. We have an important meeting in a few minutes, so time is of the essence. For the young witch with us, do the same, Gilderoy continued. Hermione was staring at him, her mouth open in surprise. Me, she squeaked out. She doesn't have a house, she is a Muggle born, so put the Potter House crest on her robes as her protector. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small bag. He set it on the counter and pulled out a wallet, removing a small card from it and handing it to the shopkeeper. Put everything on this, he concluded. She stared at the card, swallowed, then curtsied. Immediately, Mr. Lockhart. She turned and called to another clerk, Miss Watson, call in Miss Lickett and Miss Softbottom, then help me here. She turned to Harry. Please stand here, sir, she said, pointing at a fitting platform. And if you would stand there, miss, she pointed at a second platform. Both children protested but complied when they saw that their professor would not be deterred. Mrs. Malkin tisk-tisked when she saw the shabby clothes Harry was wearing, and he blushed, embarrassed. Gilderoy could see that Hermione was surprised at just how shoddy the boys' clothes were. In a remarkably short time, both were wearing new black semi-formal robes. Excellent, declared Gilderoy. Purchase an apartment trunk for each of them. Bedroom, kitchen with dining nook, bathroom, closet, and second room with a library. Make sure they are self-shrinking and restoring, with featherweight charm and the Hogwarts multi-person lockout feature. He faced the two students, who were bewildered by what was happening. That means, only one person can be in the trunk at a time while the trunk is at Hogwarts. I know, he said smiling, waving his hands in front of himself in a placating manner. It ruins your fun. No private snogging, you'll have to still rely on Hogwarts broom closets. He laughed jovially. Hermione squeaked again. Harry looked stunned. He turned his attention back to Madame Malkin. Now, then, madam, he said while staring at Harry, Mr. Potter has lovely green eyes, so I think wearing plum and purple will make them appear more vibrant. Any shade from rich true purple to misty lavender will work well. Also, a deep wine color, red-based claret or true burgundy would work. The blue and red undertones in those colors will bring attention to his green eyes. The witch was taking notes. I would suggest a range of greens. Green hues intensify the color of his eyes. Sage, olive, mossy green or dark bottle green to add depth to his eye color. I think we would like the effect of pear or any green with a slightly yellow base or a clear grassy green. Both students were in listening, blinking, never realizing that one had to be very good at color coordinating when one is always in the eyes of the public. It had taken Gilderoy years of study to understand how to put it all together. True, he had concentrated on his own needs, but he had to understand how the other colors related to each other as well. Basic black always has its place, he continued, and Mr. Potter's green eyes will positively glow with classic black. Navy is an equally flattering neutral color, but we want to stay away from washed-out blues and bland beiges. He stared a bit more at the boy, before nodding. Yes, I think that's what we should go with. His hair, being black, shan't affect those choices. He looked at the woman. I expect a dozen pre-arranged sets each for summer, fall, winter, and spring. He smiled widely. He's a boy, no color coordination sense at all, you know. The shopkeeper nodded while writing. He turned to face Hermione. She stared back and swallowed, worried about what he would say about her. Blue hues, from blueberry and navy to robin's egg and turquoise, he said. They are complementary to her brown eyes and hair. Don't be timid. Jewel-toned cobalts and soft denim colors, the blues will make her eyes stand out as the focus of her face. Get her several blue jeans in those colors. If you don't know what blue jeans are, ask a Muggle born. Also, true reds and warm oranges will complement her dark eyes. A's will light greens and clear yellows. Medium pinks and lighter blush colors would be extremely flattering, too. A pastel palette is always a pretty contrast to brown eyes. He stopped a moment to consider. Black is not a good option. I think cinnamon or a rich taupe, instead. Those neutrals are wardrobe basics paired with other flattering colors. No dark browns, choose creamier colors reminiscent of coffee with a generous dash of milk. Khaki colors would work, as will olives and mossy greens. White is always flattering and will make her eyes appear even darker in contrast. Include a dozen blouses and dresses. Warm gold puts sparkle in brown eyes and is always an excellent choice, I believe. Lighten up the purple tones and opt for a misty lavender, plum or soft raspberry, I think. A reddish orange is a bold choice. Softer versions such as warm peach or apricot would be good as well. They are a cute couple, so please try to coordinate their colors with each other. This time Hermione nearly bushed. He sighed. This was going to be an expensive shopping expedition. Just provide the basics on the underwear. I'm sure Miss Granger would like to make her own choices in cut and style to please her wizard. The wizard and witch in question both pinked in embarrassment, with Hermione's face moving more to bright red. She'll also need a dozen sets of slacks, skirts, blouses, and dresses, for each season as well. Arrange them as sets. The sales switch gave a quick, aha, of understanding as she continued her notes. Add permanent growth adjustment, cleanliness, and water-resistant runes to everything, he added. You shouldn't need to replace these for a decade, at least, he said to the two students. When everything is complete, put it in the trunks and owl them back to Hogwarts. Dressed in brand new clothes and semi-dress robes for the first time he could remember, Harry looked slightly uncomfortable as they headed for Gringotts. Hermione looked splendid in her new robes, as well. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. You can easily repay me for these purchases at a later date, he said consolingly. Miss Granger, as Mr. Potter's protectorate, it is within his responsibilities to ensure you are properly attired and equipped at all times. These purchases fall within that purview. She looked as if she were about to object. Miss Granger, he stopped in the street, flicked his wand to erect a muffling enchantment, and addressed her directly. This is not a game. You are a Muggle-born and many consider you a third-class citizen, at best, and barely one step above magical beasts. That crest on your robes tells them that if they do not treat you as a pure blood, they will offend Potter House and will have to defend themselves accordingly. The smart ones will notice and act accordingly. The stupid ones will end up in court at best, or dead at worst. He smirked and looked over at the entrance to Gringotts. And I think you will find that there are other perks to it as well. He looked at her, smiling. She had never seen such fine robes before. He was so used to the way his Hermione looked that he hadn't really looked at the 13-year-old witch in front of him. Her teeth. He had forgotten about her teeth. Her front teeth were longer than the rest and even with her mouth closed you could see the front two sticking over her lip in a slight overbite. He sighed and pulled out his wand. He crouched in front of her. Go like this, he bared his teeth at her in a parody of a smile. Uncertainly, she did as he asked. He ordered, don't move, and cast a quick charm. Her eyes grew wide as she felt her teeth move. After only a few seconds, he had perfectly aligned her teeth. Don't move, he repeated as he cast a second spell giving her a smile as beautiful as his own, removing their minor imperfections and making them as white as Muggle writing paper. He didn't add the sparkle charm he normally used, but now the little witch had a physically perfect smile. There now, you have a beautiful smile, he said standing back up. We'll fix your hair another time. I don't know why your parents didn't fix those teeth ages ago. Such a simple thing to achieve such splendid results. You should look up cosmetic charms in the library, such simple things yet they yield such dramatic results. He cancelled the spell around them and headed to the bank. Hermione had a very introspective look on her face as they walked. And she kept running her tongue over her teeth. Again, as they cleared the doors, a goblin hurried over to Lockhart and bowed before leading them through a door at the back into an office. Like last time, the room had chairs, a table, and credenza against a wall with a chair nearby. This time there was already a tea set in place. They settled themselves, the kids looking uncomfortable. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Gilderoy said. Always, be polite to goblins. They will never acknowledge it, they will never reciprocate it, but it does make a difference in their attitude. They do not believe in small talk. Always, get right to the point. I made mistakes years in the past and I am still recovering from them. Observe and learn. Do not pretend to know something, admit your ignorance where necessary. Hermione and Harry nodded their understanding. At that moment, two goblins came in at the same. The first was Ragnar, Gilderoy's account manager, and the second was a flunky carrying a plate of biscuits. Ah, Ragnar, a pleasure to see you. Gilderoy stood and bowed. I have a couple of problems for you. The goblin grunted and sat in the chair behind the desk. Gilderoy resumed his seat. First, he waved at the boy. Mr. Potter's guardian has never told him anything of Potter House, his responsibilities, or his vaults at this fine establishment. He has never received any communications from Gringotts, nor has his guardian sent any on to him. I suspect his owls have been intercepted or redirected. He would also like to file his will. Gilderoy sat back to wait for the fireworks. He was not disappointed. While he did not speak the language, it was still quite easy to pick out the profanity that poured forth. Both children listened in wide-eyed amazement, and not a little fright. The goblin screamed something and the door to the room popped open. They didn't understand what he said, but the door closed quickly. The goblin started writing furiously on a parchment he had removed from the credenza. When he finished, he snapped his fingers and the parchment disappeared. Gilderoy said, "Second, Miss Granger, here," he indicated her by nodding in her direction, "needs to have a heritage search. I think she may have an ancestor's vault." Ragnar stared at the two of them a moment, then smiled, a rather gruesome sight considering the number of sharp pointy teeth he revealed. He pulled out a small parchment and wrote something on it. He snapped his fingers and it, too, was on its way. Moments later an elderly goblin came in carrying a rather large book and several files. Gutslasher is the Potter House account manager, the Ragnar. He pointed his chin at the boy. That is Mr. Potter. He has never received any of our communications, nor does he know anything of his estate. This engendered a goodly bit more of goblin swearing. Gilderoy leaned over to Harry and quietly said, out of the corner of his mouth, "I hope you're taking notes." The boy gave him a startled look that slowly slid into a shy smile. Once the profanity stopped, Gilderoy said to Harry and Hermione, "The goblins will do a paternity test, first, to confirm that Mr. Potter is truly the son of James and Lily Potter." Gutslasher pulled a parchment from one of the folders, after he set everything on the table, and muttered a few words over it. "Mr. Potter," Gilderoy said as the goblin was working, "you will need to sign your name on this parchment using a blood quill. It will draw blood from your hand as you write. It will sting slightly, but that is all. Blood quills are restricted to use by goblins and with certain wizarding contracts." Hermione watched closely as the little wizard took the proffered quill from Ragnar and carefully wrote his full name, Harry James Potter. The boy did well, barely winching at the sting in his hand as he wrote. No sooner did he finish than the names of his parents, James and Lily, appeared, followed by his grandparents, Fleemont and Euphemia Potter on one side and Graham and Denise Evans on the other. The elderly goblin looked at the parchment, nodded, and added it to a folder tucked inside the enormous book he was carrying. Ragnar took another parchment out, wrote something, and snapped his fingers to send it away. Gilderoy quickly spoke up, "Gutslasher, given that Mr. Potter's guardian has failed so spectacularly at preparing him for his position, would it not be appropriate to consider the guardian unfit and to immediately bestow upon Mr. Potter his lordship so that he might hire his own tutors?" Both goblins looked at the wizard. He shrugged, "Gross negligence at the least, outright line theft at the worst." They studied him a moment, then conferred for a few moments. Finally, they turned back to the three non-goblins. "Yes," Gutslasher said. He turned to the little wizard and handed him a parchment and quill. "Put in writing that you swear your guardian has not informed you of any rights and obligations as the heir to House Potter. Put a drop of your blood on your signature." As Harry was signing the document, he said, "I don't even know who my guardian is, unless it's my Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. And they told me my parents died drunk in a car accident." "Are those wizards?" "No, sir, both are muggles. Aunt Petunia is my mother's sister. And you do not know the identity of your magical guardian?" Harry looked embarrassed. "No, sir." The goblin handed him another parchment, taking the first and tearing it in half. "Do it again," And put in that your magical guardian hasn't revealed himself or herself to you and that your muggle guardians have lied to you regarding your parents and the magical world. Harry sighed, but did as requested, handing over the finished document with a drop of blood by his signature. The goblin read it and tossed it on the desk where it briefly flashed in a bright glow. "Excellent, Gutslasher," Lockhart said. "While we wait for the ring, perhaps you could show Mr. Potter his financial position." He turned to Harry. "Would you like it do that in private or would you mind doing it here?" Harry looked slightly panicked at the thought of leaving the room. Gilderoy turned back to the goblins. "Mr. Potter, I think, wishes to consult in here." Harry gave a relieved nod. Gutslasher looked back and forth between them, and then grunted in acknowledgement. He glared at Harry a moment. "Mr. Potter knows nothing of finance, Gutslasher," Gilderoy said, "so perhaps you should acquaint him with his vault status and a brief overview of his properties. Later you can explain his investments in depth." The glare transferred to Gilderoy, but the wizard kept his face clear and calm, no trace of his normal showy smile. The goblins would find it offensive. The goblin grunted again, and then turned to Harry. He opened the ledger, slammed it down in front of the boy and started talking rapidly. Gilderoy turned to Ragnar. "Now, as I said, the Miss Granger, here, needs a heritage search." Hermione had been listening carefully to Gutslasher and looking over Harry's shoulder. Both of them showed shock at what they were seeing. Harry knew he had money, but to see the actual sums was stunning. There were far more digits than he had ever expected to see. The wizard walked over, took the witch by a shoulder, and guided her over to the credenza where Ragnar was waiting. She kept looking back at Harry and his account manager. During their conversations, another goblin had come in and dropped off some papers. Ragnar just handed the blood quill to the witch and pointed to the top sheet. Hermione gave Gilderoy a questioning look but didn't take the quill. Gilderoy smiled at the small witch. "Miss Granger, that paper is charmed to match all the blood and magic signatures recorded in Gringotts. When you write your name, it will compare your blood and magic with all those records, and if any match, or match close enough to indicate you are an heir to the family, they will list below your name." He chuckled. "You might even discover that some of your classmates are distantly related to you via their great-grandparents or even farther back." She hesitantly took it and signed her name. There was a momentary pause, then, "House of Dagworth Granger, sole living heir," appeared below her name, as if written by her. She looked up at Gilderoy and then the goblin. "Excellent, then, Miss Granger," Lockhart said enthusiastically. "It appears you are related to the wizarding family of Dagworth Granger and you are the only known living relation. Therefore, you inherit any vaults, their contents, and lands left by the family." He smiled broadly, as if she had done something quite clever. Hector Dagworth Granger was the founder of the most extraordinary society of potioneers, and a famous potioneer. You should find his personal journals quite interesting on the subject. Professor Snape might even be impressed if you were to give him a copy of one of them. The little witch stared at him, still trying to take in that she belonged to a wizarding family. Ragnar had already addressed a parchment and sent it on its way with a snap of his fingers. Almost at that moment, the door opened and a goblin came in with a small box that he took to Gutslasher. They watched silently as Harry opened the box and put on the ring inside. Gilderoy walked over and held out his hands. "Congratulations, Lord Potter. You are now your own man, beholden to no one." Harry dazedly shook his hand. "Gutslasher, because Lord Potter knows nothing of financial or estate management, would you recommend someone to act as his and Miss Granger's tutor? Charge his cost to Potter House. We can set up something on Sunday afternoons in Hogwarts or Hogsmeade, I'm sure." The goblin nodded. "Also," he turned and addressed Harry. "Lord Potter," the boy blushed at the title, "before you occupy any of your properties, I suggest you have the goblins review and update their protective enchantments. There are Death Eaters still out there who would love to sneak up on you if they could. Whichever property you select to stay at this summer," the boy's eyes widened in surprise at that possibility, "I suggest you put it under a Fidelius charm and reveal that only to a select few." He paused, and then added significantly, "Not the headmaster, who might feel compelled to interfere and force you to your relatives in Surrey." Harry's face darkened at the mention of his aunt and uncle. Hermione gave Gilderoy a startled look and then turned to look at Harry. Harry slowly nodded. If you wish, I can give you advice on which adults you can trust. There aren't many besides myself. The boy nodded again. Would you like the goblins to review and upgrade as needed the protective enchantments on all your properties? Yes, Professor Lockhart. Gilderoy tilted his head towards the goblins. Well then, tell them. Harry hesitantly gave them the orders. Miss Granger, the wizard turned to the girl, before you give such orders to the goblins, please carefully review your finances and the costs. Spending gold you don't have, even by accident, can be quite fatal when dealing with goblins. She nodded as she said, Yes, Professor Lockhart. In the meantime, I suggest you send copies of the Gringotts reports to your parents. Lord Potter, I'm sure, would not mind giving Hedwig the exercise. Both students gave him a curious look, wondering how he knew that Harry's owl's name was Hedwig. They spent another hour with the goblins reviewing the financial statements. Like most houses, the Potter had most of their wealth tied up in property. However, because there hadn't been any withdrawals in 10 years, there was much higher percentage of gold in his vaults than most. Gilderoy suggested he leave it mainly untouched until he had learned more about investing. His income was roughly 20,000 galleons a year, 10 times that of the average witch or wizard. Miss Granger's estate was considerably smaller, with only a single dwelling. Dagworth Granger's income from his potion patents had expired 100 years ago. And while he had founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers, that did not provide any income, only bragging rights. If the house had had no upkeep since the last Dagworth Granger had lived there, it might not be inhabitable. It was highly doubtful that any house elves still survived and maintained the place, although it was possible. They would have to set aside a weekend to examine it. As they were wrapping up, Hermione asked, Have you done a heritage search, Professor Lockhart? He grinned widely, his charming smile on full display. Why, thank you for thinking of me, Miss Granger. I am the only Lockhart. My father is a muggle and my mother a witch whose family disinherited her, so only my family name will list. She looked at him a moment, then said, Why not do one anyway, as long as we are here? He shrugged his shoulders. An excellent idea, and a no-result demonstration is as important as one that reveals much. He turned to Ragnarok. A heritage search, Ragnarok. He chuckled slightly. Perhaps there is a secret or two hiding in my ancestry that I do not know. 2 minutes later, he was staring at the parchment in horror, his eyes wide as the print marched down the page past his family name. No, he whispered. How is this possible, Ragnarok? How can I be Lord Potter when he is Lord Potter? Gilderoy pointed at Harry, and wearing the lordship ring. Both goblins stared at the parchment, scowling madly. And Lord Black. I realize the current heir Black is in Azkaban, but how can I be Lord Black? Actually, now that Gilderoy stopped to think about it, it made all the sense in the world. His complete magical core was resident in Lockhart. And because his magical core was the same as the student Harry's, albeit more developed, as far as magic was concerned they were the same person. And as Potter from the future had been both Lord Potter and Lord Black, magic from now had accepted him as Lord Potter and Lord Black because his magic said he was. His magic knew he was lord of those two estates. That he was also Lord Peveril was a surprise, but considering House Potter's ownership of the coveted Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, that was predictable. The father in each generation probably told his oldest child of the importance of the relic until there came a time when a father died before disclosing that important information and left subsequent generations in ignorance. Slytherin and Gaunt, by right of conquest, those, too, were predictable. He had never bothered with a heritage search in the future, so he had never known. He had been too busy trying to keep himself and his friends alive. And, well, after he finally beat Volduhor, there hadn't been anything left to inherit. But his magic had known. And in this time he had destroyed Riddle's soul fragments in both Riddle's diary and Ravenclaw's diadem, 2 more vanquishes. On the other hand, when he thought about it, Gilderoy being Lord Slytherin would drive all the pure-blood old farts barmy. Gryffindor, though, that was a total surprise. Where had that come from? And Gilderoy's mother was a witch. Her family had kicked her out and cut her off from any inheritances for the sin of marrying a muggle. He had had no reason to suspect that a heritage search would reveal anything he didn't already know, so why waste the galleons? And without the addition of Harry's core, he would have been right. But in any case, it meant that magic regarded both him and the child Harry as being the same person. And that his magic and Lockhart's had not intermixed to any real degree, yet. They existed as separate entities that had formed a sharing system. Perhaps someday they might fully merge, but Harry Gilderoy figured it might take decades. While Harry Gilderoy was contemplating these possible facts, the goblins had both the adult and the child wizard sign new heritage search parchments. Harry's displayed. House of Potter, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Peverell, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Gryffindor, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Slytherin, Lord, by right of magical conquest. House of Gaunt, Lord, by right of magical conquest. His matched Gilderoys except for houses Lockhart and Black. That Harry's didn't include Black made sense because Sirius hadn't yet died and made official the inheritance to the boy. At the moment, Harry Potter was only a possible heir. It wouldn't be official until Lord Black made the announcement or Gringotts probated his will. Harry Gilderoy, though, had been Lord Black for over a decade in the future, so that magic maintained it. Sirius, well, no longer mattered because Harry Gilderoy Lockhart was Lord Black according to his magic. The goblins were as mystified as everyone else, though. That should be impossible, said Ragnarok. One of you should list as a member of the house, not the Lord. There is only one way to test this. He turned to Harry. Lord Potter, give your lordship ring to Mr. Lockhart. He turned and scowled at Lockhart. If the wizard can put the ring on his finger, then he, too, is Lord Potter. And what is true for one is true for the others. Harry looked at Gilderoy hesitantly. The wizard smiled at him broadly. I promise that I will return the ring to you post-haste. I have no desire to be Lord Potter. Harry slowly withdrew the ring from his finger and handed it to Lockhart. Gilderoy just as slowly edged it onto his right-hand ring finger. It adjusted as he did so, growing larger to fit his adult-sized finger. When he let go, it resized to fit perfectly. They both looked over to the goblins, who were staring intently. Finally, Gutslasher looked at Ragnarok and shrugged his shoulders. Gilderoy removed the ring and returned it to Harry. Once it was back on the boy's finger, Gilderoy said, Mr. Potter, I swear I will not make any alterations to your House Potter properties or financial estate without consulting you first unless it is an emergency and those alterations are to your House Potter's benefit. So mote it be, Lumos. Harry said, You don't have to do that. Gilderoy interrupted, Yes, I do. These combined lordships are going to be a nightmare when everyone outside this room discovers their existence. He paused and looked at the two children. First, you are Lord Potter. I will not meddle with anything that is House Potter without your express permission first. I do not wish to be involved and will modify my will accordingly. Second, you do not know this, but your invisibility cloak is an heirloom belonging to the Peverell house, of which you are a direct descendant. There is quite a story behind it, the fable of the three brothers and death. Perhaps I'll tell it to you someday. Both Hermione and Harry looked shocked, probably at the notion that Lockhart not only knew about the cloak, but that he knew so much more about it than they did. I will investigate House Peverell to make sure everything is proper before I turn it over to you as the rightful heir. Hermione asked, But how do you know you aren't the rightful heir? The goblins were listening intently. He smiled wryly. I know my father's lineage as well as my mother's. Nothing in either line provides as solid a link to Peverell House as your invisibility cloak, Mr. Potter. I have my suspicions as to why I am listed as lord of several of your houses, but I cannot speak of them. In any event, I will yield to your superior claims later, after I make sure there are no hidden contracts or claims against the houses that adversely affect you or Miss Granger. They both looked at him questioningly. Such as a marriage contract that circumstances would now activate, he explained. You would be most displeased to discover that in the far past House Peverell made an agreement with House Malfoy, for example, whereby if both houses should have their only children in Hogwarts at the same time, and of the appropriate say they should wed for the continuance of the families. He smirked. Miss Granger might object to that, correct, my dear. The two both had expressions of revulsion, although Hermione still managed to blush a bit. Similarly, I shall vet the other houses, Slytherin, Gaunt, and Gryffindor, before we make any momentous decisions. He smiled confidently. House Black belongs to your godfather, Sirius Black, who is illegally incarcerated in Azkaban prison. I am working on getting him out, by the way. I think you will want to yield the houses Gaunt and Slytherin to me in the future. In the meantime, I shall hold as regent for you on your other houses until you reach your majority. And you will have your hands full with houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Peverell. That's a wife and a concubine for each, you know. He studied the two stunned children. Clearly, they would accomplish nothing more of import today. Just coming to terms with Hermione's new status would take her the rest of the day. And Harry, poor Harry, was completely lost at discovering that not only was he rich, but that he had a home, his home, he could go to this summer. No more Dursleys, ever. Gilderoy would have to bring them back to Gringotts after Christmas to finalize some details. In any case, this certainly moved up his plans for dealing with Slytherin's locket. As Lord Black he wouldn't have to wait for Sirius to get out of Azkaban. He could easily get Creature to fetch the tainted locket, deal with it, and have it ready to present on schedule to Professor Snape. And if he could get the goblins to retrieve the lost House Gaunt ring, well, that would save him considerable time and effort. That only left the Hufflepuff Cup to deal with. And as Lord Black, maybe he could get the goblins to allow him access. If that didn't work, then he could try to use his new seats on the Wizenmaggots, Potter, Black, Gryffindor, and Slytherin, to get a law passed that would allow him access. And in the meantime, his being Lord Black added to his already substantial wealth, as Lockhart made him easily the wealthiest wizard in all of Europe, if not the world. Lord Potter, Lady Dagworth Granger, I suggest you keep today's discoveries quiet while we sort these things out. Lady Dagworth Granger, be sure to owl your parents with a copy of that paperwork. See if they can manage to get Monday off from work so we can consult on exactly what all this means for you and them. At the very least, the three of you will want to examine your vault to see what books and journals your esteemed ancestor has left to you. You might also be able to visit the Dagworth Granger homestead on Monday for a preliminary examination. Who knows, you might want to move there if it's nice enough. And seeing her parents' expressions when they discovered she had turned herself into a cat girl was going to be priceless. Too bad they weren't of Japanese descent. The pranking potential would have been out of sight. He turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I know all this is a shock, but it is imperative you tell no one of your multiple lordships, not even Messrs. Weasley, Miss Lovegood, or Mr. Longbottom. You should also make your ring invisible. Harry looked at him questioningly. Just will that none may see it and it will be. In the middle of all this, a goblin had arrived with a small box. He had handed it to Ragnarok, and now Ragnarok handed it to Hermione. Moments later, she was admiring her new ring, before making it disappear from view as well. He turned to the two goblins. Ragnarok, we will return on Monday to take care of some of this business. If there are other account managers involved, have them at the meeting. Have the property protective enchantment reports available as well as all the relevant financial details on each property. Check for any outstanding betrothal or marriage contracts on all the houses and withhold them until we can carefully examine them. I will expect portkeys to all the properties so that we may view them. If there are any encumbrances, provide all the details and our possible courses of action. Put these in logical and complete order, and in language simple enough for muggles and children to understand with only minimal effort. The goblins grimaced, but nodded agreement. Lockhart also got them to agree to withhold the information on the new lordships for as long as possible. I think we have spent enough time here today. Copy the property reports for Lord Potter and Lady Dagworth Granger. We will be here at 9 in the morning. He waited only long enough for the goblins to hand them the duplicated items, then ushered the children back out into Diagon Alley. How about some ice cream at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor? I think we deserve a treat after all that. The castle's reaction to his return was startling. He could feel the protective enchantments as they started to shift to his control. Apparently, wearing the Lord Gryffindor and Lord Slytherin rings had a few additional perks. He managed, however, to delegate control back to the headmaster before the older wizard realized things had started to change. His new situation, though, meant that the castle's protective enchantments no longer held any restrictions for him. It also meant he could monitor them whenever he wanted. The next morning, at breakfast, he received a Gringotts owl. The estimated market value for the basilisk parts, at current prices and after removing theirs and his reserved portions, was 3 million galleons, mostly in the venom sacs, almost 4 liters, fluids, 16 liters, and 100 square yards of basilisk skin, extremely valuable because it was almost impervious to all spells, even the unforgivables to a mild degree. The letter also included an offer to purchase all the non-reserved parts for a flat 1 million galleons. Gringotts would take the risk on selling the basilisk parts over several years across the world through their connections to prevent flooding the markets and substantially decreasing the estimated income. The world's supply of the venom at present, for example, was less than a liter. They also had the facilities to store the ingredients, whereas Gilderoy did not. He wrote in his counter-offer of 2.5 million. He figured they would settle somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million. It was a fair price, and put their part of deal close to the original 50-50 split they had originally offered. Hey, goblins. Funny how that worked out. Harry Gilderoy didn't care. It was the fame that drove Gilderoy, and Rita Skeeter's articles were doing a fine job of that. He could hardly wait for Monday. That the goblins had made more profit off him in the last 3 months than all their other clients in the last 2 years was incidental. The goodwill he got, though, was worth every galleon. When Harry Gilderoy got down to going after the Hufflepuff Cup, that goodwill would pay dividends. Plus, the massive payout would place him as the richest wizard in the world, by at least triple, and easily provide him the gold coin to fund everything he wanted to do in the next year. In the meantime, his deals for Harry ensured the boy was moving up the ranks as well. But it was kind of funny how both Harry and Gilderoy could care less about the money. Gilderoy only wanted to see his name in the headlines. Harry only wanted to get rid of Voldemort. The money was merely a way of counting their success in achieving those goals. Gilderoy thought it was a pity, though, that the wizarding world would never know he had saved them from complete destruction. Harry wasn't disappointed in the slightest. After breakfast, he retired to his office, calling out, "Creature." As soon as the door closed, there was a long silence. Then, pop. Creature comes. Who is this filthy half-blood? Creature cannot resist. How? Creature's bad master is in Azkaban and no others can call. The house elf looked around suspiciously. Gilderoy smiled broadly at the little creature. I am Lord Black. The elf made an ugly grimace. Impossible. Filthy half-blood cannot be lord of noble and ancient pure blood House Black. Creature go. The house elf disappeared with a pop. Harry Gilderoy laughed. Charming as ever, he said under his breath. Creature, as Lord Black I order you to appear here. Pop. Creature comes again. How can filthy half-blood command Creature? Before the house elf could leave a second time, Harry Gilderoy said jovially, striking a commanding pose, Creature, how would you like to finish what your good master Black told you to do? Creature stared at him suspiciously. Creature wonders how detestable half-blood knows of good master. How I know is unimportant, Gilderoy said with an elegant wave of his hand. That I do know your good master Regulus ordered you to destroy a certain locket, which you have been unable to do, is all you need to know. Foul wizard is lying to Creature, to trick Creature. The house elf scowled, taking a half-step toward Lockhart. Creature cannot attack horrible half-blood. Creature. Gilderoy hardened his voice. Creature, I order you to bring me the locket you were ordered to destroy. Now. Creature stood there a moment, clearly fighting the compulsion to obey. Then he disappeared. Several minutes passed. Gilderoy was patient. Even a house elf needed time to fetch something under lock and key. Just as he was becoming annoyed, Creature returned. The only sign of the locket was his tightly closed right hand. Excellent, Harry Gilderoy said happily. He looked down at the house elf. Can you feel the evil taint in that locket, Creature? He asked softly. Creature gave him an uncertain look. Dark thing is more than just dark, Creature thinks. Is why good master told Creature to destroy it. How does miserable half-blood feel it? Is it a trick? He mumbled to himself. Follow me, Gilderoy ordered, flicking his wand and casting a disillusionment charm on the house elf. Moments later, He was walking back and forth in front of a wall on the 7th floor. Creature watched him scowling. He was only marginally surprised when a door appeared. Once inside the cleansing chamber, Harry turned to the unhappy house elf. Creature, the wizard that created the dark spell on that locket is the same wizard who killed your good master. Your good master knew what that spell was and knew it had to be destroyed. He was willing to die to destroy that magic. Creature stared at him scowling. This room is specially designed to destroy that spell without harming the object itself. Together, we will complete the task given to you by your good master Regulus. Creature tried everything to destroy the locket. Fire, acid, beating, everything. Nothing worked. This shan't work. Then you have nothing to lose in doing it, right? Reluctantly, scowling fiercely, Creature agreed. Place the locket in the middle of the room. He did, the chain wrapping around the locket. We have to wait an hour. Tell me about your good master. Gilderoy sat on the floor, motioning Creature to join him. Harry had never talked with Sirius about his younger brother. He only knew that Sirius had hated the boy for joining with Volduhor. And Harry had been too busy fighting the war to sit and talk with the house elf before he died defending the Black Mansion. And he knew better than to ask the house elf's opinion of Sirius. Finally, an hour had passed. Gilderoy stood and then crouched down beside the initiating circle in the floor and held out his wand. Put your hand on mine. Tentatively, the house elf wrapped his long fingers around Gilderoy's hand. Gilderoy placed the wand tip on the edge of the circle and said, Exorcismus Immundus Spiritus. He stood and said, We must hurry, and hustled the elf out of the chamber and closed the door. And now, we wait again. So, what other pranks did Regulus play on Sirius? 15 minutes passed rather quickly, and they entered the chamber to see the locket gleaming on the floor. Creature ran over and grabbed it. Do you feel anything from it, Creature? Nothing. Creature looked up at him and smiled, a scary thing to behold. Creature has done what good master Regulus wanted. Creature is happy. Gilderoy smiled, excellent. He stepped over to the house elf. May I see it for a moment, please? I will give it back. Reluctantly, yet oddly happy, the house elf handed over the locket. Gilderoy pressed the button and the locket popped open. Unlike the last time he had seen the evil artifact, this time there were no blood-red eyes staring back at him. The chamber had removed all the enchantments. Volduhor must have subverted the original enchantment by Salazar into becoming a part of his Horcrux. Now it was merely a gold locket with nothing of import inside. He reached into his pocket and removed a galleon. He studied the locket and its chain carefully, then changed the galleon into a duplicate, putting enough magic into it to make it permanent. He held the duplicate out to Creature. Creature, this locket is a priceless artifact that I would like to return to Hogwarts for everyone to see. Will you accept this duplicate I created as a remembrance of your good master Regulus? It will be yours forever, and I swear on my magic as Lord Black that I will not take it from you, nor have anyone take it from you. I further forbid any member of the Black family, in perpetuity, to take it from you, on pain of expelling them from the family. It will be yours and only yours. So mote it be, Lumos. His wand tip glowed, and there's a spell on it that allows you, Creature, to call the locket to yourself if it ever gets lost. You would do that for Creature. Creature had giant tears dripping from his eyes. Harry took the duplicate locket and draped it around Creature's neck. Gilderoy left Creature alone for the next half hour as he cradled the locket and cried in happiness at finally completing his master's order, and receiving such a fine remembrance. Finally, Gilderoy interrupted. Creature, now that you have finished your beloved master's last order, it is time you took care of the mansion. It is so filthy right now, that not even a muggle would want to walk inside, not to mention how revolted a pure blood would be to see it. A pure blood would assume you were a bad house elf and dismiss you immediately. Creature gave him a horrified look. But I know you were distracted by your last order from your good master Regulus, so you needn't worry about that. I want you to clean the house from top to bottom, so that it looks as if it were brand new. Take a spare trunk from storage and place all the dark or cursed artifacts you find in that trunk. Get a second trunk and put all the cursed books in it. I want the house so safe a muggle or child could walk through it without fear of anything bad happening. Not that I plan to have any Muggle children wandering in it, but still, it's the thought that counts. Creature leapt to his feet about to pop off his new mission. Wait, ordered the wizard, you are an important member of the Black family. That means I want you to take care of yourself. He stared at the surprised elf. You are not to work yourself into exhaustion. When you are hungry, get a proper meal to eat. When you are tired, rest. You can use your resting time to plan what needs to be done next and the easiest way to do it properly, if you want. When you are sleepy, I want you to sleep. Most importantly, do not punish yourself. If you feel you need punishment, you will tell me, and why, and I will decide. Is that clear? Creature nodded, staring at him and frowning. You cannot do your job properly if you are tired, hungry, or hurt. I will not be pleased, he said imperiously, his hands on his hips and dramatically posed looking down his nose at the diminutive house elf, if I call for you and find you too tired to do what I need because you overworked yourself. If you need help, you will tell me and I will see about getting you more help. Is this all clear? Again, Creature nodded. Excellent. We have an accord. He was about to dismiss the house elf when he had another thought. As the portrait of Mrs. Black in the main hall. Yes, Creature answered. Excellent. Please remove it and place it in storage with the other portraits in the black vaults. Getting that insane biddy out of the house would go a long ways to making the place habitable once more. Off you go now, he waved his hands genially, motioning the house elf away. Creature ped off. Harry Gilderoy sighed. Maybe by the time Sirius got out of Azkaban and St. Mungo's the house at 12 Grimmauld Place wouldn't be so miserable a place to live. He headed back to his office. He was expecting delivery of his basilisk parts this afternoon. He planned to get the skin to an armorer as soon as possible. Wearing that during a battle would make him almost impervious to any magical spells. And as tough as it was, even common swords and knives would have difficulty making an impression on it, never mind actually penetrating it. The armorer would have quite a chore ahead of him. But that was all right. He would give the wizard enough skin for 2 outfits, let him keep the extra, and Lockhart would get the work done free. Thursday, and Christmas Eve, came quickly and the staff had a small Christmas party after tea. Gilderoy had been unhappy to hear that Professor Snape had been an absolute cad on his date with Sinistra. He had been sullen and rude to the poor woman. Humph. See if he ever did any more favors for the stupid git. He had situated himself between Sinistra and McGonagall at the tea and flirted shamelessly with both. Afterwards, at the party, he had sent a Hogwarts elf to his room to retrieve his record player. It was a Muggle device, but he had substituted a spinning charm for the motor. A sonorous charm on the needle had supplied the amplification. As a result, he spent the evening dancing with the witches, but spending most of it with Sinistra and McGonagall. Somewhere along the way, the butterbeers became shots of fire whiskey. The next morning, Christmas morning, Harry woke to perhaps the best Christmas presents he had ever received, 2 very accommodating witches. The 3 missed most of the morning feast, but none of them felt unhappy about that in the slightest. The few students in residence were shocked to see the 3 walk in together, laughing and in very good moods. Professor McGonagall's magnificent smile instead of her normally stern visage was what startled them the most, Harry Gilderoy thought. Harry Gilderoy surprised the 2 witches when he gave them presents at the table, a wand holster each, with automatic sizing, comfort, invisibility, and anti-summoning runes. He had explained that they never needed to worry about not having their wands available when needed, as he had worn his all night and they had never noticed. They had both apologized profusely for not having anything as nice a gift for him. I merely wanted you 2 fine ladies always to be safe, and the holsters are appropriate for your positions as professors at this fine institution, he had happily explained. He didn't mention that Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna also received the same gift. In addition, those 3 had received their special duplicate wands and holsters. The note included had advice on where to wear the new wands, tied to their legs at all times, with a stern warning that they were not to be used at Hogwarts unless in an emergency. At home, they could use them as much as they wanted. Neville would get his when he returned to school. Dobby had been quite busy trying to capture their expressions, without anyone seeing him, when they opened them. After breakfast, The three made their separate ways to their rooms to put away their gifts. The students never noticed that the three then met again at his room, leaving only for tea and then returned. How he had managed to talk the two witches into such a marathon game of exploding snap left both witches wondering and laughing for days. The variations he had come up with as extra penalties for holding the exploding card might have had something to do with it though. McGonagall still chuckled at the memory of watching Sinistra trying to pat her head, rub her stomach, and hop on one foot, all at the same time. And that karaoke singing had been hilarious, especially after the third fire whiskey. And the Monopoly game, what a strangely engrossing Muggle game it had been. Who knew Sinistra was such a cutthroat capitalist? Dobby, of course, was keeping track of the Golden Duo. Their third and fourth were spending the halls at home. Dobby had a wizarding camera to catch all the highlights of their expedition into enemy territory. And while Hermione was distracted, he carefully decanted the rest of the polyjuice into potion bottles and dropped 2 into her pocket for future reference. He kept the others in stasis against a future need. Late that evening, both Dobby and Harry Gilderoy had spent an hour laughing at the pictures of Harry discovering too late that he should have resized his underwear, shoes, and belts before drinking the polyjuice. And while Hermione would probably never find the situation funny, seeing her change into a cat girl was simply too hysterical for words. Plus, Cat Hermione was just so cute. He definitely was going to blow that one up into a poster for his office. Harry Gilderoy visited the hospital wing shortly after visiting hours were over. "Ah, Miss Granger, how delightful to see you are in fine health after your accident," he said as he walked over to her. He flicked his wand and moved some screens into place so that casual lookers in the morning would not see the poor witch. She whimpered slightly. He studied her with a critical eye. "I must say, you are quite a cute cat girl." He paused a moment as she stared morosely at the bedspread. He couldn't tell if she was blushing. As depressed as she was, probably not. "Do you know that no one has ever studied what happens when someone accidentally ingests an animal hair instead of a human hair in polyjuice?" She gave him a horrified look. How had he guessed? "I should think," he continued, "that an in-depth thesis on all the symptoms and how they fade through time would be a potions article of some fame. It would make quite a splash with the most extraordinary society of potioneers, I'm sure. Especially coming from someone with the surname Dagworth Granger. You could start by cataloging all the changes and, most importantly, what didn't change. Of course, you would have to provide pictures of the progression. I suggest a front and back picture at the start of every day, with close-ups of certain features such as the ears, eyes, tail, fingers, toes, and chest. And a sample of the potion you actually used, vetted by a master potioneer, would be most helpful." He carefully placed 2 vials on her nightstand, one with a potion in it and the other with a cat hair. "Once you have all your material, you can then select which pictures to use. You'd have to study doostly hard, but you could take your potions owl at the end of next year. Because this is a newt-level potion you brewed, publication of the article shortly thereafter would get you your newt, especially considering the groundbreaking nature of your thesis." He grinned at her shocked expression. "We can explain the accident as a special project approved by Professor Snape, and that the hair was just an unexpected contamination. A second year, who shall remain nameless, gave you the cat hair as a prank, not realizing the seriousness of messing with polyjuice." The cat girl looked at him, eyes wide and ears slightly bent back. That was the cat equivalent of astonished disbelief, Harry decided, based on the way her emotions spiked. He smiled. "Leave the git to me. He will cooperate. The, or else, was left unspoken. I'll be here first thing tomorrow morning, at 7, with Mr. Potter, and we'll start the first series of pictures." As he turned away, he said, "Don't worry about the goblins and Monday. A glamour will suffice for your appearance in public." "Good morning, Miss Granger," Gilderoy said, a yawning Harry following him around the rolling curtains separating Hermione's bed from the others in the ward. Hermione blinked at them sleepily, their arrival awakening her. "I have the camera." He held up the item. He handed it to Harry and quickly showed him how to operate it, including loading in new film, while Hermione rubbed the sleep from her eyes and sat up. He pulled her from the bed and had Harry take a picture of them, with Gilderoy smiling broadly and Hermione looking confused. "Excellent. Miss Granger, I took the liberty of drawing up a list of the pictures we'll need for your thesis. He moved one of the screens over to provide a neutral backdrop. You stand there, he directed her. Turn your back to us. Yes, just like that. Now take off your gown. At her hesitation and horrified look, he added, not to worry, my dear young witch, you are furred. We cannot see anything that you might consider embarrassing at this stage of the game. In fact, you are far better covered than any of the times that you visited the French Riviera with your parents. At the mention of the Riviera she gave him a sharp look. How had he known they had been there? But somewhat mollified, she complied. Gilderoy wanded the gown to her bed. Excellent. Harry, take the first picture of her. Okay. Miss Granger, turn 45 degrees to your left. Picture. Harry. Excellent. Now another 45 degrees for a profile. Picture. Harry. Now, Miss Granger, turn to your right so we see you at a 45-degree angle. Picture. Another 45 to the right for a profile. Picture. Harry. It was at this point that Madame Pomfrey interrupted, Professor Lockhart. What are you doing? After his explanation and a subtle confundus spell, she returned to her office mollified with the understanding that this was all in the name of advancing their understanding of magic. Nothing naughty going on here. Now, Harry, a close-up of her tail. Now the tip. By the time they finished with close-ups of her ears, as well as her eyes, nose, mouth, teeth, hands, fingers, feet, and toes, the little witch so used to his commands that she didn't even bat an eye when Harry took full frontal pictures and then moved in close for her chest. That she now had 6 instead of 2 simply provided a few more pictures, and outside of a moment of stunned surprise from Harry, they finished up rather quickly. All told, Harry used up 2 rolls of film. As Gilderoy explained, they didn't know exactly which pictures would be most useful, so it was better to have too many than too few. Be prepared, was his motto. After all, Harry would develop the pictures and put them in a well-warded filing case for Hermione's thesis. He taught them the notice me not and silencing spells so they wouldn't be disturbed while taking the pictures. Gilderoy snickered as he left Harry and Hermione having their breakfast. By the end of January, both children wouldn't even realize that the final week's pictures would be of the witch completely without fur. And neither would think anything unusual about it, and that should help move their relationship along. Ah, Severus, just the wizard I wanted to see. They were in the dungeons. Professor Snape hadn't been at breakfast, apparently taking it in his rooms. Gilderoy met the man just as he was leaving his office. The wizard scowled. He was nearly as unhappy to see Lockhart as the other was pleased to see him. Unfortunately, it being a Saturday and the holidays, he couldn't beg off claiming a class or other pressing matter. Gilderoy steered the potions master back towards his office. I have a proposal for you, one which I'm sure you will see great advantages in accepting. And you know that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor would never steer you wrong. He paused for the expected fawning that most of his fans rendered unto him, but the other professor only scowled. Lockhart pretended to ignore that reaction. The pompous professor continued as if he had received the anticipated response, and raising an eyebrow in inquiry, said, "What would you say if I told you a second-year student has successfully brewed a perfect cauldron of polyjuice?" The other sneered at him. "I would call you a liar. That is a Newt-level potion and quite out of the skill range of any non-OW-led student. And I know none of the dunderheads in my second-year classes could even come close to doing it." Disgusted, he made to move around the DADA professor. Lockhart lifted a small vial out of his pocket and held it before Snape's eyes, grinning widely and showing off his beautiful teeth. Snape sighed and glared at Lockhart in a manner indicating he felt much put upon, but he took the vial and pulled out his wand. After a diagnostic spell, he looked over to Gilderoy and frowned. He cast another. Then he removed the cap and looked at the fluid. He waved his hand over the open vial and took a delicate sniff from a safe distance. Some potions were too dangerous to risk sniffing directly from the mouth of their vial. He gave a measured look at the other professor as he resealed the small bottle, skepticism clear. He sneered, "From whom did you buy this?" Gilderoy gave him another broad smile and struck a pose as he lifted his wand. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, adventurer extraordinaire, swear on my magic that the vial of polyjuice I just gave you was brewed by a second-year student in Hogwarts, brewing completed yesterday, unassisted by any older student, adult, or other magical creature. So mote it be, Lumos. The wand lit up brightly. Snape's expression changed to one of incredulity, and he again tested the vial. Who? He demanded. If what Gilderoy had said was true, then this was a talent that he wanted to train. Ah, that's the rub, my dear fellow. Before I reveal that student's identity, I need your promise to listen to the complete story and my offer before making any rash decisions. Professor Snape studied the dandy standing before him, scowling, glancing at the vial in his left hand. This had to be a trick, he just knew it. He gave a small sigh, but any student capable of such a remarkable job of potioneering was a genius. It would be a real joy to have someone of that caliber in his classes. But how had he not noticed such an extraordinary talent? Gilderoy steered the man into his office. After sitting, he placed the vial prominently in the center of Snape's desk, and then pulled a tiny box out of one of his pockets and put it on Snape's desk. He tapped the box with his wand and it quickly grew to a reasonable shoebox size. He leaned back in his chair, put his elbows on the arm supports, and laced his fingers together in front of him. This whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco has incited 4 students to search for the so-called heir of Slytherin. They decided that the only thing to do was to sneak into Slytherin House and spy for information, under the mistaken impression that one Draco Malfoy was the hidden heir. He could see that Snape anticipated where this was going. Harry Potter. The potions professor's face reddened in anger. In their infinite wisdom, they decided that the solution was to brew polyjuice. They set up their cauldron in a remote location and one of them took on the task of brewing the difficult potion. The brewing started the day after Mr. Creevey was petrified. For 6 weeks and 6 days she brewed and yesterday it was completed. He waved at the vial. My stolen boomslang skin. The professor started to get to his feet. Ah, wait until I finish, Gilderoy chided, you promised. Glaring, the irate professor subsided, slumping back into his chair. It was only his promise to listen to the whole story that prevented him from immediately raging out of the room and tracking down Harry and his posse, and tossing them out Hogwarts gates. I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor immediately noticed something was going on when they started. Oh, yeah, he was laying it on thick. I did not survive my many remarkable adventures by not being observant, don't you know? For details, refer to my many books. I have quite the eye for detail, you know, finely honed by years of tracking deadly monsters in their own home ranges. He was laying it on a bit thick just to annoy the other professor. I have been watching the brewer at work this entire time. A simple alert charm on their hidden cauldron warned me whenever she, or anyone else, approached it. He smiled. My house elf watched them quite closely to make sure nothing went wrong with her potion, with strict instructions not to interfere. He paused. Dobby. The potions professor barely changed expression as the named elf ped into the room. Dobby was dressed quite spiffily for an elf. Instead of a ragged towel, he had what appeared to be a lavender towel worn as a mid-back length cape and another teal thigh-length towel set tailored as robes, with pockets, all meticulously ironed. In addition, he wore one sock of aqua blue and the other a deep reddish brown. The edge of a pair of gloves were artfully protruding from a side pocket and a handkerchief from a east pocket. Even for a wizard he would have been rather nattily dressed. Gilderoy knew that this revelation of his owning Dobby would provoke some serious thinking on the other wizard's part. But it was necessary. Yes, I hired the house elf that Malfoy released. He gave the other wizard an aloof expression. The house elf is no longer affected by the insanity of his previous owner and is quite an efficient fellow. He turned his attention to the creature. Dobby, is that the vial of polyjuice you decanted from the cauldron in Myrtle's toilets? He pointed at the vial on the desk. Toilets, Snape exclaimed, shock overcoming his anger. This was brewed in a toilet stall. He sat upright. Dobby gave the vial a close look without touching it. Yes, Master Lockhart, it is. And did you watch the brewer of this polyjuice potion every time she checked on the potion, and stirred and added ingredients? Yes, Master Lockhart. Dobby was good behavior today, not nearly as excitable as he was around Harry Potter. If he only knew. Did you assist the brewer in any way, shape, or form in brewing this polyjuice potion? No, Master Lockhart. Were there any others besides the brewer and her 3 companions who approached the cauldron while it was brewing, and did they do anything to it? Only the ghost Moaning Myrtle saw the cauldron, and she merely looked at it, Master Lockhart. The brewer's companions sometimes checked it while she was not there, but they never did anything to it. They had carefully rehearsed what Dobby would say, only the truth, but in syntactically complete sentences without the hyperactivity he normally displayed. Gilderoy smiled at the house elf. Return to your duties, please. Yes, Master Lockhart, Dobby said, hoping out immediately afterwards. Now, don't get your knickers in a bunch, the bee-haired dandy said to the fuming potion master. This, he continued, tapping the box on the desk with his wand, contains all the ingredients required for polyjuice, including boomslang skin. Enough to make 12 doses. He smiled broadly as he lounged back in his chair. Everything in the box is, of course, under a stasis spell to preserve its freshness. Granger, sneered the still irate potions master. I'll see her and Potter expelled for this. He almost smiled at the thought of finally tossing Potter out on his ear. That know-it-all mudblood would go with him made it all that much more satisfactory. This had always puzzled Harry. Snape knew that Harry was essential to Dumbledore's plans. Yet he persisted in this fantasy that Albus would punish Harry by forcing him to leave. Was the wizard so far removed from reality that he couldn't see his hopes would never see fruition no matter how terribly Harry might act? Why, Gilderoy suspected Harry could kill Draco and the headmaster would dismiss it as an unavoidable accident and allow him to escape serious punishment. I doubt that, Gilderoy said, disparagingly. After all, you now have your private stock replenished with double what she took, so you can't claim that as a reason. In addition, when word gets out just how good of a potionist she is, others will ridicule you for allowing such a talent to escape your training. Not to mention for failing to recognize what was right in front of you. He smirked at the wizard. And it would be like cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, I believe not even the incomparable Miss Evans could have accomplished that potion in her 2nd year. It was a calculated risk, mentioning her in this context, but it should jolt the immature get into thinking twice before rejecting Gilderoy's offer outright. Professor Snape scowled, seething inside, barely containing his fury at the popinjay daring to mention Lily. But he was right, Snape had to admit to himself. Lily, talented though she was, would have had a great deal of difficulty brewing polyjuice as a 2nd year. Lockhart could practically read his mind just from his expressions. Severus hated to admit it, but that soft-hearted old goat shagger of a headmaster would see the return of the ingredients as leveling the account. In fact, he would probably award her points for doing it. And while he disliked the mudblood, if it was true that she could brew a perfect batch of polyjuice as a 2nd year, to ignore her talents would call into question his abilities. Now, instead of giving her detentions forever, as I'm sure you burn to do, you should make her your assistant instead. Not apprentice, though. There are many reasons for not doing that, as you well understand. For the rest of the year, though, give her all the homework assignments from the 1st-year students to correct. Snape looked ready to explode. Just imagine how much private research you can accomplish now that you no longer have to waste 3 or 4 hours every week correcting the dunderheaded blatherings of incompetent and venial 1st years. Snape still looked angry, but now there was a bit of thoughtfulness in it. That was an enticing offer. More time for his projects. Less time wasted on incompetent and troll-like idiots. And you can foist off some of Madame Pomfrey's potion requests onto her, giving you more private time still. I imagine that if you kept the total time to under 5 hours a week, no one, least of all her, would complain. 5 hours to devote to your own work, every week. 5 hours you don't have to waste monitoring detentions, she can watch them clean cauldrons as easily as yourself. Which was how the wizard normally conducted his detentions, grading homework assignments while the students scrubbed cauldrons. And when your Slytherin students object, Pick the best potioneer to grade some of the other years. Once word of the tedium and lost study time gets out, they will stop complaining. Snape sat silent for several minutes. It wasn't hard to follow his thoughts just by observation. While he hated Harry Potter, and by extension, anyone he associated with, he didn't really hate those others except for how they wasted his time. Clearly, Granger had a talent he could use to give himself more time for his projects and research. And next year, you can give her both first and second year assignments to correct, giving you even more time while destroying what little free time she has. Snape stared coldly at the DADA professor. Why are you doing this? He paused a moment. You didn't have to tell me this, nor replace the stolen ingredients. Nor place such a hard sell on the witch's talents. If you had said nothing, I never would have known, suspected. But never known. Gilderoy gave the other a chagrined smile. Well, things didn't go as smoothly as they should have. He shrugged elegantly. While the polyjuice was brewed to perfection, their plan did not go as efficiently. He sighed. One impersonated Mr. Crabbe and snuck into the Slytherin common room behind Mr. Malfoy only to discover that the wizard knew as little as they did about the heir. Snape was impressed in spite of himself at their success, and farther infuriated him that they had defiled his Slytherin house. Lockhart smiled ruefully. Miss Granger, on the other hand, failed to acquire a hair from Miss Bulstrode, instead getting a hair from the witch's cat. What? That did bring a startled expression to the other professor's face. Yes, she is now in the hospital wing. A quite cute cat girl, if I say so myself. Snape leaned back in his chair, smirking. Serves the little thief right. Harry, Gilderoy waved his hand dismissively. That doesn't matter. Nothing a glamour can't hide until it wears off. However, what I need from you is your cooperation in fabricating a story to back her up. You see, she plans to write a thesis on her human-to-animal polyjuice accident. Isn't it interesting that polyjuice, which normally wears off in an hour, appears to go for weeks when an animal hair is used? When the witch takes arithmancy, I'm sure she'll get another thesis out of analyzing what happened and discovering why. Between the two, I'm sure she'll easily acquire both her potions and arithmancy NEWTs in 6th year. I thought we could say you had a client request some polyjuice and drafted the girl to brew it as a test, having noticed her remarkable talent in the classroom. The cat hair was just a bit of accidental contamination, and as a cautionary tale on verifying your materials before using them. That she is now your assistant would provide additional evidence. And why should I cooperate in your little plot? The angry professor sneered, looking for any reason to deny Lockhart his objective. Gilderoy smiled broadly and drew out 3 small vials. Would 2 ounces of basilisk blood and a 1/4 ounce each of basilisk eye fluid and venom be a sufficient incentive to procure your agreement? He placed the 3 vials on Snape's desk. The value of the 3 easily totaled more than Professor Snape earned in 2.5 years at Hogwarts. And certainly far more than the school's yearly ingredients budget. Professor Snape, it seemed, was more than willing to be of assistance. He did insist that Harry suffer a week's detention for the ingredients wasted when their pyrotechnics disrupted their class and gave Hermione time to pillage his private stock. He, of course, would change his protection enchantments so that such a tactic would fail in the future. A small price to pay, Gilderoy thought. And wasn't Hermione going to be surprised when Professor Snape walked into the hospital wing and dropped off all those ungraded scrolls with the orders that she was now his grading assistant? One day of training her in what Snape expected, and Snape would get many days of fruitful private potioneering in exchange. And the girl would be deliriously happy at the prospect of being a professor's assistant. The greasy-haired git was already planning how to use his newly created free time, the Beyond Ponce noticed as he left the dour wizard's office. A visit home to his family took the rest of the day. His mother was overjoyed to see him and quizzed him relentlessly on his new position. He told her of his adventure with the basilisk and the coming news story next week. He also told them he was moving them to a new home that better suited his position in life, Lord Black. His 2 older sisters were also visiting, and he extended his offer of new homes to them, as well. They made plans to visit several House Black properties in Muggle areas, as well as contingency plans to build anew if they didn't like any of those. Nothing said they had to move to an existing residence. And they were delighted to hear that they wouldn't have to take care of their new homes themselves, as he planned to make sure each had a house elf to handle the cooking and cleaning. That this also allowed him to put up protective enchantments to keep them safe from Death Eaters and others jealous of his fame and fortune wasn't mentioned. Gilderoy planned to see more of his family in the future, now that he had assured his future, and he wanted nothing to interfere with that goal. Mr. Potter followed through Sunday morning with visiting Hermione and getting the daily pictures, according to the list Gilderoy provided. It took longer this time because they both kept referring to the list, but soon it would become a rote procedure, done automatically without much thought. Madame Pomfrey at first opposed the idea, but after consulting with Gilderoy, had no objections to Harry being the lone thesis photographer. He was, already, one of her favorite patients, with unfailing manners, always following her orders to the letter. He would never do anything inappropriate, she knew, especially after Gilderoy casted a suitable confundo on her, of course. Madame Pomfrey decided that Hermione, with a bit of a nudge, no spells from Harry, Gilderoy could attend her classes under a glamour during the day. She had to spend the nights in the hospital wing, though. Harry, Gilderoy was sure Harry would sneak in under his cloak for many of those. Nothing naughty would happen, they'd just talk and study, he was sure. Harry in second year was far too passive and afraid of rejection to initiate anything that others might even remotely consider naughty. No to mention he would be terrified of bollocksing up his friendship with the little witch. And he knew Hermione had a solid grounding in education and would keep things under control. Sunday night, well after curfew, found Gilderoy sauntering up Diagon Alley towards the offices of the Daily Prophet. Rita was surprised to see him arrive, but relaxed when he explained, "I wanted to see tomorrow's paper tonight. And make sure we both are happy with what appears." She had smirked. She knew he would heartily approve of her blockbuster articles. While waiting for the first copies to roll off the press, Harry, Gilderoy had talked an enthusiastic Rita into giving him a tour of the printing plant. It was a simple enough matter to get her to leave him to watch over the typesetter as he laid her article to bed. With a notice me not in place, he quickly carved a few runes into the press's ink barrel: trust, believe, and a set that made you want to read the entire paper. Why he had never thought to do this for his books, he couldn't understand. Sure, he would have had to research the runes, but the payoff was well worth the effort. Harry wouldn't let him do it now, but still. The runes, powered by Gilderoy's initial charge and without a charging rune of their own, would run down in about a week. By then, everyone would be praising him and distrustful of the great Dumbledore. He would have to make it a habit to recharge them whenever an appropriate article appeared. Eventually, he would remove them lest someone find and abuse them. And put a few self-charging runes on the presses to remove any enchantments should any others with questionable moral try to repeat his trick with the ink. After taking a couple of copies of the freshly printed news parchments, he returned to Hogwarts. He debated just staying awake but decided to nap the 5 hours before his next appointment. At 5 a.m., he arrived in the ministry's atrium and found his way to the Auror's offices, where he accosted a tired wizard filling out paperwork at his desk. "Excuse me, my good wizard," he grinned his brilliant smile. "But I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, need to speak with Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The man stared at him, shook his head, and said, "She shan't be in until 8. "Ah, well, that just shan't do." He pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet and showed the man the news parchment. The man stared, astonished, at the picture and headlines dominating the front page: "Lockhart kills deadly monster." And below that, "Mystery monster stalked Hogwarts, students, 1 confirmed dead." And below that it said, "Headmaster befuddled for 50 years, did nothing to protect students." A side article's headline asked, "Is Dumbledore senile or incompetent?" The wizard reached to grab the paper to read it, but Harry put it back in his pocket. He was pleased to see his runes worked. "I think," he continued, "that Madame Bones will be most upset if you tell her you could have warned her of this before the public saw it. And didn't." 10 minutes later, He was sitting in her office, watching as she scowled while reading the news parchment. It was loaded with articles about the chamber, monsters that could kill or petrify with a look, the 4 founders, and an absolutely brilliant piece, in Gilderoy's opinion, about him and his accomplishments, including his tenure so far at Hogwarts. It was by far the best piece in the entire news parchment. Rita had done a masterful job researching the history of the chamber. She had the entire fiasco involving Hagrid down pat, ridiculing both the ministry and the previous headmaster, Armando Dippet, for ignoring the facts and going for a simple scapegoat. Harry's memory of what Tom had shown him had helped considerably. She had then pointed out how Dumbledore, as headmaster, had known, or at the very least, suspected the truth, and yet failed in every particular to correct the injustice as well protect the students in his school from being at risk from the basilisk in the future when he became headmaster. The least he could have done was seal up the known access point for the beast, the witches' toilets on the 1st floor. But he had done nothing for Hagrid or the students. He had just wasted 50 years with his wand up his. Well, Rita let the readers finish that sentence themselves. She had then pointed out how he had done nothing this year to protect the students from what he clearly knew was a dangerous beast, not even closing the toilets that he had to know hid the entrance the beast had used. He had played fast and loose with their lives. Only by the most incredible luck was a student petrified instead of killed, unlike the previous time with Myrtle when someone had opened the chamber. And how he had been oh so content to wait until spring to cure the petrified boy and find out what had happened. It had taken the intervention of the skilled and expert professor of the school's DADA to acquire the proper ingredients to cure the student, at the professor's own expense, no less. The famous Professor Lockhart was more concerned with the welfare of the students than the school's headmaster. The headmaster obviously put money ahead of worry about a student's education. Then she had gone into a rant about how little he seemed to protect the students, using last year's 4 attempts on Harry Potter's life as an example. Her concluding paragraph pointed out that it took a newly hired Gilderoy Lockhart to deduce the identity of the monster, find its lair, and deal with the threat. And Gilderoy Lockhart, brilliant world-famous celebrity though he might be, had only graduated from Hogwarts 12 years before. He was a new hire, for Merlin's sake. What was the great headmaster Dumbledore, the so-called greatest wizard of the century, doing during the last 50 years that he couldn't manage this? Was he incompetent? Was he senile? Or did he know and simply not care about the students? It seems, Rita wrote, that Dumbledore can't be so great if a new hire, Gilderoy Lockhart, can do what he hadn't been able to do in 50 years. Does that mean that Gilderoy is a greater wizard than Dumbledore? Finally, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement slammed the paper down on her desk and glared at him. He smiled wryly. Considering that the headmaster never told the parents that a basilisk has been running around in Hogwarts since Halloween, I thought you might be interested. Bearing in mind that Dumbledore is also Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizenmaggots, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, perhaps it's just a matter of one man being stretched too far. From my understanding, each of those jobs would take the full-time attention of one wizard, yet he is trying to do them all himself. Perhaps he should pass up on 3 of those positions and devote his full attention to just one. In any case, while I am not one to tell someone else how to do their job, perhaps you should interview the headmaster and the Hogwarts staff today as to the situation there over the last few months. Find out what they knew, when they knew it, and what they did to safeguard the lives of your niece and the rest of the students. From the sour expression on her face, he knew that the headmaster was not going to be given easy, simple questions to answer. You know from the memories you took from Mr. Potter last November how dangerous the castle was last year to him. This year the danger seems to have expanded to include all the students. Can you imagine the loss to the wizarding world if the basilisk had happened into the Great Hall during a feast? An entire generation wiped out in mere seconds. And Headmaster Dumbledore never seemed worried in the slightest. He paused, as if a new thought had struck him. Is it possible the headmaster was in control of the beast? He stood as if horrified at the thought. No, that couldn't possibly be true. He is the leader of the light, after all. He sighed. Maybe he is a gray wizard and has managed to fool us all this time. He paced back and forth across her office for a minute before sitting back down. The head of the DMLE looked distinctly unhappy at that thought. Because it is the halls, you needn't worry about disrupting the school's schedule. The headmaster always is at breakfast, and if you arrive before the owls do, at 8 a.m., you can catch him before he has seen the Daily Prophet or received a warning from a friend who has seen it. Don't give him time to think up a suitable explanation and tell the rest of the staff what they should say. When he does see the Daily Prophet, he will already have told you his version. If his explanations are lacking when compared with the known facts, well, need I say more about trusting his veracity in the future? To start things off, he withdrew a small vial from his pocket and placed it on the edge of her desk. Here is what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. I skipped some of the more mundane aspects of my confrontation. I'm sure you'll understand. I do want to put out a book of the entire experience, you know. He knew she would have several others view the memories with her, and they would spread rumors across the country, raising anticipations at seeing the rest of the week's The Daily Prophet. And spreading his fame that much farther. She nodded slowly while looking at the vial of memories. He stood. Well, now that that's all sorted, I'll get back to Hogwarts. You should have plenty of time to review that memory and prepare an investigative team for the staff. I would suggest that the headmaster be interviewed here at the ministry while the staff is interviewed at the school. You might want to dispatch some Aurors to interview a few of the more important Hogwarts children at their homes, preferably before the Daily Prophet arrives to complicate things. Perhaps Mr. Longbottom, Miss Abbott, the Weasley children, Mr. Malfoy, your niece, and so forth. You needn't bother with Mr. Potter or Miss Granger, you will see them in the memories I left you. Besides, I will be conducting them to Gringotts for some unfinished business today. If you would like to speak with them, I would be happy to escort them here on Tuesday. He started towards the door. I expect I'll see you around 7, He stopped at the door. Oh, by the way, that hidden room under the drawing room in the Malfoy's manor, was it everything you had hoped to find out about Malfoy Sr.? Perhaps you should set an alert and tag spell on the flows to the ministry watching for the dark mark to see if you can detect any Death Eaters that you might not know about. Monday morning at Hogwarts was everything Gilderoy Lockhart wanted. The Aurors, and Madame Bones, arrived at 7 just as breakfast appeared on the round table the headmaster had prepared for the holidays. Gilderoy was sure she used a time-turner to arrange everything and still get here on time. Gilderoy was the only one in attendance and he graciously invited them to dine with him while they waited for the headmaster. Half an hour later, Albus Dumbledore strode confidently into the Great Hall. He knew, of course, the moment the Aurors had crossed the protective enchantment lines that they were here. He was unaware of any problems in the school that might require the Aurors, so he was not in any hurry to dress and meet them in the hall. "Ah, Madame Bones," he said as he entered, "what brings you to my illustrious school?" He smiled at her genially, eyes twinkling. The head of the DMLE put down her tea and stood. "Headmaster Dumbledore, something has come up of extreme importance regarding the safety of students at Hogwarts and I wanted to discuss the matter with you at the ministry." "Oh, really?" He paused a moment, his grandfatherly aspect in full force. "I assure you, Madame Bones, that all the students are completely safe at Hogwarts. Hogwarts' protective enchantments are second to none in Europe. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world," he quietly affirmed, smiling reassuringly at her. "Interesting," she said, "because I have it on good authority that there has been a basilisk wandering the halls of Hogwarts since September. That certainly doesn't sound safe to me, especially when we know for a fact that the creature has killed a student in the past." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to look at Gilderoy before staring at Witch. "I assure you that the students are safe, Madame Bones. There have been no student fatalities in the school in many decades, and certainly none this year." She tilted her head slightly. "True, no student fatalities, but you have lost a distressing number of Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers over the last 2 decades. Not even the ministry has had as many wizards die in the building as has Hogwarts. Doesn't sound too safe to me. Besides, how can you call Hogwarts safe, after the 4 attempts last year and 1 this year to kill Mr. Potter? A safe environment does not include regular attempts to kill a student." The headmaster sighed in the manner one does when being put upon by others for matters that really are trivial. "May I break my fast first?" He waved his hand at the table. "Certainly, headmaster. After all, we aren't here to arrest you, we'd just like you to enlighten us about certain events." The other professors, and several students, wandered in for breakfast over the next half hour, looking nonplussed at seeing the Aurors at the now slightly larger table. 25 minutes later, the 4 wizards and 1 witch headed out of the great hall towards the headmaster's office. They intended to use his flow to go to the ministry. Dumbledore had wanted to do the interview here, at the school, but Madam Bones prevailed upon him, stating there were a number of people who would be in on the interview and it was easier to move one of him than several of them. Unstated was that there would be unspeakables at the meeting, and they were notorious for not wanting to leave their headquarters. Barely 10 minutes later, several owls came winging into the great hall. Gilderoy placed an entire platter of bangers in front of the owl, delivering his copy of the Daily Prophet as he snatched the paper from Owl's leg. The picture dominating the top of the page was almost perfect for Gilderoy. The 3 adventurers were standing in front of the serpent doors to the chamber, with a giant question mark floating to the side. Proper preparation is the key to success, and he had made sure the 3 of them had faced away from the wall doors back the way they had come, while he had pointed to the snakes over their heads. A perfect pose for a picture he knew the paper would use from the memories they provided. He made it look as if he were merely pointing out their progress so far. "My word," Professor McGonagall exclaimed while staring at her copy of the rag. Professor Sinistra was staring at him over her copy. Similar exclamations came from the rest of the staff. Harry and Hermione, after a quick look at the cover picture, had both blushed bright red. The other students were soon oohing and awing, as they shared reading the 2 copies they had received. Moments later a squad of Aurors came in and confiscated the news parchments, explaining to the protesting professors and students, "Sorry, but these are part of an investigation into things here at Hogwarts. We need to question you all before you read the Daily Prophet to prevent it from accidentally affecting your interviews." They grumbled, but agreed to finish their breakfasts and begin the interviews. The Aurors would interview the students only in the presence of their head of house, after they had interviewed heads. Gilderoy, of course, preened under the attention. He started nattering on about how dangerous it was and how he had ensured that his 2 students were always perfectly safe. When pressed for more details about what was in the chamber and what had happened, he demurred and said he didn't want to taint their testimony. Instead, he told them more details would appear in tomorrow's edition. Likewise, he mentioned nothing about what had happened previously in the year. He didn't want to prejudice the statements the others would be making. It was a bit of a tease. Tomorrow's edition was about how he had reasoned out what the creature was and how to get at it. And how the great boy who lived had helped. Wednesday would be an in-depth story about the history of the chamber and events this year, with a teaser showing part of the inside of the chamber. Thursday would showcase his battle with the basilisk in chamber, with Friday as a follow-up on the reaction of Wizarding England. While he would have preferred a much larger audience at Hogwarts, knowing that all his students were at home telling stories to their parents of his exploits made it easy to let that go. Reading about the monster while their children extolled his virtues would boost his popularity out of sight. Actually, it being the halls, it was better than if school were in session. The attention he attracted while escorting Hermione and Harry through Diagon Alley did a double duty of showing the flag and acknowledging his fans while simultaneously providing a visual of how he was mentoring the boy who lived. And feeding those rumors that the 2 children were dating. The normal 5-minute walk took almost half an hour. Poor Harry looked as if he wanted to melt through the ground to escape. The Grangers, having met them outside the Leaky Cauldron, were suitably impressed with Lockhart and their daughter's new station in life. Her new robes were quite impressive. They had been stunned at the financial and property statements they received by Owl from Hermione on Wednesday last. It turned out that Lord Dagworth Granger had invested in a few businesses that were still operating, or other companies had taken them over them and were obligated to continue paying dividends. There was a modest 10,000 galleons in her vault. It would be more than sufficient to renew the protective enchantments on her properties, should she desire. Gilderoy had already noticed that while Hermione's hands retained most of their human characteristics, except the nails more nearly resembled claws and were retractable. Her feet, however, seemed more feline patterned. That is, she walked on her toes with her heels elevated. This made her a bit taller and gave her a rather elegant slinky cat-like walk, while her hips had an exaggerated and very say-why roll as she moved. Harry had also taken note, and suggested in a whisper when they had left Hogsmeade that they should take a few pictures of her walking for her thesis. Gilderoy snickered. Hermione was just going to have to get used to Harry staring at her bum as she walked, not to mention all the other male students. And probably invest in a few high-heeled shoes to explain her sudden height increase when the transformation finally wore off. He had already altered her current shoes to fit, to accustom her to wearing that style. Fortunately, the crowd at Diagon Alley distracted her parents too much for them to notice the changes in their daughter. Gilderoy planned to correct that during the day by, accidentally, finishing the glamour. He was sure Sirius would wet himself laughing when he saw the pensive memory. Harry's first property was a modest 20-room London townhouse. The second was a 40-room mansion and country estate in Wales. The country estate had a full potions workshop, a pool, and an extensive library that required they bodily drag Hermione out of it. The French estate was another 40-room mansion not far from the French Riviera, with several hundred acres of vineyards surrounding it. The income from the wine sales easily maintained all the properties and their needs, and kept his vaults growing. At Gilderoy's suggestion, Harry gave the Grangers several cases of the best year's wines, delivered to the Grangers, home by house elf. It was at their noon dinner that Gilderoy started slowly removing the glamour. They were almost to dessert when Mrs. Granger said, "Hermione, what's happening to you?" Hermione looked down at her furred hand and dropped her fork, giving her mother a wide-eyed look of astonishment. Mr. Granger was staring just as wide-eyed. "Ah," Lockhart said nonchalantly, "nothing to worry about, Mrs. Granger. That's just Lady Granger's glamour wearing off. I'll restore it later. She had a minor potion accident on Christmas that temporarily changed her into a cat." He smiled winningly at the startled parents. "Rather fortuitous, actually. No one has ever attempted a human-to-cat potion transformation. It was considered too dangerous as the potion was designed only for human-to-human." Her parents looked even unhappier at this declaration. "It's quite an opportunity for the young lady to establish herself in the potions community," he continued, smirking at their expressions. "First, because she is just a second year and has yet managed to brew a potion normally only taught to seventh-year students, and many of them cannot succeed with it." He quirked an eyebrow at them to give them a moment to grasp her skill. "Second, because the thesis she is planning to write about her transformation and her experiences will be a true groundbreaker in an area no one has ever researched." He smiled proudly. "I expect that her success in brewing this most difficult potion will give her opportunities she had never foreseen." He leaned back in his chair with an air of satisfaction, as if he were responsible for her achievement. "For example, her potions professor, Master Potioneer Severus Snape, has made her his assistant. Something he has never done before." The parents' expression were slowly changing from alarmed to confused as they tried to sort the implications of both danger and reward. And the fact that their daughter was a cat. Hermione's expressions were difficult to read during this explanation, but her emotions ranged from horror, to pride, to embarrassment. "Yes, you can see a cat blush under all that hair," Gilderoy discovered. Her mum delayed their dessert by dragging Hermione off to a bathroom to check things out. Her father just ate his dessert, shaking his head periodically. Whether to clear his thoughts or in shock, Gilderoy wasn't sure. Mrs. Granger returned with a shocked expression, switching to a little smile at odd moments. She even managed to look wistful one time while looking at her husband with a crooked smile. She also kept petting her daughter. The Dagworth Granger estate was a much more modest 15-room building with a potions workshop that filled the entire basement. Unfortunately, while some of the potions were under a stasis charm, the majority were age-ruined. The equipment, however, was perfect, and Hermione pillaged a complete set of potion preparation tools from the stock for use at Hogwarts. If she was going to be Snape's assistant, she'd better have the best tools possible. Again, they had to drag her out of the library. She did snag a duplicate original first edition to give to Snape. Gilderoy was correct. The Dagworth Granger estate protective enchantments were in dire need of upgrading. The day passed quickly, and Hermione's parents adjusted to seeing their cat daughter with varying degrees of astonishment gradually easing into curiosity and pride at their daughter's accomplishment. Before they returned to Gringotts, Lockhart restored the glamour and they spent the rest of the afternoon examining their finances. They decided that selling selected books from the Dagworth Granger estate, after copying them of course, would easily fund the upgrades to the protective enchantments. They left it to the goblins to arrange both. They finished with tea at a Muggle restaurant not far from the Leaky Cauldron. The headmaster was in his office, staring at the stack of daily profits lying on his desk. That pompous popinjay fraud Lockhart had somehow turned into an accomplished hero at his, Albus's, expense. Dumbledore knew the man was a fraud. 2 of his acquaintances had had their memories stolen from them for his books. He had discovered this when he noticed that one of the memory thief's books bore an uncanny resemblance to a story a friend had told him several years before. When he had owled that wizard with questions, the man had denied any memory of the event. He remembered Lockhart visiting him, but that was all. The other friend reported a similar experience. A bit more research had revealed the wizard to be a complete fraud, all of his stories based on experiences of other people. He had stolen their memories for profit, which seemed to fit in perfectly with his work in Hogwarts as a student, nearly failing in all subjects and only learning those things that would make him look good to his peers. But this was beyond the belief. Almost from the first day, Lockhart had behaved differently than before. Yes, he still seemed to be a self-centered rake, turning every conversation into a platform for bragging and self-aggradation. But there were jarring instances where he was stunningly competent. His interactions with Harry had been laughable, as he seemed to interpret everything the boy did as Harry trying to copy the grown wizard's fame. And his detentions had been just as farcical, with long diatribes about Lockhart's books and successes, and how to curry favor with the media and public. But then there had been Neville Longbottom's Patronus. Never in all his years had the headmaster heard of someone so young successfully casting that spell. Yet Lockhart had taught it to him, and delivered a very effective lecture on magic in the process. Totally out of character. But then he had accused Ron of being a sadomasochist. When that was pointed out as foolish, he had suggested that Draco and Ron were somehow attracted to each other. While there was nothing wrong with such proclivities, the political damage to both families, should a rumor about the two associating with each other gain wide circulation, was incalculable. And it was patently obvious that the two were not romantically involved. But the Ponce insisted on spreading that rumor. But while he and Snape could look into their minds and know the boys hated each other, the rest of the staff and school had no such assurances. And rumors of the two having a dalliance could ruin his plans for Harry, simultaneously separating the friendship of Ron and Harry while lessening the antagonism between Harry and Draco. But it was such a typical thing for Lockhart to blurt out. But his involvement with this Lily Foundation was another story. How he had convinced Potter to cooperate was a mystery. And having the proceeds go to students at Hogwarts brought the boy positive press and put the boy in a good light for the public. That was a problem. He had to keep the boy isolated and dependent upon him. Unfortunately, he couldn't object publicly without compromising his position as magical guardian. People would question why he had allowed the Muggles to abuse the boy. Claiming he never thought to check, and being unable to explain why he hadn't taught the child about his heritage, would get his guardianship revoked for incompetence. And that would turn into a major political fight as every heavy hitter in Wizarding England would demand and fight for custody. The only positive to that situation was that he didn't have to worry about Malfoy getting his hands on the boy. And Narcissa seemed completely uninterested in the famous boy. Albus knew that Lockhart was somehow involved in the destruction of the Malfoys. From the third richest family in Britain to barely above commoners was a breathtaking plunge in financial fortunes in a mere few weeks. How Lockhart had done it was a mystery, but, before his death, Lucius had insisted the man had tricked him into ruin over house points, and that made no sense whatsoever. And so his favorite foil in the Wizengamot was gone, leaving many of his plans in disarray. And amid his buffoonish attitude, Lockhart still managed to garner headlines. Accusing Draco of murder, and then sneaking Harry out to an interview with Rita Skeeter. The bad press for Dumbledore wasn't anything he couldn't handle, but it wasted his time dealing with those piddling problems and reassuring his followers, especially those at the edges. Then the nitwit actually found the lost Ravenclaw diadem. That was great press for Hogwarts, but Rita had managed to turn it into asking why the great Dumbledore hadn't found the diadem first. As if he had time to waste searching for a useless artifact such as that. He had more important things to do. The fiasco with that cursed diary had cost him the support of the Weasleys, perhaps permanently. Lockhart, anticipating his actions, had prevented him from hiding the facts before anyone noticed. And while Dumbledore was a master at wandless silent magic casting, staring at the tip of Lockhart's already glowing wand had denied him the time for any reaction at all except acceptance. And once given, the vow prevented him from acting immediately to retain his most devoted followers. Their daughter hadn't been that badly damaged by the possession, but his hesitance to assist her had further alienated the Weasleys. And had them call into question his competence. It would take time and effort to recover his position with them, but he could do it. A few compulsion charms, a bit of help here and there, and sooner or later they would fall back into his control. But in the meantime, he was without their unconditional support. And every time he spoke with Arthur about things in the Ministry and the Wizengamot, the wizard kept him at a skeptical distance, questioning his reasons for every little proposed action. While Albus started repairing his damaged reputation, Gilderoy had once more appeared an incompetent, oblivious idiot. Except, he had shown a rather remarkable dueling ability during that first dueling club meeting. That he had managed to secure a tea date with McGonagall had been surprising, but then Dumbledore had never understood the dynamics of how witches and wizards interacted. Voldemort he could easily predict, witches, not at all. And now this. The Chamber of Secrets. He had thought that a secret well kept. No one else knew where the entrance was, nor the creature contained in it. Lockhart's pretensions to knowing both had been laughable, and he knew the wizard had never been even close to Myrtle's toilets in his so-called investigations of the castle. But now, Lockhart had found it, entered it, and apparently killed the creature. Dumbledore had already been to the entrance this morning, to find still sealed but now concealed behind a simple notice me not spell as well. The pictures in the Daily Prophet proved he had been down there. And the fallout from the Daily Prophet articles continued relentlessly. Not a day went by that didn't record several howlers berating him for endangering the students so recklessly. Even his so-called allies were keeping their distance and not responding to his flow calls or owls. In a matter of days, he had lost much of his prestige and influence. Madame Bones had been thorough, and damn her for getting to him before he had a chance to see those bloody articles in the Daily Prophet. Only after the interview, which had taken all morning, did he see a copy of that worthless rag. And by then it was too late. People had already started talking with each other and comparing experiences. By Friday, he had managed to retain his position as headmaster only after promising to resign his positions as chief warlock of the Wizengamot and as supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. And the former had beaten a vote removing him from the office by only a few hours. A deadly blow to his influence both internal to England and to the world. Especially as everyone saw it as a rebuke of his handling of Hogwarts. Fools, all of them were fools. They didn't understand that the being headmaster of Hogwarts gave him the power to control the future generations of the wizarding world. Just look how he had so masterfully arranged things to become the most influential wizard in the world, looked up to by almost the entire wizarding world. He couldn't have done that if he were simply the supreme mugwump or chief warlock. It had taken several generations of convincing Hogwarts students of his greatness that had led to his establishing himself as a great wizarding statesman. And now, here was that fraud Lockhart undoing decades of work in a matter of days. Well, appearances were deceiving. While to the public he had lost influence, to the movers behind the scenes he was still a powerful force, crossed at one's own peril. He would claw his way back into power, just you wait. In another decade, he will have regained those lost positions and be even more powerful. Lockhart was a dangerous wizard, hiding behind a facade of incompetence as a dandy. The headmaster couldn't directly attack the man without doing damage to himself. After all, he had hired the man. And just look at how well the wizard was finding things and saving students. If he tried any attacks at this stage of the game, direct or indirect, they would come off as jealousy or revenge for perceived slights and harm only himself. He would have to wait for the furore to die down. In the meantime, he would start rumors about the wizard's book being stolen memories from other wizards and witches. For some, it would ruin their reputations, for what wizard or witch wants everyone to know they were the victim of a fraud and cheat? But it was for the greater good, after all. In all the fuss and bother of the basilisk and the resulting scrutiny of his actions, or non-actions, he missed the small ministry announcement towards the back of one of the daily prophets declaring that houses Slytherin, Black, Gryffindor, Peverell, Gaunt, and Potter now had sitting lords in the Wizengamot. Gilderoy waited outside the hospital wing doors and watched as Harry reluctantly left. Curfew would hit in a few minutes and Gilderoy knew Harry planned to hide in a classroom and sneak back to visit with Hermione some more after Madame Pomfrey went to sleep in an hour or so. It was all harmless, petting, at this stage, literally. Gilderoy knew from his passive legilimens that Hermione loved Harry's attention, especially when he scratched her between her ears and on the back of her neck. She wasn't sure what to think about the feeling she got when he scratched at the base of her tail, but they sure were nice. As were the feelings when they compared how her new chest accessories compared to her originals. She resolutely decided not to think about those feelings, and only recorded the results of their investigations in her journal. They spent most of their time in the hospital wing with her telling him about her family and their vacations. He told her only a tiny fraction about the Dursleys. Gilderoy waited until Harry was out of sight before removing his disillusionment spell and slipping into the hospital wing. He walked quietly to her bed hidden behind screens to provide her privacy. He didn't quiet his actual footsteps, so she wasn't startled when he knocked politely on the edge of one screen stand. "Good evening, Professor Lockhart," she said, surprised that he came to see her. "Good evening, Miss Granger." He studied her in the soft candle light. She was reading a book, of course, preparing for the upcoming classes when they started tomorrow. She looked back at him questioningly. The glamour had worn off, so she was her catty self. She and Harry were reapplying the glamour throughout the day every day, as practice for when the other students returned. It would tire them out doing that spell, but it would be good exercise for their magic cores. They both would come out of this stronger than their peers. He hoped to have them doing it silently and wandlessly by the end of the month. If someone hit her with a finite and accidentally revealed her form, they planned to explain it as a prank by the twins. He sat at the bottom corner edge of the bed facing her, eschewing using the chair. He gave a discreet wave of his wand and put up privacy charms around them. Now, no one could listen, or would even realize he was there talking with her. "Did you feel those, Miss Granger? You should. You certainly can. It will come with practice. The next time you see someone cast a spell, look for the feel of it on your skin. Some spells will leave a taste in your mouth, others a smell, the result of your brain trying to describe sensations for which it has no references. Most will make your skin seem to move ever so slightly, telling you what was cast and from where. At first, have friends cast the spells on you with your eyes closed. Wait for the feel of the magic. Mr. Potter does that instinctively." She nodded, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to write down what he had said. He sighed, a stab of jealousy hitting him. For all the fame and money he had and was going to get in the future, he would never again possess what Harry and Hermione would have. He missed his Hermione, and McGonagall and Sinistra could never measure up, not even together. Hermione's devotion to Harry was unlike any witch's regard for Gilderoy. On the other hand, if he succeeded, this Hermione and Harry would have the life they deserved. And with her newfound house and his houses, they would have an interesting life. Not as interesting as Harry Gilderoy's, rather boring by comparison, he thought. But boring was the life that Harry had always wanted. The life Harry Gilderoy would have would be a compromise, neither quite pleased with the result, but preferable to the alternative, especially after he revealed to the pompous poser, the original Gilderoy Lockhart stuck in his head, what would have happened to him at the end of this year. Anything was better than being a permanent nobody in the spell damage ward at St. Mungo's. He smiled at her wryly. "Ah, Miss Granger, how I wish I were your age. I would be giving Mr. Potter a real run for his money. You are a prize well worth pursuing." He extended a passive probe to pick up her emotions. He wanted to do this very carefully. Her emotions would provide him the guide he needed. She stared at him wide-eyed, stunned that anyone would regard her as someone worth chasing, blushing furiously at the idea her idol would feel that way towards her. "Oh, come now, Miss Granger, did you really think no one realizes how knowledgeable and powerful you are? You understand spells faster than anyone else. You're always the very first to cast a new spell. And while not as powerful as some, knowing how to use the spell correctly is better than sheer power in many situations. And now you're Professor Snape's assistant. Even Mr. Potter has noticed." She gave him a disbelieving look. "Speaking of Mr. Potter, in case you haven't realized, and I think you suspect it, he is quite taken with you. As you already know, he is more than willing to risk his life for you. No greater devotion can be possible. And, in fact, he's going to sneak in here shortly just to be with you, although he will pretend it is just because you are friends and you're in the hospital wing, and not because he fancies you." She blinked up at him from the bed. Reading her expressions was difficult under all that fur, but at least the forward tilt to her ears indicated her interest in what he had to say. That in her emotions clearly revealed her interest. "What I am about to tell you is in the strictest of confidences. I shan't ask for an oath, just your promise that you shan't reveal what I'm about to tell you." "Of course, Professor Lockhart," she said, eyes shining and pride growing at the thought he would confide in her. He was, after all, her favorite teacher, surpassing even Professor McGonagall. He was a great teacher, he cared about his students, and he was an accomplished author. He had fought a basilisk just last week. As an idol, he was perfect for her. And she was starstruck on him something terrible. But she also knew he was an adult and would never see her as anything other than a child and a student. Harry, on the other hand. "Do you like Mr. Potter?" She cast her gaze down on the bedspread. "Professor Lockhart," she said, slightly scandalized and no doubt blushing. She was definitely feeling embarrassed at being caught. She looked back up at him. It was easy for the witch to separate her admiration for her professor from how she felt about her very best friend who had risked his life for her. He raised an eyebrow. "Finally," she said, "yes, albeit quietly. But just as a friend," she added quickly. She liked him more than she was willing to let on, he could feel. He grinned at her. "Would you be opposed to being his girlfriend?" She stared up at him, clearly caught in a quandary, wary hope spiking in her emotions. "But he doesn't like me like that," she said by way of reply. "But he does." She narrowed her eyes. "How do you know that?" She half whispered. Her emotions swirled, happy at the possibility, worried he was wrong. And while she looked up to the accomplished and published Gilderoy, Harry had saved her life. And treated her like a real person. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "Mr. Potter has not had a good childhood." She blinked, frowning at the apparent non sequitur. "His family, if you can call it that, actually detest the very sight of him. They have abused him, both emotionally and otherwise." She leaned back in shock, outrage present in her emotions. How could a family do that? She had suspected things were not as they should be with him, but to have it confirmed. He does not know the meaning of love, having never seen it nor experienced it. The only emotion he knows how to show is anger, with which he has plenty of experience. Think back to how he stiffens up when you hug him, how he avoids direct contact with anyone, how he keeps distance between himself and everyone else. If someone is within arm reach, they are close enough to hit him, so he carefully keeps just outside that reach. To him, close means pain is coming. You and Mrs. Wellesley are the only two who have ever hugged the boy. No loving mother has ever kissed him goodnight on the forehead, no loving father has praised him for doing well. No parent had ever hugged him and told him he is loved. Instead, his aunt has always coldly ordered him to bed and his uncle violently reprimanded him for achieving better scores than his idiot cousin. There's nothing like being hit with a frying pan or beaten until you can't stand to dissuade you from doing your homework or outscoring your cousin on a test. You know he isn't stupid, but he's been trained to never do better than his cousin, and that fear of excelling has now extended to Mr. Weasley. You are an excellent student that anyone smart would use as a model for success, but Mr. Weasley is a lazy, selfish ass. And that is what Mr. Potter is limiting himself to out of reflex. Mr. Weasley, even though his envy has put him at a distance. Harry's afraid that if he does better, that if he were to challenge you for status as top student, well, he firmly believes that his only remaining friend, you, will leave him. You can fix that, if you want. Her mouth fell open in shock. He loves you, but he has no idea that he does. He has no yardstick with which to measure it. But, really now, how close do you want to be to someone that you would sneak into the hospital wing nightly just to talk with her? To him, like and love have little meaning, emotionally. If he understood what it was to like someone, he would tell you how much he likes you. Unfortunately, as you may have noticed, he has no social skills at all. His cousin saw to that, chasing away and beating up any who showed the boy kindness or offered friendship. Her emotions roiled in outrage. You are, quite literally, the first girl he has ever had as a friend, and he has spoken more to you in the last month than to all the girls and boys he has ever known. And you are only the second person ever to accept him as a friend. The first was Mr. Weasley. And so he treats you the way he would treat another boy, because he doesn't know any better. He divides people into those he trusts and those he does not. He trusts you as he trusts no one else. And while Mr. Ron Weasley is his best friend and he trusts him, he already knows the boy is jealous of his fame and his money, so he downplays and hides both so as not to lose the very first friend he has ever had. And you can see how well that is turning out. But Mr. Weasley is a bad influence on Mr. Potter, as you know. Skiving off studying and homework just to play chess or exploding Snap is not how you become a great wizard or witch, but it is what the lazy Mr. Weasley wants to do. And so he drags Harry down to his level by distracting him from schoolwork. And Harry, afraid to lose his only male friend, endeavors to stay at that level instead of excelling as he could do if he tried only a little bit. He has even remained quiet in the face of some of Mr. Weasley's criticisms of you in order to keep the peace with the other boy. Lockhart shook his head sadly. Please forgive him for those lapses. She half nodded, mulling over what he had said and seeing the truth in his description of Ron's friendship and its impact on Harry's studies. Anger at his relative's treatment echoed in the background. What you must do is wean him away from Mr. Weasley by providing incentives to stay with you, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Lovegood. Simply telling him he needs to study or do homework shan't do the job. Ask him to teach you how to fly, and then make that the reward for doing well. You'll spend time with him flying. He will love you for it, even if he doesn't know that's what you call that feeling. She was shaking her head. Fear of flying almost overcame her hope at being with Harry. He smiled at her. I know you dislike flying on a broom, Miss Granger, but you should regard it as a necessary life skill. You don't have to be able to do a Wronski feint, but you should be able to ride well enough to escape an attack by a dark wizard. You wouldn't want to watch Harry die just because you couldn't fly a broom, now would you? And as to dark wizards, remember that Voldemort possessed Professor Quirrell last year. Next time he might just succeed in returning, putting all your lives in danger. One day, being able to fly well on a broom might save both your lives, because Harry will never willingly abandon you. She nodded her head again, still wide-eyed. In fact, Miss Granger, I shall make that a DADA homework assignment for the class. By the end of the term, I want you to be able to fly well enough to be a Quidditch chaser. Failing to fly well will knock your grade down. At her horrified and appalled look, he added, for a quick pickup game, not as for a professional or house team. He paused, unless you want to, that is. And Mr. Potter will be thrilled to help you do that. He enjoys flying as a truly liberating experience, where all his worries go away. Just watch his face sometime when he is flying and you will soon understand. He plays Quidditch for the excuse to fly. He doesn't understand that he has the right to go flying whenever he wants. I suggest you ask Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood to join the two of you, if Mr. Potter agrees, that is. They, too, could do with the practical aspect of learning how to fly properly. Tell them I suggested that they join you. He stopped and thought a moment. Well, we seem to have gotten off track a bit. He smiled at her again. What I really wanted to tell you is that if you want Mr. Potter to be your boyfriend, you will have to tell him that he's your boyfriend. He will never believe that a girl would want to be his girlfriend, so he will never think to ask, no matter how obvious you make it to him what you want. In matters of the heart, Mr. Potter is blind. It is up to you to show his heart how to see. She frowned, but hope was filling her heart. Remember, he has never seen any examples of how a true couple should act, and his relatives have beaten into him the belief that he is not good enough for anything good or nice to happen to him. It's why he is so reckless with his life, rushing in where others fear to tread. To him, his life is always worth less than the one he is trying to save. He feels no one would miss him should he die, yet he knows he would be upset and unhappy if someone else were to die when he could have prevented that. And he fears everyone would blame him for the other's death because he didn't prevent it. You must counteract that by showing him that his life is worth just as much as anyone else's. Show him that he is just as valuable a person as anyone else. She nodded slowly, determination evident. Watch his expression carefully when you grab his hand tomorrow morning on the way to breakfast and you tell him he is your boyfriend because only he is good enough for that position. He will try to tell you that you are mistaken. He shan't understand why anyone would want him as a boyfriend. Don't take no for an answer. You can tell him that if he wants, you will be his girlfriend until the end of term, and then if he doesn't want to continue, well, you can both call it off. He could feel the spike of fear from her when he said that. But that shan't happen unless you drive him away with jealousy. Other girls will vie for his attention, and put you down as unsuitable. Especially when they discover his multiple lordships. They will be jealous of you, so ignore them. And should anyone, no matter how highly placed, tell you not to write to him over the summer, ignore them. They are trying to make Mr. Potter feel that he has no friends. Remember what Dobby did to his mail over the summer. And how you felt when your letters went unanswered. Whatever you do, do not believe any rumors you may hear. Always talk with Harry first. Remember, he has no social skills. He may make a mistake, or 10, because he simply doesn't know any better, so be ready to forgive him. That will be especially hard to do considering he is the head of house for 3 important houses, and it will be expected of him to have wives to supply heirs for those lines, or to blood adopt children for the same. And when the other witches hear about the other houses, well, you'll have your work cut out for you. Unless, of course, you select those other girlfriends before someone you dislike imposes themselves. Perhaps Miss Lovegood and Miss Weasley. Both are impressionable and you would find both rather easy to live with. And Miss Lovegood's creatures. She sees auras and apparently likes to name certain transitory features, the child in her thinking them separate magical creatures. Or perhaps they really are pure magic creatures that only she can see, who is to know the truth. But, remember, no matter what happens you will always be first in his heart. She was watching and listening to him carefully. Maybe you should tell him tonight when he sneaks in here to be with you that you want to be his girlfriend. A key on the cheek would not be out of order. Perhaps a key every morning when he takes your thesis pictures. In week, move from his cheek to a quick peck on his lips. And a warning about what the other witches will do when they discover his house situation. And you needn't worry about him taking advantage of you. He will be too terrified of ruining your friendship, of chasing you away forever. So, you will have to initiate things every step of the way. You want him to key you on the lips. You will have to key him first so he knows it's okay. You want him to hug you. Tell him that's what will make you happy. He has no idea how to treat a girl, so you will need to coach him in the particulars. Be patient and let him know the real decisions are up to him. Do tell him that if he brags to his friends about private things you do together that you will be extremely disappointed in him. All those things he hears the older boys saying about their girlfriends should be private, and it shows that the boys have no regard for their girlfriends. Plus, and most importantly, it shows that they are incapable of being trusted to keep secrets. Be sure to point that out, explicitly. Trust me, it will work out as long as you take the forefront in matters of emotion and let him make his own decisions on how to follow through. Use rewards to get him to improve in school. No bossing around. Use, please, a lot. And let him go off with Mr. Weasley when he feels he must. You do not want to force him to choose between yourself and Mr. Weasley. Never, ever, give an ultimatum about anything unless you are willing to accept that he might choose against you and you lose everything because of your or his pride. And make sure Mr. Potter knows when Mr. Weasley has hurt you with his words. He left the hospital wing behind, headed for his rooms. He left Hermione in a mess of conflicting emotions, fear that her professor might be wrong, hope that he wasn't, fury with Harry's relatives for damaging the boy so much, and determination to do what she could to help him. Harry Gilderoy would monitor the two closely for a while, nudging the witch as needed, restraining her if she became overbearing. No matter what, it would be better than what he had gone through with Ron and Hermione in his future. And he was right, he received quite a few party invitations for the New Year's celebrations. He graciously attended several, flowing between them, before midnight struck. It was a very profitable evening, from Gilderoy's point of view. Harry Lockhart was almost bored to tears. It was mid-January, 3 weeks after the story broke about the basilisk, and things had quieted down at both the school and elsewhere. He was amazed that no one had noticed the ministry announcement about the lordships. Or, perhaps, the smart ones were merely waiting to see why the announcements were so low-key. Usually, houses made a big deal, with lots of pomp and circumstance, when investing a new lord as head of house. It was time, Lockhart decided, to stir the cauldron once more. As he had known would happen, Hermione's fur was slowly disappearing. She had taken his advice and acquired high-heel shoes to explain her sudden increase in height, but hadn't yet realized she no longer needed them. The constant cat-walking on her toes had transitioned to wearing the high heels out of habit. Harry was not the only one to notice the way her robe swayed as she walked, and how her hands hit her hips. And the fact that she now had a beautiful smile of perfect teeth. Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley was not one of those to be so observant. He persisted in arguing with and insulting her. His relationship with Harry was almost as tumultuous. Already, they were drifting apart and Harry was finding it difficult to keep his friendship on an even keel. Gilderoy's talk with Mr. Weasley at the ministry had apparently made its way to the twins because they suddenly took to sitting with Ron between them, carefully monitoring, and correcting, his eating habits. When questioned during a detention taken from Snape, Harry told Gilderoy that the twins had sworn an oath to their younger brother to cease using him as a test subject for their pranks. Otherwise, the poor Burke would have been terrified to eat anything in such close proximity to them. The twins pulling their brother aside at meals also put a barrier between the two erstwhile friends. It had also given the red-headed boy something to complain about to Harry that didn't involve Hermione. The Weasley parents had also given Percy a dressing down, it appeared. He was much less officious during his rounds as a prefect, and he seemed to be writing home much more frequently, making it a point that Ginny included a message every time his owl headed that way. Hermione's assistantship to Snape had stunned the school, and she had spent the entire afternoon and evening that first day after the other students returned from holidays correcting homework assignments the firsties had all turned into Professor Snape. Not knowing exactly what to expect, she had read them all first, then sorted them into piles separated by how much the homework actually said compared to what Professor Snape had told her he expected. He had written a sample, perfect, assignment for her reference. Only then did she start grading them, rereading them again. Continuing that would cut quite heavily into her time with Harry, so Gilderoy had pulled her aside the next afternoon as she and Harry headed to supper. "Ah, Miss Granger, a moment of your time." The witch had looked up at him, Harry stopping at her side. Gilderoy had been pleased to see they were holding hands. The school knew that Harry and Hermione were an item, as they went everywhere holding hands. Ginny, of course, was not pleased at this development. She had even made a few snarky comments about which broom closet they preferred. She didn't seem to make the connection that the witch she was criticizing was grading her potions assignments. Or maybe she thought Hermione was too professional to let such comments affect her grading. Lockhart doubted it. The Weasley girl was at the age where she had not yet connected that her current actions had consequences she would have to deal with later. It also made it difficult for Hermione to believe Gilderoy that she would make a good addition to their potential marriage. Yes, Professor Lockhart. The witch had been carrying a much larger load of parchments than normal, the homework assignments. Lockhart had bestowed on her a generous display of his beautiful smile, striking a pose in his resplendent mauve robes. "Because you are new to grading homework assignments, I thought I would give you a few pointers." In his future life, he had sheltered with a Muggle teacher for a couple of weeks. Somehow, the subject of grading papers came up. Harry hadn't understood how one got through them without losing one's mind. The woman had explained it quite simply, and so now, Harry Gilderoy passed it on to Hermione. Or was that back, considering this was the past? First, take a parchment and write the name of the assignment at the top. Then make a list of the important details mentioned in lecture or in the textbook that are required in the assignment. Not mentioning those details shows that the student either doesn't understand the assignment or doesn't understand the subject. Failing to mention those details is a failed assignment. How many are left out indicates just how much of a failure it is, he said. Draw a line, then list the details you expect the paper to mention to show that the student actually read the textbook, listened in class, or researched as instructed. Draw another line and list the details that only the most diligent student will discover. Count how many details you have in the important list, and divide them into 70. That becomes your passing grade, or acceptable, if they get them all in the paper. Count the details in the second list and divide them into the remaining 30 points. Each detail you see in the paper you add that amount to the total score. The third list or extra credit details that can fill in for missed details in the second list, are to give a bit of extra credit. So, if you have 4 details that must be mentioned, they each are worth 18 points, 72 total. If you have 6 details in the second list, each is worth 5 points, for a total of 102 for a diligent student. So, someone who gets the 4 main details and 2 of the secondary details gets a score of 82, or an exceeds expectations. Extra credit details are worth the same as the secondary, so if a student included 2 of those as well, the score would go from 82 to 92, an outstanding. Any score over 102 is an outstanding plus. C. Easy. Then, on a second parchment, you just make a grid chart of the students down the page and 1 column for each detail across the top, and then scan each assignment looking for those details. Check the boxes, and when you're done just add up the scores for a grade. That will cut your reading time dramatically because you only need to read an assignment once. It also makes it much fairer. And if someone writes short or long homework, you take off points based on how much they missed the required length. Part of homework is learning to write to the length specified. If the student can't write to the length assigned, it means they are not following directions and need to be penalized. Both had stared at him wide-eyed. Gilderoy nodded happily. Yes, that's all there is to it. It's so simple you might even get Harry to help you occasionally, just don't let anyone see him doing that. Plus, once you have the assignment detail sheet, you never have to do it again, and that saves you time as well for next year. He had grinned happily. Once more Gilderoy had bestowed important life-changing information to his students. There now, that's sorted. Off with you, don't want to miss supper. He had made a shooing motion with his other hand. And the two had taken his advice. It had helped that Hermione was a speed reader. And far more organized than Snape ever would be. Now it took her less than an hour to grade a class's homework instead of the 2 to 3 hours that Professor Snape usually used. With her penchant for scheduling, that meant she still had plenty of time to devote to helping Harry. Which she did. Everyone had quickly settled into their new routines. Harry spent almost all his time with Hermione. His goal this past month had been to prevent anyone from actually touching her hands or arms. While the glamour hid her appearance, someone touching her arm or hand would feel the fur and know something was wrong. Others interpreted it as him being an overprotective boyfriend. The girls thought it was cute, while the boys his age thought it rather creepy. Some of the more intelligent older students noted their girlfriend's reaction and began mimicking him to a degree. Gilderoy noticed that Hermione did a lot of touching of her own, running her fingers through his hair when he sat beside her on a couch or touching his arm with her hand to attract his attention or just when talking. They tended to bump together frequently when standing or walking, even when they weren't holding hands, a rare event. Based on some of Harry's expressions, Gilderoy could see the little wizard was amazed that anyone, especially a girl, would want close contact with him. And the smile he had whenever she reached over to take his hand gave Harry Gilderoy a stab of jealousy. Mr. Ron Weasley, it seemed, was a bit jealous of the attention the two bestowed on each other, and considered it an affront that Harry might want to spend time with someone other than himself. And he was very offended when Hermione refused to let him copy her assignments anymore. That Harry often allowed him to copy his work didn't seem to help, especially when he noticed that Harry was doing much better than he was on those assignments. In fact, of the group of 5, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ron was always at the bottom of the assignment scores for their classes. And always did the worst in the practicals, as well, his new wand only making a small difference because the lazy git just didn't practice anything. So it was that on the 3rd Monday of the month, at breakfast, that Rita Skeeter once more sat with her photographer Bozo at the head of the Gryffindor table. The headmaster was once more giving Gilderoy an unhappy glare. The students were once more staring at the flamboyant professor, excitedly wondering what new surprise he was about to unveil. The other professors watched with expressions ranging from undisguised glee, Professor Flitwick, to happy anticipation, the witches at the headmaster's table, to boredom, Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall, if you would please. Harry Gilderoy invited the puzzled professor to step to the front of the headmaster's table. He pulled the sword of Gryffindor from his robes and dropped to one knee. He presented the sword to her with the blade resting on one hand and the hilt in his other. He said, Professor McGonagall, it is with great pleasure that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor return to your house, Gryffindor House, the lost sword of Gryffindor. Not seen for many centuries and believed lost forever, only a true hero of Gryffindor may call the blade to his or her side in time of danger. While I am not a member of Gryffindor House, the sword came to my hands while I fought the basilisk for the safety of Hogwarts, students just a few weeks ago. I hereby return it to your hands so that it may join Ravenclaw's diadem in the entryway display case for all to see. To say the staff was stunned was an understatement. By the way, some basilisk poison splashed on the blade, so be very careful. Being a goblin blade, it has absorbed the poison. Even the slightest cut will be fatal, he explained as the staff, and especially the headmaster, inspected the treasure. As you all may remember from the articles in the Daily Prophet, I killed the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with a sword. This is that sword. The sultry look the older witch gave him as she left the headmaster's table with the sword in hand to place it in the entryway display case promised him a reprise of their frolic from their date night. Gilderoy was doing a little happy dance in his head while Harry was not sure what to think. Professor Sinistra was giving him a welcoming look, as well. The headmaster, for some reason, did not appear as happy about the sword's return to Hogwarts as one might suppose. Harry wondered how long it would take the old fart to realize that the sorting hat was missing. He still had it in his robe pocket. The hat seemed to enjoy being out and about in the castle. It was in no hurry to return to the shelf it usually resided on in the headmaster's office with only Fawkes and portraits for company. He sometimes wore the hat during his nighttime patrols and activities for the conversation and relief that he had someone to confide in about his projects. They both appreciated the situation, and the hat occasionally bemoaned having to return to its shelf for the summer. The witches had not yet noticed the hat hanging on his wooden elf in the bedroom. The hat never complained about his having company over, no matter how late. The hat, Harry decided, was the perfect discreet roommate. Rita had another 2 days of headlines, and told Harry Gilderoy she was now the highest paid reporter on the staff. And his reputation took another climb. Soon, as many people would know his name as did Harry Potter's. Valentine's Day, Sunday, was a hoot, as far as Harry Gilderoy was concerned. It had taken only a slight encouragement on Gilderoy's part to get the Harry Potter fan club to send Valentine's Day cards en masse rather than a single card with all their names telling Harry that he could depend on their support. The dwarfs brought him just as much amusement, and he made sure that the little wizard received several, singing, cards in the Great Hall at dinner and supper to maximize his mortification. Hermione was almost as embarrassed. The dwarves were grumpy, but he rewarded them well with generous bonuses for not going on a rampage and slaughtering the clueless students. He did, however, sneak a private tea and scones picnic for the 2 children in the come-and-go room in the middle of the afternoon. That took a bit of effort on his part, but coordinating with Dobby the two were able to set up a special and romantic tea room with a hidden entrance on the 1st floor and keep the C&G room's 7th floor location a secret for just a bit longer. From their smiles, he presumed the couple enjoyed their private, together, time quite a lot. Gilderoy found it interesting that Harry's little group had grown and rearranged itself. Luna had switched to sitting by Neville at the meals. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones had taken to sitting and studying with Harry and Hermione. The two girls alternated with each other on who actually sat beside him. At meals, the twins had kept Ron isolated from Harry as they concentrated on teaching the disgusting pig table manners. Recently, they had started letting him eat most of his meals away from them as a test, with the warning that if he fell back into his bad habit of eating like a starving dog, they would dragoon him into more proper eating etiquette lessons. Ron was upset at having lost his prime seat beside Harry to a couple of girls who steadfastly refused his subtle requests that they move the bloody hell over. Instead, he found himself seated beside Hermione. Based his listening charms, Gilderoy knew the boy again blamed Harry for not treating his best mate better. Hermione seemed to be taking the new arrangements on Harry's other side rather calmly. He did notice, though, that she sometimes allowed a quick expression of uneasiness when one of the other girls put her hand on Harry's arm or brushed up against him while they were eating, studying, or walking. Was it possible Susan's aunt had ferreted out that Harry was indeed now Lord Potter, with at least 2 other house lordships? Hopefully, she hadn't discovered that he had 5 total and Gilderoy was going to take 2 off his hands. He would have to take Hermione aside on Monday and give her advice on how to handle the situation. To tell her that the best way to deal with the other girls was to become best friends with them, rather than to treat them as rivals to be outwitted or outmaneuvered. The only way a successful group marriage could work was if they were all good friends and not constantly trying to gain an advantage over each other. The previous week, Gilderoy had spent a bit of time with Harry one evening during a detention explaining to him about witches and their expectations regarding boyfriends and dating. He told him that flowers were always a good way to show one's appreciation for a witch, and that there was even a language of flowers that assigned a meaning to them when they were given. Things such as single full-bloom red rose meant I love you or I still love you, whereas a yellow rose meant joy and friendship. You could even use monkshood to say beware, a deadly foe is near. Hopefully he would never need that last. Jewelry, such as bracelets, necklaces, and earrings, were also always a good idea, especially considering one could embed powerful protective spells and enchantments into them. Based on Hermione's reactions on Valentine's Day, and the new bracelet with book and broomstick charms that she wore, Gilderoy felt it had been a very productive detention. At supper, the other 2 girls noticed and immediately started admiring the new bracelet, complimenting Hermione profusely in the process. It didn't take a seer to see that the 3 girls would have a conversation regarding Harry in the near future. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.